In the past, Marcus would arrive at Heaven Springs with a heavy heart, feeling utterly miserable as the words, "pathetic jerk," loomed over him like a dark cloud. Every visit was the same, guests and waitstaff alike would stare, amplifying his sense of humiliation. But today marked a turning point. Today was the day Don Albert would meet his end. After tonight, Don Albert would be erased from Oris Hill, and his father, Mr. Lloyd, would step in to claim his legacy. With that shift, Mr. Lloyd was poised to become the new underground mob boss of Oris Hill. In that moment, he would gain the respect of the community, and people would start addressing him as Don Lloyd. Moreover, Marcus would finally be able to rid himself of the embarrassing mark that had haunted him for so long. The words, "pathetic jerk," would no longer define him. The thought of this transformation filled Marcus with excitement. As he saw his son enter Heaven Springs, Mr. Lloyd, who was waiting in the car, turned to Jones, the Webb family bodyguard, and said respectfully, "Mr. Jones, I'm counting on you to handle everything later." Jones nodded curtly, assuring him, "Don't worry. No one in Oris Hill can stand against me. I guarantee that Don Albert won't leave Heaven Springs alive tonight." Mr. Lloyd couldn't contain his excitement. Both he and his son had been anticipating this moment for what felt like an eternity. Meanwhile, Don Albert was guiding Jacob and the rest of his guests to the diamond room at Heaven Springs. He took special care of Jacob along the way, gesturing to the main seat at the table and saying, "Mr. Wilson, please take your place." Jacob felt a bit uneasy and glanced at Mr. Price, saying, "Mr. Price, it's you who should be in the main seat tonight." Mr. Price, visibly nervous, quickly waved his hand and replied, "Oh, Jacob. I wouldn't dare take the main seat. You should be the one to sit there." If Jacob had insisted earlier, Mr. Price would have gladly taken the main seat without hesitation, considering his status as president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association. However, witnessing Don Albert's courtesy toward Jacob made Mr. Price feel intimidated. He was relieved he hadn't tried to undermine Jacob as Samuel had done earlier, or else he might have found himself in a very unpleasant situation. Seeing this exchange, the other guests quickly chimed in, "Yes, Brother Jacob. You should really take the main seat. Please, go ahead." Feeling a surge of pride from the attention, Jacob smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. All right then. Since everyone is so eager, I won't hold back any longer." With that, Jacob took his place at the main seat, while David and Mr. Price settled into the seats beside him. Once Jacob was seated, Don Albert smiled and said, "Mr. Wilson, please bear with us for a moment. Your meal will be served shortly. In the meantime, enjoy some tea." As Don Albert spoke, the lovely female manager entered the diamond room and whispered something in his ear. "Don Albert, that young man from the Lloyd family is here for his weekly report." Upon hearing this, Don Albert's face lit up with excitement. Since today marks Mr. Wilson's official appointment as the executive director of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, we should celebrate this momentous occasion with a special performance. Please have the young man come in and offer his best wishes to Mr. Wilson. The female manager nodded respectfully and exited the diamond room. Jacob felt flattered by Don Albert's intention to organize a special celebration along with granting him use of the diamond room. "Don Albert, you really don't have to go through all this trouble," he began. Don Albert waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Ha ha ha. It's the least I can do." He continued, "Mr. Wilson, don't worry. The performance I have planned for you is truly one of a kind here in Oris Hill. It even ties in with your son-in-law, Master Wade. I'm sure you'll be amazed when you see it." Everyone in the room perked up at his words, their curiosity piqued as they eagerly awaited the upcoming performance. A little while later, the lovely female manager re-entered the diamond room, followed closely by a timid young man who kept his gaze fixed downward, as if afraid to look up. Jacob and the other members of the Calligraphy and Painting Association exchanged puzzled glances. They couldn't help but wonder why Don Albert had chosen this young man to present to them. Truth be told, there was nothing remarkable about the young man at all. Upon stepping into the diamond room, he immediately bowed to Don Albert without uttering a word. After a brief moment, he spoke quietly and respectfully, "Uncle Don Albert, I've come to report to you. Please inspect my scar." This young man was none other than Marcus Lloyd. On that fateful day at Champs Ellis Spa Resort, after Don Albert had carved the words, "pathetic jerk," into Marcus's forehead, he had ordered Marcus to come to Heaven Springs weekly for personal inspections of his scar. This was to ensure Marcus didn't attempt any scar removal or cosmetic procedures to hide it. However, what Don Albert didn't realize was that Marcus's visit today served a dual purpose. He was indeed there to report, but he also had ulterior motives, aiming to make a name for himself. As soon as he entered Heaven Springs, Marcus had discreetly counted the number of security guards present in the building. Once inside the diamond room, he surveyed the individuals present. Seeing that the room was filled predominantly with older men, Marcus felt a wave of relief wash over him. Even if these men were associates of Don Albert, he was confident they posed no threat. He believed he could take them down easily if needed. At that moment, Don Albert addressed Marcus, saying, "Marcus, these gentlemen are the leaders of the Oris Hill Calligraphy and Painting Association. Given their expertise in calligraphy, it would be fitting for them to view the inscription on your forehead. Lift your head so Mr. Wilson and his guests can see and comment on it." Marcus felt a rush of humiliation at Don Albert's words. He desperately wanted to turn and flee, but he knew his father was waiting for him to report back before sending his men to deal with Don Albert. Thus, Marcus steeled himself and prepared to maintain his facade in front of Don Albert. With gritted teeth, he slowly raised his head, allowing everyone in the room to see the inscription on his forehead. Despite many of the older men having presbyopia, the words, "pathetic jerk," carved into Marcus's skin were so bold and prominent that they were unmistakable to all. Mr. Price couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief, What is happening? Young man, why would you choose to engrave 'pathetic jerk' on your forehead?" Don Albert chuckled derisively, replying, "This young man has quite the foul mouth. He's taken to calling everyone around him 'pathetic jerk.' He even had the audacity to insult Master Wade by calling him that. So, I thought it fitting to teach him a lesson. Since he seems fond of those words, I decided to make sure they accompany him for life." At this point, Jacob asked, astonished, "Are you telling me that he has those words on his forehead because he offended my son-in-law?" "Indeed." Don Albert confirmed with a nod. "Your son-in-law is the esteemed Master Wade. I could never allow anyone to insult him." Mr. Price looked at Jacob with surprise, saying, "Jacob, why didn't you mention that you have such a powerful son-in-law?" "Exactly," David chimed in. "Jacob, you've been keeping a lot from us. You're quite the low-key person." With a laugh, Jacob replied, "My son-in-law is also quite modest. It's only fitting that I remain understated too." Everyone in the room felt a sense of admiration and respect at this revelation. Meanwhile, Marcus cast a smug glance at Jacob, thinking maliciously, "So, you're the father-in-law of that scoundrel Charlie. Looks like I've hit the jackpot today. I'm going to take revenge today. Considerate interest on the debt I owe your insufferable son-in-law." After enduring ridicule from the crowd, Don Albert made a gesture for Marcus to leave. Typically, after the embarrassing meeting at Heaven Springs, Marcus would shield his forehead and rush home. But this time, he strode back to the parking lot with a fierce expression and climbed into the car occupied by Mr. Lloyd and Jones. Mr. Lloyd had been waiting patiently for Marcus's arrival. As soon as Marcus entered the vehicle, Mr. Lloyd asked, "Son, how did it go?" With gritted teeth, Marcus replied, "There are over 30 waiters and guards inside, but most of them are women. The real threats are the 12 security guards." Turning toward Jones, Mr. Lloyd asked with concern, "Mr. Jones, do you think you can manage against so many men? What if they decide to attack?" Jones smirked coldly and replied, "Even if all 30+ were security guards, they'd still be no match for us." Mr. Lloyd immediately praised him, saying, "Wow, Mr. Jones, you truly are impressive. I admire your confidence." Jones nodded with an air of arrogance before looking at Marcus and asking, "Where is Don Albert right now?" "He's in the Diamond Suite on the top floor." Marcus responded eagerly. Then, with excitement, he continued, "Dad, Mr. Jones, I stumbled upon something surprising while I was inside." "Oh? What did you find?" Mr. Lloyd asked, intrigued. With a vicious grin, Marcus revealed, I spotted Charlie the loser's father-in-law among the diners. He's actually in the same diamond suite, and Don Albert was entertaining him. Can we take him out too when we go in? Charlie's father-in-law. Mr. Lloyd's face lit up with delight at this revelation. This is fantastic. That scoundrel Charlie humiliated me at Jonathan Moore's birthday party. It's time for his old man to pay the price. Killing Charlie's father-in-law would serve as revenge for both him and his son. Additionally, young Master Webb harbored ill feelings toward Charlie, so taking out Charlie's father-in-law would likely earn him some favor. Mr. Lloyd then turned to Jones and said, "Mr. Jones, you must have heard how Charlie treated your bosses at the Moore family banquet. Since his father-in-law is here, how about we eliminate him too?" Jones nodded in agreement. Charlie insulted my bosses, and I wanted him dead right then. With his father-in-law here, I have no reason to let him live. Mr. Lloyd nodded enthusiastically and urged, "Let's move in. It's time for a killing spree." Meanwhile, an array of exquisite dishes was laid out on the table in the Diamond Suite of Heaven Springs. In a show of respect, Don Albert addressed Jacob, saying, "Mr. Wilson, I asked the kitchen to prepare this selection of special health foods for you. I hope they please your palate. We've used only the finest ingredients available in Oris Hill, all natural and free of additives." Jacob stared in astonishment at the spread before him, his mouth agape. He had never dined in such an upscale restaurant, not even during the peak of the Wilson family's fortune, let alone tasted such luxurious dishes. At times, he had fantasized about indulging in a lavish meal featuring premium shark's fin, abalone, and Australian lobsters or king crab. However, such opportunities had eluded him for many years. The most extravagant meal he had previously enjoyed cost a mere $2,000 per person. Today, he had pushed his budget slightly to $3,000 per head. Don Albert's arrangements for tonight's dinner were so extravagant that Jacob was left speechless. Each serving of the exquisite double-headed abalone cost a staggering $8,880 per person, not to mention the black truffles, caviar, and other luxurious delicacies that could easily add thousands to the bill for each dish. Jacob estimated the total worth of this dinner to be at least $2 to $3 million. He had never indulged in such an opulent meal in his entire life. Overwhelmed with excitement, he turned to Don Albert and exclaimed, "Mr. Rhodes, thank you so much for your incredible hospitality. I truly appreciate this." Don Albert offered a slight smile, took a business card from his pocket, and said as he handed it to Jacob, "Mr. Wilson, here's my card. Please keep it. If you ever wish to visit Heaven Springs again, just give me a call, and I'll reserve the Diamond Suite for you immediately." Jacob beamed as he held the business card, reminiscent of a child receiving a lollipop. The members of the association watched in astonishment. Jacob was truly impressive. The notorious and powerful Don Albert appeared almost like a humble servant in his presence, devoid of the intimidating aura of the king of the underworld. Not only did Don Albert personally serve the dishes and pour the wine, but he also filled his own glass with white wine and approached Jacob with great respect, saying, "Mr. Wilson, a toast to you." Flattered, Jacob promptly raised his glass, clinked it against Don Albert's, and took a sip. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, this wine is incredibly smooth." Don Albert smiled and replied, "This is a 40-year-old Chardonnay, which costs around 6 figures per bottle. Mr. Wilson, if you enjoy it, feel free to indulge. I'll have 2 more bottles brought to the room shortly." "Oh, Mr. Rhodes, thank you. You're too generous. I'm at a loss for words." "It's no trouble at all," Don Albert assured him earnestly. "Master Wade is my esteemed patron, and since you are his father-in-law, I must treat you with the utmost respect to repay Master Wade's kindness." Jacob couldn't help but think, "Oh my God, how did Charlie manage to turn the powerful Don Albert into his obedient follower?" He never imagined that Charlie, whom he considered a mere nuisance, could be so adept at charming others. Seeing the camaraderie between Jacob and Don Albert, the other diners at the table sought to win favor with Jacob. Mr. Price raised his glass with a broad smile and said, "May I propose a toast? I want to express my gratitude to Jacob for this extravagant dinner tonight. I've never experienced such a luxurious meal in my life. It's truly eye-opening." Shifting to a more serious tone, he continued, additionally, I'd like to welcome our new executive director to the association. Let's raise a toast to Jacob Wilson, our new executive director. Exchanging knowing glances, the other diners picked up their glasses and chimed in, congratulations, Jacob. Cheers. Jacob was taken aback. What? Mr. Price, am I really elected? Absolutely. Mr. Price confirmed. Jacob, you are the new executive director. Jacob's face lit up with joy. Oh my God, thank you, Mr. Price. Thank you, everyone. I promise I'll give my all, work diligently, and contribute more to our association. Everyone laughed warmly and raised their glasses in a toast. Just as they were about to drink, the suite's door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Everyone in the suite was taken aback by the sudden noise. They turned toward the door and saw a muscular man entering with an icy expression. Following him were 4 men who radiated arrogance as they stepped into the suite. These 5 individuals were none other than Donald Webb's personal bodyguards. Mr. Lloyd and Marcus trailed behind them, wearing wicked grins. Don Albert's expression soured as he noticed the Lloyds and exclaimed, Wow, you've got some nerve bringing someone here to confront me in my own restaurant. Marcus let out a derisive snort. Don Albert Rhodes, keep your bravado, but just so you know, your time is running out. I'll never forget the humiliation you put me through, and I'm here to settle the score today. The room fell silent as Marcus's words hung in the air. Was he serious? Did he really have the guts to kill Don Albert? Instead of being intimidated, Don Albert laughed at the sinister declaration. You? Kill me? Do you think my title is just for show? Do you even know how many men I command in this city? Mr. Lloyd interjected, let me enlighten you, Don Albert. It doesn't matter how many men you have. The dozen security guards you employed here have already been taken out. Nobody can save you now. He pointed at Jones, who stood beside him, and added with a malicious grin, these men are skilled hitmen from the Webb family. You won't escape today. I'm giving you a chance, kneel before me and lick my shoes clean, and I'll make sure you die painlessly. Otherwise, we'll make you suffer. Don Albert felt a wave of anxiety wash over him as he absorbed Mr. Lloyd's threats. He had let his guard down. For years, he had been revered and respected in Oris Hill, convinced that no one would dare challenge him. Consequently, he often neglected to keep his bodyguards close by, believing that the guards at Heaven Springs were sufficient for his protection. However, he had misjudged the situation. He never anticipated that the Webb family would actually come after him. Moreover, these 5 men appeared to be extremely formidable, suggesting they were highly skilled. It seemed likely that even with 24 men, he wouldn't be able to fend them off today. Just then, Marcus pointed at Jacob and coldly asked, and you, are you Charlie Wade's father-in-law? Jacob's heart raced. What do you want? What do I want? Marcus sneered. Charlie the loser not only humiliated me but also my father. Does he think we're just going to let that slide? He's lucky he's not here today, or I'd take him out myself. But since he's not around, you'll pay the price for him. Jacob's face turned pale, and he stammered, What do you mean, what do you want from me? What do I want? Marcus growled. I want to kill you. Let your precious son-in-law come and collect your body. Jacob was jolted by shock, wishing he could disappear under the table. The others in the association were equally stunned and pressed themselves against the wall in fear. At that moment, Jones's cold voice cut through the tension, anyone not connected to Don Albert Rhodes or Jacob Wilson, get out now, or I'll take you down with them. Mr. Price and the other diners scrambled out of the suite in terror. David, Jacob's friend, found himself torn. He wanted to flee, but he hesitated, knowing Jacob's life was in jeopardy at that very moment. Jacob trembled with fear. He urged David, who stood frozen in indecision, David, go. If they really attack you, I won't know what to say to your family. Jones's voice sliced through the air like ice. If you don't want to go, then stay. David gritted his teeth, battling his inner turmoil. After a brief hesitation, he turned and dashed out of the suite. Jacob was engulfed in despair, yet he found a sliver of hope in Don Albert's presence. He silently prayed that Don Albert could navigate this perilous situation. What Jacob didn't realize was that Don Albert felt utterly powerless at that moment. Had his men been nearby, they would have stormed into the room given the uproar in the diamond suite. The absence of any intervention confirmed the dire injuries inflicted on his crew, as these men had claimed. Mr. Lloyd glared at Don Albert, his resentment palpable, and growled, "Don Albert Rhodes, today is your day to die." Turning to Jones, he added with forced respect, "Mr. Jones, please." Jones nodded and stepped forward, declaring, "Don Albert Rhodes, prepare to meet your end." Once a skilled martial artist in his youth, Don Albert refused to back down. He took a defensive stance and replied coldly, "If you wish for my death, let's see if you can handle the challenge." Jones smirked, resembling a villain from a film, and muttered, "In my eyes, you're nothing but a worthless insect." With that, he strode purposefully toward Don Albert. Serious and resolute, Don Albert knew he couldn't yield, so he unleashed a punch at Jones. Jones sneered and effortlessly caught Don Albert's fist as they collided. But the moment their fists met, Don Albert was struck by an overwhelming force, as if a boulder had slammed into him. With a loud thud, he was thrown back, crashing to the ground. As he lay there, disbelief washed over Don Albert. This man was extraordinary, his strength surpassed anything he had ever faced. Marcus watched the unfolding drama, excitement coursing through him as his heart raced. Mr. Lloyd was even more exhilarated. The fallen figure was the ruler of Oris Hill's underworld. But by the end of the night, he would take that title, along with Don Albert's life. Mr. Lloyd sneered, letting his imagination run wild. "Don Albert, you thought you were so powerful. Now you see there's always someone stronger, don't you?" He approached Don Albert and added mockingly, "Before you die, I'll show you what humiliation feels like." He quickly instructed, "Mr. Jones, hold him up. I want to carve pathetic jerk into his forehead as revenge for my son." Jones responded coolly, "I'm here to kill him, not fulfill your petty wishes. If you want that done, wait until after I finish him. Then he won't experience the humiliation before he dies." Jones glared at him, irritated. "The Wilson guy over there, you can do whatever you want with him, but I must kill Don Albert Rhodes first." Without hesitation, Jones seized Don Albert by the neck with one hand, lifting him against the wall, his legs dangling. With a slight increase in pressure, Don Albert felt a sharp, crushing pain in his neck, gasping for breath. It was more excruciating than a tightening noose, as if his throat would shatter at any moment. Don Albert struggled desperately for air, his face turning shades of black and purple. Deep within, he realized that today might indeed be his last. As Mr. Lloyd and his crew stormed into the Diamond Suite, Charlie was already en route to Heaven Springs, driving Jacob's BMW. He hadn't planned to leave so early, but the atmosphere at home had become unbearable, mostly because of Elaine. She wouldn't stop pestering him. First, she complained about how extravagant Jacob had been, spending $20,000 on a dinner instead of using that money for her cosmetics and mahjong games with her friends. Then she turned her attention to Charlie, criticizing him for not having a job and accusing him of being a freeloader. Her nagging only grew worse as she insisted on arranging a security guard position for him in a parking lot that paid $3,000 a month, demanding that he hand over his entire paycheck to her. Charlie knew all too well that Elaine's finances were completely drained after her recent schemes, leaving her unable to enjoy her usual luxuries. As a result, she sulked around the house and complained constantly. In her foul mood, she found Charlie particularly intolerable. With Jacob and Claire out for the day, Charlie became the only target for her endless nagging. Overwhelmed and frustrated, he chose to leave the house early. He would rather wait in the car than endure her non-stop ranting. Arriving at Heaven Springs earlier than expected, Charlie parked at the entrance and played some music to pass the time while waiting for his father-in-law. The plan was simple: wait for Jacob's call once he finished, then pick him up. However, after some time, Charlie sensed something unusual. Normally, 2 guards and 2 waitresses would be stationed at the entrance, the guards providing security and the waitresses welcoming guests. But today, the entrance was empty, and a closed sign hung ominously on the door. What's going on? Charlie muttered to himself. Had Don Albert closed the entire restaurant just for Jacob's visit? That would certainly be generous. Just then, he saw a group of anxious older men rushing out of Heaven Springs, looking as though they were running for their lives. Confused, Charlie frowned. These men were around Jacob's age, their expressions filled with panic and dread, as if something terrible had happened inside. Concerned, Charlie quickly stepped out of his car, intercepted one of the men, and asked, "Sir, what happened?" It was Mr. Price. Shaking with fear, he shouted, "There's been a murder upstairs." Charlie's heart slammed in his chest. A murder? What was happening inside Heaven Springs? Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the restaurant, driven by fear and urgency. As he entered, he was met with a shocking scene. All the waitresses and security guards lay unconscious on the floor. Charlie knelt to examine them and quickly realized they had been knocked out. Large bruises marked their necks, showing they had been violently attacked. "It seems they were overpowered," Charlie muttered, his face darkening. Without wasting another moment, he steeled himself and raced up the stairs. In the suite above, Don Albert was moments away from death, his eyes fading. Across the room, Mr. Lloyd and Marcus exchanged sinister glances. Pulling a dagger from his belt, Marcus approached the trembling Jacob in the corner. "Since Jones has Don Albert under control, I'll deal with this pathetic Jacob." "Dad, hold him down. I'm going to carve pathetic jerk's father-in-law onto his forehead." Mr. Lloyd grinned wickedly. "Absolutely. Carve it deep, right to the bone." Jacob, consumed by fear, felt as if his soul were leaving his body. "I'm innocent. Why are you doing this to me?" "Innocent?" Marcus strode up and slapped Jacob across the face. "You old fool. How can you call yourself innocent when your son-in-law humiliated me? Not only will I carve those words into your forehead, but I'll also end your life right in front of him." The knife glinted ominously as terror filled Jacob's eyes, tears streaming down his cheeks. In desperation, he cried out, "Don Albert, please help." Meanwhile, Don Albert was slipping into unconsciousness, starved of oxygen. Hearing Jacob's plea, he gathered what strength he had left to whisper, "Mr. Wilson, I'm truly sorry for involving you. I'll be gone soon." Jones, wearing a chilling smile, taunted him, "Don Albert, I'm surprised you're still holding on, but you should give up. You're only prolonging your suffering." Even as his face turned black and purple, Don Albert rasped, "I won't die easily. If I do, I'll haunt you." "Oh?" Jones chuckled. "I'll be waiting for you tonight. When you come back as a ghost, I'll kill you again." Don Albert managed a weak, defiant smile. "Master Wade will avenge me. I'll walk toward the light and wait for you there." "You talk too much," Jones scoffed. "Your Master Wade is nothing but trash to me." He continued mockingly, "Take your time walking toward the light, Master Wade will join you soon. You won't be lonely on your way to hell." "You?" Don Albert let out a faint, sinister laugh. "You have no idea how powerful Master Wade is. To him, you're nothing." "Shut your mouth." Jones snapped, his grin vanishing. "If you have more to say, tell it to Hades." With that, he tightened his grip on Don Albert's throat, draining the last of his strength and life. Marcus cackled with glee. "This is incredible. I'll take my revenge after we finish Don Albert and Charlie's father-in-law tonight, and tomorrow, I'll deal with Charlie." Mr. Lloyd forced Jacob's head down and urged, "Hurry, Marcus. I want a picture as a souvenir when you're done." "You got it." Marcus grinned, pressing the knife tip against Jacob's forehead. At that moment, Don Albert's eyes rolled back completely, he was at death's door. Then suddenly, the door burst open. Seeing who it was, Jacob screamed in relief. "Charlie, my dear son-in-law. I would have been finished if you had come just a moment later." Charlie's face was as icy as a winter morning. He never expected that Mr. Lloyd and Marcus would have the audacity to bring someone to kill Don Albert and Jacob. His fury boiled over, and he felt ready to unleash his wrath. Conversely, Mr. Lloyd and Marcus were thrilled to see him. All this time, Marcus had been living in misery, enduring countless insults and humiliation. All because of Charlie. Finally, tonight was his chance for revenge. Mr. Lloyd harbored equal resentment toward Charlie after their confrontation earlier that day. He had initially regretted missing the opportunity to eliminate Charlie, but now here he was, standing right in front of them. What a twist of fate. Mr. Lloyd quickly turned to Jones and shouted, "Mr. Jones. This piece of trash is Charlie Wade. Kill him immediately." Marcus added eagerly, "Yes, Mr. Jones, take him out now." Charlie frowned and replied in a calm yet tense voice, "Release Don Albert and my father-in-law now, and I might consider sparing your life." Mr. Lloyd was furious. "What the hell are you talking about, you pathetic loser? How can you be so arrogant right before your death? Do you really think you stand a chance? Don't you realize Mr. Jones could end you in a heartbeat?" In a cold, taunting tone, he continued, "Since you dared to show up here today, don't even think about walking out alive." Charlie scanned the room with disdain. "Do you really think you can defeat me with these pathetic thugs?" Mr. Lloyd glared like a vengeful villain. "Charlie, I know you have skills, but these men behind me are professional killers from the Webb family. They're incredibly strong and durable. No matter how good you think you are, you can't compare with them. Just wait, Mr. Jones could knock you down with one punch." Marcus quickly interjected, "Dad, enough talking to that jerk. We should cripple him first. I want him to kneel before me and apologize. Before he dies, I want to carve 'loser' into his forehead, film it, and post it online so everyone in Oris Hill knows Charlie is a pathetic loser." Mr. Lloyd laughed triumphantly. "Excellent idea. Let's do it." Seeing Don Albert on the brink of death, Charlie growled coldly at Jones, "Let him go, and come at me." Jones smirked dismissively. "Let go of him. Buddy, I can take you down with one hand. I'll send you and Don Albert straight to hell." Charlie returned a wicked grin. "That hand won't be yours for long." In the next instant, Charlie charged at him. Jones didn't expect Charlie to attack so suddenly. With his right hand gripping Don Albert, he swung his left hand toward Charlie. Jones was confident, certain that an ordinary man couldn't withstand his power. After all, Don Albert, a seasoned fighter, was helpless in his grasp. But what happened next shocked him. Charlie effortlessly dodged the strike, grabbed Jones's arm, and delivered a fierce punch to his shoulder. The impact was explosive. Crack! The sickening sound of bone shattering filled the room as Jones's left shoulder bone disintegrated into fragments. The unbearable pain felt like thousands of bone shards stabbing into his nerves and flesh. Jones screamed in agony, feeling his strength vanish instantly. Gasping, he let go of Don Albert, who collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Charlie quickly checked on Don Albert and was relieved to see he was still alive, though extremely weak. Assured that Don Albert could hang on for now, Charlie turned back to the attackers and declared coldly, "None of you are leaving this place alive." Jones's left shoulder bone was shattered beyond repair, with only skin and muscle connecting his dangling arm to his body. He stared in disbelief and horror. He was known as the King of Special Forces, an unbeatable warrior with unmatched strength. With his monstrous power and reputation, the only reason he ever became a bodyguard was because the Webb family offered an irresistible salary. For years, Jones had never lost a single fight. Yet Charlie had destroyed his arm in a single clash. What kind of monstrous strength did this man possess? It was beyond imagination. Charlie flashed a sinister grin at the horrified Jones. "What's wrong? Scared?" Shaken, Jones stepped back and asked, "Who are you? How can you be this strong?" Charlie answered flatly, "Who am I? I'm someone you should never have crossed." In despair, Jones gritted his teeth and ordered his men, "Go. Kill him." The four muscular fighters rushed forward, with Jones joining them despite his useless arm. They surrounded Charlie, murder in their eyes. Yet beneath their aggression lay fear. They had watched Charlie dismantle Jones effortlessly. It was clear he was far stronger than any of them. Their only hope was to attack together. Charlie grinned calmly. A pack of useless dogs. In a flash, Charlie lunged into battle with the 5 men, moving as fast as lightning. But his speed, strength, and explosive power far surpassed theirs combined. They never stood a chance. A symphony of cracking bones and agonized screams echoed throughout the room. One man took a vicious blow to the chest, several ribs snapped instantly. Another's arm snapped cleanly in two, just like Jones's. A third suffered an even more brutal fate. Charlie landed a powerful punch to his jaw, leaving his lower lip torn and his chin grotesquely twisted with shattered bone. Jones wasn't spared either. Multiple heavy blows to his abdomen brought him crashing to the floor like a wounded animal. He was stunned. Terrified. Broken. He had never imagined that someone could crush him this easily. After years of unmatched dominance, he finally understood, there is always someone stronger. To Jones, Charlie had become the most terrifying force he had ever encountered. He felt like nothing more than an ant standing before a lion. Meanwhile, Mr. Lloyd and Marcus watched in horror. They couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Jones, the legendary fighter, had been defeated by Charlie with just a few strikes. And not just Jones, the 4 muscular bodyguards were now sprawled on the ground, groaning and crying in pain. Charlie stepped onto Jones's chest, crushing several ribs. Jones spat blood as Charlie glared down at him. Coldly, Charlie asked, "Now tell me, who's the real ant?" Jones was now partially disabled, and the overwhelming pain coursing through his body had completely drained him of all courage and strength. In his moment of despair, he cast a glance at Charlie, and the faces of all his victims began to flash before his eyes. Would he meet the same fate as his victims tonight? Would he be crushed and killed by a skilled hitman far more powerful than he was? The thought sent waves of terror through Jones. While he had always prided himself on his strength, it didn't mean he was free from the fear of death. In fact, it was the opposite. The more lives he took, the more he began to treasure his own. He longed to survive and live comfortably. This desire was the reason he worked as a hitman for the Webb family. He would eliminate their enemies at their command, and in return, he received a handsome reward. After enjoying a lavish lifestyle for many years, he felt that life was too precious to lose now, and he couldn't accept the possibility of dying this very night. In desperation, he cried out, "Master Wade, Your Royal Highness, I'm so sorry for underestimating you. I had no idea you were this powerful. Please, I'm just following the Webb family's orders. Spare me." Charlie replied coldly, "Your actions make you even more despicable because you choose to serve them." With that, he stomped hard on Jones's right shoulder, shattering his arm instantly. Jones howled in despair as Charlie continued, "I can understand why someone would come after me out of vengeance, but you came to kill me simply for money. How does that not make you more contemptible than my actual enemies? Master Wade, I'm truly sorry." Jones had not anticipated that his weak excuses would only infuriate Charlie further. With both his shoulders shattered, his arms dangled lifelessly at his sides, rendering him nearly useless. Turning away, Charlie fixed a piercing glare on the terrified Mr. Lloyd and Marcus, coolly stating, "So you think you're strong enough to bully my father-in-law, do you?" The arrogant father and son instantly broke into a cold sweat. And rightly so. The 5 men Charlie had just defeated were Sean Webb's personal bodyguards, known for their exceptional strength despite their youth. At this moment, Jones was completely disabled. Both his shoulders had suffered catastrophic fractures, and the surrounding flesh and tissue lay in disarray, resembling mud. If he were to go to the hospital right now, amputation would be the only option. He wouldn't even be able to take care of himself. It would be a living nightmare. No, he couldn't bear the thought of living like that for the rest of his days. Marcus finally grasped the gravity of the situation after his father's disciplinary slap and stern lecture. Continuing to harbor an arrogant attitude toward Charlie was futile. A man as formidable as Jones, who had effortlessly taken down Don Albert's men as if they were toys, had fallen easily in defeat. Even if he threatened Charlie with a knife to Jacob's throat, Marcus felt certain Charlie could eliminate him without harming Jacob. His father had been right. With a heavy thud, Marcus knelt down and cried out, "Master Wade, I'm truly sorry. Please forgive me. My dad and I came here today because we were forced by Sean Webb. Just look at me, I'm a coward. I wouldn't dare act unless I had the courage of a lion." He sobbed loudly as he begged for Charlie's forgiveness. Charlie scoffed, his disdain clear. "It seems you both have a strong will to survive." Mr. Lloyd quickly added, "Yes, Master Wade, we've learned our lesson. Please." Charlie cut him off coldly. "Stay down. If you move even a muscle, I'll take your heads off." Both Mr. Lloyd and Marcus trembled like frightened pups, remaining kneeling on the floor. Charlie then approached Don Albert and checked his pulse. He could tell that Don Albert was still alive, though struggling with low oxygen levels that had left his body extremely weak and internally damaged. His condition was like someone recovering from a severe brain injury. He was alive, but there was a possibility he might not regain consciousness for 3 to 5 years, or even for a lifetime. Charlie couldn't bear to watch him suffer like this. Don Albert was tough and loyal, a rare kind of man. Charlie couldn't simply watch him endure such misery. So he subtly shifted his body to block the view of others, discreetly retrieved the rejuvenating pill from his pocket, and placed it into Don Albert's mouth. This ancient prescription was long lost to time, and it melted instantly, delivering remarkable effects. The pill transformed into a warm current that flowed through Don Albert's organs. Soon, Don Albert began to stir from his near-death state. Having been deep in a coma caused by asphyxiation, he opened his eyes in bewilderment upon seeing Charlie in front of him. He realized he had been on the brink of death but couldn't understand how he had suddenly awakened. In shock, he exclaimed, "Master Wade, what happened? Am I alive?" Charlie nodded calmly. "While I'm around, you won't die so easily." Gratitude washed over Don Albert. "Master Wade, thank you for your incredible generosity." Then, gulping nervously, he added, "I'm sorry, Master Wade, for dragging your father-in-law into this problem." Charlie waved dismissively. "No, it's not your fault. Besides, he's fine." Don Albert exhaled in relief. Suddenly, he felt intense warmth circulating through his body. The warmth not only healed his injuries but revitalized him, filling him with strength. He felt himself growing stronger with every moment, more youthful than before. His previously blurred vision sharpened as he looked at Charlie. Astonished, he trembled and asked, "Master Wade, what is happening to me right now? Is it the rejuvenating?" They could never have imagined that such a formidable team would be left on the floor, defeated by Charlie alone. Marcus found himself panicking as this surreal scene unfolded. Pressing the dagger against Jacob's neck, he trembled and warned, "Stop, Charlie. Or I'll kill your father-in-law right now." Jacob shook in fear, crying, "Charlie, save me, please." At that moment, Mr. Lloyd suddenly raised his hand and slapped Marcus hard across the face. Marcus was momentarily stunned, blinking as stars clouded his vision. Dazed, he covered his cheek and asked, "Dad, why did you hit me?" Mr. Lloyd growled, "You foolish boy. How dare you threaten Master Wade's father-in-law? Kneel down this instant." Marcus dropped to his knees with a loud thud and, with tears streaming down his face, pleaded, "Master Wade, I was only following orders from Donald and Sean Webb to kill Don Albert. They promised to help me take his place. They even ordered me to kill you to avenge his son. I wasn't thinking clearly. Please, I beg you, forgive me." While Marcus wasn't the sharpest, Mr. Lloyd certainly was. He recognized that Charlie held all the power here, and confronting him further would seal his death. Despite his desire for Don Albert's position, he knew survival came first. The Webb family, the rulers of the underworld, the most powerful clan in the South region, none of it mattered if he didn't survive this night. Otherwise, even if Charlie chose to show him mercy, he might still end up just like Jones. Don Albert had witnessed the astonishing rejuvenating pill at Lord Moore's birthday celebration and had been captivated by its remarkable effects. Yet, he had never dared to imagine that he would one day receive such a rare opportunity himself. As a result, even though he felt as though he had just experienced the miracle of the pill, He was so overwhelmed that he questioned whether it was real at all. With a gentle smile, Charlie looked at him and reassured him with a glance, saying, "This is your moment, embrace it." Overcome with emotion, Don Albert began to cry. He immediately understood that Master Wade was offering him an extraordinary chance he had never even dreamed of receiving. He could scarcely believe that this incredible opportunity had come to him right after he had been on the brink of death. The rejuvenating pill. A once-in-a-lifetime miracle he never imagined would suddenly appear before him without warning. In that instant, Don Albert's loyalty to Charlie soared to unimaginable heights. He felt as though Charlie had granted him a second life, and he resolved that every moment of this new lease on life would be dedicated to him. Thus, he vowed to fully commit himself to Master Wade, knowing that without him, he would already be dead. As Don Albert's health rapidly improved, he rose, knelt before Charlie, and exclaimed, "Master Wade, thank you for your kindness. From this day forward, my life belongs to you." Charlie smiled and replied, "All right, you can stand up now." Don Albert obeyed, and upon standing, noticed Mr. Lloyd and Marcus still kneeling nearby, while the 5 other men, including Jones, lay motionless on the floor. He couldn't help but sigh. Master Wade's power was truly beyond comprehension. In a room full of people, not a single person could harm Master Wade, not even slightly. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "Master Wade, what do you intend to do with these individuals? Are you going to kill them? Or—" Charlie chuckled. "Let's hold a court trial and pass judgment on them." "A court trial?" Don Albert repeated, astonished and confused. "Master Wade, what do you mean?" "A trial, like the one the Scarecrow held in the Batman movie." Don Albert nodded in sudden understanding. He moved a chair closer and said with a playful smile, "Master Wade, please take a seat and let's commence the proceedings." Charlie laughed heartily. Sitting down, he pointed at Mr. Lloyd and Marcus and stated coldly, "Defendants Mr. Lloyd and Marcus Lloyd, you are the Webb family's lackeys who attempted to kill me. What say you?" The father and son cried out in despair, pleading, "Master Wade, please forgive us. We were only following orders." Charlie remained calm and replied, "Very well. Since you insist on claiming to be victims, I will spare you the death penalty." Upon hearing this, both men burst into tears of gratitude. However, Charlie continued, "But you will not get away that easily. If you want to live, I expect some effort from you." "Absolutely, Master Wade. We will serve you loyally for all time," they said desperately. Charlie waved his hand dismissively. "No. I don't need you to be my servants." Then, with a hint of amusement, he turned to Don Albert and asked, "Don Albert, if Marcus Lloyd is truly a pathetic jerk, what do you think that makes his father?" Don Albert paused thoughtfully. "Well, if the son is a pathetic jerk, then logically, the father should be known as the father of the pathetic jerk. Wouldn't you agree?" Charlie nodded with satisfaction. "Exactly. He is the father of the pathetic jerk." He then faced Mr. Lloyd and, with a smile, asked, "Mr. Kane Lloyd, what's your take on this?" Mr. Lloyd immediately agreed in a flattering tone, "Yes. Don Albert is correct, I am the father of the pathetic jerk." "Great," Charlie said, turning back to Don Albert. "See? He admitted it. Now, get your pen ready." "Pen?" Don Albert repeated in confusion. "What pen, Master Wade? Do you want me to write something?" Charlie pointed to the words, "pathetic jerk," carved on Marcus's forehead and said, "Write that on his head. Don't tell me you've forgotten." Don Albert slapped his own forehead and laughed apologetically. "Oh. I'm so sorry, Master Wade. I didn't realize that's what you meant." Mr. Lloyd stood there in utter shock. He was still heartbroken over the words carved into his son's forehead, and now the thought of having "the father of the pathetic jerk" carved onto his own was unbearable. He pleaded desperately, "Master Wade, please, I'm an old man. Spare me." Charlie replied firmly, "I am being merciful. That's why I'm letting Don Albert carve the words only on your forehead. If it were up to me, I'd have him carve them on both your cheeks, and I'd make your son match the set." Mr. Lloyd groaned. Oh no. Master Wade, please show mercy. I'm old, my skin is wrinkled. It won't be easy for Don Albert to carve on it. Don Albert chuckled mischievously. Mr. Lloyd, don't worry. My hands are steady enough to carve those words perfectly, even on a wrinkled forehead. Jacob added angrily, yes, Charlie, this Mr. Lloyd is wicked. He wanted to carve words on my forehead too, and said he'd carve so hard he might hit my skull. Mr. Lloyd panicked. Mr. Wilson, I was only joking. Joking my foot. Jacob snapped. Your son held a knife to my head. If my son-in-law hadn't come when he did, you'd already have started carving. Realizing how grave the situation was, Mr. Lloyd crawled toward Charlie and begged, Master Wade, I swear I was only joking with your father-in-law. Please, show mercy. Charlie replied coolly, I don't care. You have two choices. 1. Let Don Albert carve those words on your forehead right now. 2. I'll let Don Albert castrate your son right in front of you. Choose. Marcus panicked and rushed toward Mr. Lloyd. Dad, please. Don't choose the second option. I don't have kids yet, you want me to have a family, don't you? Mr. Lloyd felt overwhelmed with despair. What could he possibly choose? If he had known the situation would escalate this far, he would never have dared to provoke Don Albert or Charlie's father-in-law, even at gunpoint. Charlie was forcing him into an impossible decision. Should he choose the carving? It would destroy his reputation forever. But the second option would end Marcus's ability to have children, and their family line would die out. Trembling, choking on despair, he turned to Don Albert and whispered, Don Albert, please show me some mercy when you carve the words. Don Albert smirked. Don't worry. I'll make sure to carve it right into your skull. Mr. Lloyd was overwhelmed with despair, tears streaming down his face. As the knife grazed his forehead, he cried out in agony, struggling against his restraints. In a fit of frustration, Don Albert slapped him and warned, scream again, and I'll castrate your son. At this chilling threat, Mr. Lloyd froze, shivering but resolute. He gritted his teeth, tears flowing uncontrollably as Don Albert began to carve into his forehead. With remarkable speed and precision, Don Albert etched the words, the father of the pathetic jerk, onto Mr. Lloyd's skin, leaving his forehead a bloody, chaotic mess, reminiscent of a butcher's chopping board. Meanwhile, Marcus watched in sheer terror, knowing his father must be enduring immense pain and humiliation as the words were inscribed. Once the carving was finished, Mr. Lloyd, sobbing, pleaded, Master Wade, can you please let us go now? Charlie shook his head, a smirk on his face. Do you really think that's all? Turning to Marcus, he commanded, come on, pathetic jerk, hand me your phone. Marcus, trembling, quickly retrieved his latest iPhone, unlocked it, and handed it over. Do you have TikTok? Charlie asked. Yes, Marcus replied, fear evident in his voice. Charlie opened the app and said, I want to record a stand-up comedy bit featuring you and your dad. If you do well, I'll let you go. But if you mess up, I'll break your legs. Both Mr. Lloyd and Marcus urgently responded, Master Wade, we'll do whatever you want. Please don't kill us. Okay, Charlie replied. I'll give you your lines. Memorize them carefully, or you'll face 100 slaps for every mistake. Understood? Yes, we understand, they answered. Good, Charlie said with a wicked grin, motioning for them to come closer to his chair as he began to instruct them on their lines. Afterward, they stared at him in disbelief. Mr. Lloyd cried out, Master Wade, if we say that, the Webb family will put us on their wanted list once the video is posted. Marcus added, Master Wade, this will get us killed. Charlie responded coldly, what? You think the Webb family will hunt you down and I won't? Their faces went pale at the thought. Charlie continued, if you follow my instructions and record the video properly, I might be able to buy you some time to escape tonight. If you can get out of the South region, the Webb family may not be able to touch you. Better yet, if you flee to another country, you could live a peaceful life. But if you refuse to comply, you'll be dead by tonight. Frantically, Mr. Lloyd cried, but Master Wade, we've spent our entire lives in this city. All our assets and fortunes are here. If we run now, we can't take our money with us." Charlie frowned, clearly annoyed. "What? Are you trying to negotiate? Enough of that. Come here and give me your life now." Marcus grabbed his father's arm urgently, saying, "Dad. Nothing matters more than staying alive. We can head to Eastcliff tonight and catch the earliest flight to Malaysia to find your brother. We can build a new life there." After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Lloyd finally conceded, "All right, Master Wade, we'll do it." Charlie flashed a grin and nodded with satisfaction as he exclaimed, "Come on, let's get this started." He then grabbed his phone and pointed it at Mr. Lloyd and Marcus, who stood side by side. Wiping away his tears, Marcus managed a smile and introduced himself, saying, "Hello everyone, I'm Marcus Lloyd, the pathetic jerk." His father, Mr. Kane Lloyd, quickly chimed in, "And I'm Mr. Kane Lloyd, the father of the pathetic jerk." Together, they announced, "Today, we're going to perform stand-up comedy." Marcus continued, "I bet you've all seen the words, pathetic jerk written across my forehead. Why, you ask? Because I tend to be quite arrogant, and this serves as a reminder to everyone else." Mr. Lloyd added, "They say, like father, like son, but in our case, it's more like son, like father. Since my son has pathetic jerk on his forehead, I decided to join in on the fun and have a father of the pathetic jerk inscribed on mine as well." Marcus then said, "By now, you might be wondering why my dad and I come off as so arrogant. The answer is simple: we have a fantastic relationship with the Webb family in South Haven." "Absolutely," Mr. Lloyd agreed. "Everyone knows the Webb family is incredibly wealthy, but what's truly remarkable is their son, who has a bizarre habit of eating shit." Marcus added, "Exactly. You've probably seen the viral video where that guy eats shit every hour without fail. At one point, while in the hospital, he actually shoved an old man out of the way just to get to the toilet and indulge. Can you believe that?" Mr. Lloyd agreed, "You're spot on, son. When you put it that way, the Webb family's son really is one of a kind." "Of course." Marcus nodded appreciatively, giving a thumbs up. The Webb family is truly exceptional to have such a unique son. Mr. Lloyd then asked curiously, "By the way, why haven't we heard any updates on him lately?" Marcus replied, "Well, I dug up some juicy gossip. He's currently living a lavish lifestyle in his fancy home." "What do you mean?" Mr. Lloyd asked, intrigued. "He's living it up in South Haven, enjoying the good life. I heard that to keep up with his 20 meals a day, the family actually hires people to bring him fresh supplies every hour." Mr. Lloyd gasped, "Oh my goodness, is that true? Over 20 meals a day? Can they really keep up with that demand?" Marcus responded seriously, "Not really. Just think about it, even if they can manage to produce something every hour, what happens if someone has a bit of constipation?" "Oh no!" Mr. Lloyd exclaimed. "In that case, the young master wouldn't get his meal on time." He then suggested, "Son, why don't we sign up for their program and stay at their mansion for a few days to provide him with the freshly baked goods?" Marcus grinned widely and replied, "Great idea. If we go, I bet the old coot and his son, that piece of work Donald, would be so grateful they'd kneel before us in thanks." Despite his words, Marcus felt a tremor of fear as he spoke. They were truly pushing the limits with their jabs at the Webb family. Mr. Lloyd's heart raced, but a glance at Charlie infused him with courage. He took a deep breath and added, "And I think that's not all. I bet they would start licking our toes like dogs while we're there. I heard the old coot has a thing for sugar daddies, maybe he'd want me as his sugar daddy." "What? Sugar daddies?" Marcus asked, startled. "What's with that strange obsession?" "Who knows?" Mr. Lloyd shrugged. "I've heard he's got over 300 sugar daddies lined up. Maybe he just enjoys being a sugar baby." Chapter 7:17. Marcus quickly jumped on Mr. Lloyd's comment and exclaimed, "So, if I head over to the Webb family, is the old coot expecting me to be his sugar daddy?" Mr. Lloyd snapped his fingers in realization. "Aha! You might just be onto something. Marcus replied, but, Dad, that's not right. If the old coot calls us both dads, what does that mean for our age difference? After a brief pause, Mr. Lloyd responded, true enough. I suppose I'll just be his sugar grandpa. Does that work for you? Marcus smiled slyly. Sounds perfect to me. Mr. Lloyd continued, in fact, the Webb family is known for their peculiar interests. Kean Webb has a strange taste for, well, let's just say some unusual things, and the old coot has a penchant for collecting sugar daddies. Even Donald Webb has his own quirks. Really? Marcus asked, intrigued. What's his thing? Does he have a taste for the same? No, Mr. Lloyd replied, I've heard that he was into cuckolding back in the day. Cuckold? What's that? Marcus inquired. It's when a man has a wife who cheats on him, and he actually enjoys it. In fact, the more partners his wife has, the more excited he becomes. Marcus gasped in disbelief. Wow! Is that really how it works? Absolutely. Mr. Lloyd chuckled, adding, I heard he had quite the ambitious dream when he was younger. What kind of dream? He wanted his wife to be with 10,000 men, and he insisted she wouldn't miss a single one. Marcus began counting on his fingers. Dad, that means there are 365 days in a year. If she slept with one man each day, she'd need 30 years to reach that. And what about days off? Mr. Lloyd laughed heartily. That's where you're missing the point. Who says she can only be with one man per day? Sometimes she'd have several partners in a single day, or even more at once. Marcus gulped, then nodded enthusiastically. Wow, the Webb family really knows how to live. Curiously, he asked, by the way, Dad, what about Sean Webb? Does he have any unusual interests? Him? Mr. Lloyd laughed. He's the most interesting one in the family. Marcus was intrigued. Oh really? Why's that? Mr. Lloyd grinned mischievously. Well, that son of a gun is gay. What? Marcus exclaimed in shock. Sean Webb is gay? Yes. Mr. Lloyd replied. Not only is he gay, but he's also a power bottom. You know, the kind who loves being on the receiving end. He may appear all cocky and confident, but behind closed doors, he turns into a bit of a wild one. Rumor has it he enjoys making out with strong, muscular men and doesn't shy away from having multiple partners at once. Isn't that something? He continued, and have you heard about Donald and Sean's bodyguard named Jones? He's quite the character. Once an incredible hitman who took out many foes, he now serves as the Webb family's personal bodyguard, bringing along his 4 buddies. And guess what? He's also gay, just like Sean. So, those 5 are having a blast together all day long. Oh my goodness! Marcus shrieked. I had no idea there were so many outrageous interests in the Webb family. I feel so out of the loop. Mr. Lloyd chuckled. In conclusion, the Webb family is full of colorful characters and wild personalities. Chapter 7:18. Speaking of this, heir. Lloyd paused, and still mustered the courage to say, but to tell you the truth, Donald's wife is still very good. I think back then, she was also a famous beauty in the Eastcliff area. Marcus hurriedly asked, is that the one who likes to cuckold Donald, and even plans to wear 10,000? Yes, that's her. Heir. Lloyd said with a look of fascination, I really want to come with her once in my dreams. Let me also put a green hat on Donald. Marcus said hurriedly, Dad, I heard that she never refused to come. Would you like to take me too? Heir. Lloyd smiled and said, okay, let's go now. It's not 9 o'clock in the evening. Our father and I drive faster. We can reach Eastcliff at 12 o'clock, just enough to make Donald's wife take good care of us. Go! Marcus also hurriedly smiled, then let's set off now. At this time, Charlie Wade pressed the button to stop the video and nodded in satisfaction, yes, not bad. It seems that you two have a talent for talking gossip. Okay, let's run away. Lloyd was crying and asked, Master Wade, are you sending this video? Yes. Charlie Wade nodded, and said, I will send your video immediately. Once your video is on Facebook, it is estimated that the whole network will become popular immediately. Lloyd trembled in fright and said, Master Wade, can you send the video later? If you do it now, the Webb family will come to chase us down soon. Charlie Wade kicked Mr. Jones, who was like a dead dog, and said to him, Lloyd, look at you, what are you afraid of? The Webb family brought all these bodyguards. Now they are all lying here. What can you do? Afraid? Are you afraid that Donald and Sean will chase down you two in person? I think they may not be as good as your wife. If the four of you fight, they must be the ones who suffer. Lloyd thought about it. It seems that this is indeed the case. No one is available in the Webb family in Oris Hill. It takes time to transfer people from the southern region to Oris Hill. By then, he and his son will be gone. Marcus said to him, Lloyd, Dad, let's go back and pack our things, and then drive to Eastcliff overnight and buy the earliest plane to fly to Malaysia tomorrow. If that's the case, the Webb family will definitely not be able to catch us. Lloyd sighed and said, this video of ours has offended the entire Webb family. I'm afraid they will chase us both around the world desperately under anger. Marcus shuddered, and said with some worry, Dad, the Webb family shouldn't be too bad, right? No? Lloyd sighed, you don't know, Donald loves his wife the most, we insult his wife so much, I'm afraid. Charlie Wade was too lazy to listen to the nonsense of the two of them here, and said lightly, I'm going to upload the video right away. If you two of you want to run, run quickly. You can survive fast. Don't blame me if you run slow. Give you a chance to survive. Lloyd recovered, and hurriedly said, Master Wade, let's go now. Let's go now. After finishing talking, he pulled Marcus and blurted out, go home and pack up, go to Eastcliff overnight. Marcus was also afraid of being chased by the Webb family, and hurriedly nodded. Immediately afterwards, the father and son ran away nervously and embarrassedly. Looking at the backs of the two of them, Don Albert asked Charlie Wade respectfully, Master Wade, just let them go like this? Charlie Wade nodded and said, don't worry, the two of them insulted the Webb family so much. The Webb family will definitely do their best to hunt them down. They may not be able to live long, even if they live long, they will be fearful for a lifetime. Charlie Wade said with a smile, moreover, they will never have the courage to return to China in their entire lives, and they may not dare to return to the country for burial if they die. Otherwise, the descendants of the Webb family will definitely dig out their ashes. At this time, Don Albert picked up the dagger from the ground, walked to the person who raised his hand first, and asked, Master Wade, what should I carve first? Mr. Lloyd and Marcus Lloyd vanished from view. Meanwhile, Don Albert found himself amused by Master Wade's method of punishment. Wade had managed to instill lifelong panic in the two men without lifting a finger. It was the perfect form of retribution. At that moment, the 5 bodyguards remained sprawled on the floor of the diamond room. Don Albert inquired, Master Wade, what should we do with these men? Are we talking about killing them, or? Charlie clicked his tongue and replied, think about it. Do you have any clever ideas? Don Albert shot a resentful glare at Jones, filled with loathing. He never imagined that the Webb family would actually go as far as to kill him. Thanks to Master Wade, he had managed to survive, otherwise, he would have already met his end at Jones's hands. As a result, Don Albert's animosity toward the Webb family surged to an all-time high. He longed to chop Jones into 1,000,000 pieces right then and there. Turning to Charlie, he declared, Master Wade, leave these men to me. Charlie asked with curiosity, what do you have in mind? Don Albert replied coldly, I'll take them to my dog pound and feed them to my dogs piece by piece. He continued, tonight, my dogs will enjoy their first treats, their penises. Jones and his crew gasped in horror at the chilling words. The once feared hitmen were now huddled on the floor, crying in despair. Jones wept uncontrollably, pleading, "Master Wade, Don Albert, please forgive me. I'm so sorry. I'm truly very sorry, please spare my life." The other 4 men joined in, begging loudly and crying. Charlie looked over at Don Albert and grinned ambiguously. "They're merely the Webb family's dogs. The Webb family won't care how many of their dogs perish, it's not a big deal for them. Why don't we shake things up a bit and make it more interesting?" Jones and his gang sighed in relief. It seemed they weren't going to die after all. Don Albert quickly asked, "Master Wade, what do you suggest?" Charlie tilted his head thoughtfully and said, "How about we carve some words onto their foreheads and let them show it to Donald Webb when they return?" Turning to the 5 men, he said coldly, "Who wants to go first? There's a bonus for first come, first served, 4 words for the first, 5 for the second, and so on." Jones's heart raced as he envisioned the dreadful scene where Don Albert had carved words onto Mr. Lloyd's forehead. He felt the urge to beg for mercy again. Suddenly, one of the men shouted, realizing they couldn't escape their fate, "Me. I'll go first." Another chimed in, "I'm second." A third added, "I'm third." "I'll be fourth," another declared. The 4 men eagerly took their turns, almost as if they were playing a game of bingo. Jones, having remained silent throughout, found himself in the 5th position. His spirits plummeted, and he felt so defeated that he wished for nothing more than to disappear on the spot. Chapter 720. The first person to engrave 4 characters, the second person carved 5 words, the third person engraved 6 characters, the fourth person engraved 7 characters, I'm the 5th, don't I have to engrave 8 characters? How can there be such a big place on the forehead? Mr. Jones suddenly cried, wiping his tears, and begged, "Master Wade, please forgive me this time. From now on, I will wait on you before and after. Everything will listen to your instructions and be your dog." Charlie Wade said calmly, "You are not qualified to be my dog, but if you continue to talk so much nonsense, I will let Don Albert take you to the kennel and feed his dog." Charlie Wade did what he said. If you don't believe it, try another sentence. Mr. Jones suddenly closed his mouth in fright. He was really afraid of Charlie Wade. Since Charlie Wade said so, he doesn't care about letting a fart, for fear that Charlie Wade will really kill him. At this time, Don Albert picked up the dagger from the ground, walked to the person who raised his hand first, and asked, "Master Wade, what was the first to carve?" Charlie Wade thought for a while and said, "You have to be concise and concise." "How can you be concise and concise?" After thinking for a moment, Charlie Wade blurted out, "If you have it, just make Sean beep." The man was about to cry. If the 4 characters Sean Silly Beep are engraved on one's forehead, the eldest master can't kill himself alive? However, he didn't dare to refuse halfway at this time, because now he has no right to refuse. If he dares to say a word, he might irritate Charlie Wade and be sent to the kennel to feed the dog. "Okay." Don Albert readily agreed, holding a dagger, and engraving 4 deep words on this person's face, Sean Silly Beep. The man's face was dripping with blood, and the 4 big characters on his face and forehead made the other 4 people feel chilling. After carving, Don Albert pulled out the second person who signed up and asked Charlie Wade, "Master Wade, what did this person carve?" Based on the text provided in the image file, here is the content. Charlie Wade thought about it and said with a smile, "This time it's 5 words, so let's engrave Kian likes to eat shit." Don Albert nodded, and immediately carved his own human calligraphy on the second person's forehead. At this time, Mr. Jones found that the number of words really increased as he went back, so he hurriedly shouted, "Don Albert. I'm the third, I'm the third. Don't grab anyone." Don Albert gave a sneer and asked, "Where is your arrogant energy? Why is it like this now? What's the difference between it and a dog who eats food?" Mr. Jones hurriedly pleaded, "Don Albert, you regard me as a dog, so please engrave it for me first." Charlie Wade frowned, went up and kicked Mr. Jones directly, and said coldly, "You guy is really unscrupulous. The 4 of them are little brothers who were born to death with you. You want to cheat them in the face of disaster?" Mr. Jones was kicked far away, crying and said, "Master Wade, I am a timid and fearful lord, So please be kind and let Don Albert engrave it for me first. Charlie Wade said coldly, "Stop the F***king nonsense with me, you are the last. Beat more with me, and just engrave a list of teachers on your face." Don Albert smiled and said, "Master Wade, the teachers' list is very long, I am afraid that a face will not be carved." As he said, Don Albert recited and counted with his fingers, and said, "The first emperor has not started his own business but the middle way has collapsed. Today is 3 points, Ijo is exhausted, oh, this is almost full. My face is full." Charlie Wade waved his hand indifferently, and said, "There is no engraving on his face and a neck, no neck is engraved, and his body. If it's a big deal, he will engrave all the places where love can be engraved on his body and let him see more often. Seeing the teacher's table and memorizing the teacher's table more often." Mr. Jones was frightened immediately, and hurriedly cried and pleaded, "Master Wade. Master Wade, I was wrong. I dare not beep anymore. You are right. I am the last one. I won't say a word. Honestly waiting." Chapter 721. Mr. Jones shut up, and Don Albert pulled the third person who had volunteered before him, and asked Charlie Wade, "Master Wade, what is the third person engraved on his head?" Charlie Wade replied, "Sean is gay." Don Albert nodded and waved his big hand. 6 bloody big characters were engraved on the man's forehead. Immediately afterwards, it was the fourth. Don Albert said to Charlie Wade, "Master Wade, it's 7 words this time." "Yeah." Charlie Wade thought for a while and said, "Then Donald is incompetent." Don Albert couldn't help but laughed and said, "Master Wade, why is the bird incompetent? Shouldn't it be sex?" Charlie Wade waved his hand. "Sex is a sensitive word. You can't use it indiscriminately. If you let the girls see it, you will blush." Immediately afterwards, Don Albert finished the calligraphy of the fourth person's body. Based on the text provided in the image file, here is the content. The last one left is Mr. Jones. Mr. Jones looked at the blood on his 4 little brothers' heads and faces, and was frightened. He is a very arrogant person. He has always been strong and unmatched, which gave him the best illusion in the world. The more he has this illusion, the more serious the burden of idols. However, he really didn't dare to say a word of bullshit at this time, otherwise, he was really afraid that Charlie Wade would let Don Albert engrave himself as a teacher. Not to mention carving out the teacher's table, even if it is a song, it can't stand it. So he could only silently tremble and cry, waiting for the moment when his fame was destroyed. At this moment, Mr. Jones had only one wish in his heart, that is, Charlie Wade must not let Don Albert engrave 2 vulgar sentences for himself. However, he did not understand Charlie Wade. The more this time, the more Charlie Wade likes to be vulgar. Holding a bloody knife, Don Albert pointed to Mr. Jones, who was pale, and asked, "Master Wade, what did this grandson carve?" Charlie Wade thought for a while and said, "Isn't these 8 characters? Be casual, close to the people, and grounded at that moment." After speaking, Charlie Wade said again, "In this way, I'll poop to Sean to eat for him." Mr. Jones felt ashamed when he heard these 8 words. Don Albert hurriedly asked, "Master Wade, is it wrong? Kian, not Sean, likes to eat shit." Charlie Wade waved his hand casually and said, "Oh, it's the same. Anyway, he wants to show Donald and Sean when he goes back. It's better to carve Sean. Go." Don Albert nodded immediately and said, "Then I will engrave him, a bit bigger and a bit deeper." Mr. Jones looked at the bloody tip of the knife and cried, "Don Albert, I beg you to do one thing." Don Albert said impatiently, "Why are you so much nonsense?" Mr. Jones cried and said, "I just want you to change the knife. This knife has been carved from Lloyd, and it has been carved by 5 people. It is not disinfected. It is easy to get sick. In case anyone has AIDS or something, isn't that a cross infection?" When Mr. Jones said this, the other 4 people trembled with fright. One of them blurted out and asked, "Are you 3 free of AIDS?" "No." The other 3 shook their heads. Chapter 722. But whether it is true or not, no one knows. Don Albert was also a little annoyed at this time, and slapped Mr. Jones's face with a slap, and cursed, "Just your bullshit, if you don't believe it, I will give you a preface to the King of Tang." Mr. Jones was drawn to stare at Venus. At this time, he really didn't dare to say any more, so he could only cry while enduring Don Albert's sharp blade. He could feel the sensation of the tip of the knife cutting the skin on his forehead and touching the skull. The sharp pain made him almost faint, and the blood was constantly dripping from his forehead, even making him unable to open his eyes at all. He had to regret at this moment in his heart. He knew that today, no matter how much Donald gave, he would not be able to kill Don Albert. Unfortunately, in this world, there is no regret medicine to take. At this time, Donald's 5 bodyguards all became human calligraphy works, and all 5 faces were terrible. Especially the last Mr. Jones was carved with 8 characters directly, and his forehead was not enough, so he borrowed the place of his face. The whole face looked terrifying. Moreover, the words engraved on their faces are all insults to the Webb family, and it is estimated that the Webb family will see their lungs explode. Mr. Jones cried and asked, "Master Wade, can you let us go?" Charlie Wade said, "Of course you can let it go, but in order to prevent you people from continuing to help the gang, I have to teach you a lesson." After all, Charlie Wade grabbed the person in front of him, smashed his 2 arms with 2 punches, and the remaining few people did the same. In the blink of an eye, all of these people's arms were scrapped. In the future, wanting to be a bodyguard, a killer, and a thug is absolutely useless. No one will hire such a disabled person as a bodyguard. Therefore, it is certainly impossible for them to continue to harm society in the future. The 5 of them had been tortured at this time and looked uncomfortable, and it felt that even if they were caught in the Temple of Yama, they would feel more comfortable than here. Charlie Wade is too human. His method of torture is simply unheard of. At this time, Charlie Wade stood up with satisfaction and said coldly, "You 5, go back and bring words to Donald and Sean. If you want to target me, just let them go, but if you dare to involve me, the rest of the people, then I will make the entire Webb family irresistible." The 5 people struggled to get up with their legs and ran out of Heaven Springs in a very embarrassing manner. After the 5 people fled, Don Albert asked Charlie Wade, "Master Wade, Mr. Lloyd, Marcus's video, what are you going to do with it? Do you want to upload Facebook now?" Charlie Wade waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, wait a while, let Mr. Lloyd and Marcus run for a while, or I will be seen by the Webb family as soon as I let go, and the Webb family will offer a reward. Their lives, then they may not survive tomorrow morning and have to report to Hades." Don Albert hurriedly said, "Isn't it better to die? These 2 people should have died a long time ago as dogs with Webb's family." Charlie Wade smiled and said, "If you didn't make this video, it would naturally be the most worry-free killing them, but since the video has been filmed, it would naturally make them live the most worry-free, because they only need to live. Webb the family will be laughed at by the people all over the country, and will be immersed in the pain of humiliation and anger all day long, unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, Mr. Lloyd and Marcus have to be kept alive. They are alive, this is interesting." Don Albert nodded immediately and said, "I understand, Master Wade." After that, Don Albert asked again, "Master Wade, what about Donald and Sean?" Charlie Wade looked at the time and said, "I guess these 5 people will go to Donald to complain now, but Donald is a very dogged person. If the situation is wrong, he will definitely run away, maybe even overnight. Take Sean back to Eastcliff." Don Albert blurted out, "Master Wade, then we have to find a way, we can't let the tiger go back to the mountain." Charlie Wade smiled slightly and said, "It's okay to let the tigers go back to the mountain. After all, the Webb family is more than these 2 tigers. Let them go back first to bring out more tigers. The best way is to find an opportunity to kill them all at once." Speaking of this, Charlie Wade asked Don Albert, "Have you heard a word?" Don Albert hurriedly asked, "Master Wade, what are you talking about?" Charlie Wade smiled and said, "A family, it just needs to be neat and tidy." Chapter 723. Jacob Wilson has been in the corner, silently watching his son-in-law turn things around and kill all quarters, and he is extremely shocked. He didn't understand why Charlie Wade had such a strong strength and such a strong aura. This is totally two extremes from Charlie Wade, who is normally called and scolded by Elaine Ma at home. At this time, Charlie Wade stepped forward to him and asked, "Dad, are you okay?" Jacob Wilson hurriedly shook his head and said, it's okay, oh, fortunately you came in time, otherwise I will be miserable." Charlie Wade smiled slightly and said, "Dad, you are fine. I have already taught these people, are you satisfied?" Satisfied and satisfied. Jacob Wilson nodded, and then said a little worried, "Charlie Wade, were you a bit too cruel just now? That Webb family won't come to avenge you, right?" Charlie Wade smiled and said, "When dealing with Webb family, you can't be afraid of their revenge. If you don't provoke him, he will kill you. Then instead of doing this, it's better to do it with him, what do you think?" Jacob Wilson said embarrassingly, "That's right, but I'm just worried. They bite us hard. We don't have the money or the big business of their family. If we really do it, we might want to lose." Charlie Wade waved his hand, "Dad, don't worry, I will protect Claire Wilson, as well as the safety of you and Mom. Don't worry about that." Jacob Wilson nodded. Charlie Wade said again, "By the way, Dad, in order not to worry Claire Wilson and Mom about this matter, we must not tell them both when we go back." That's that. How dare Jacob Wilson say, if Elaine Ma knew about such a big thing, he wouldn't be able to make a scene. It must be upset at home. Charlie Wade relaxed. "The only thing I'm afraid of is that the old man can't keep his mouth shut and tell what happened today. But he seemed scared enough, I guess this matter can be stabilized." Charlie Wade immediately said to Don Albert, "Don Albert, find more subordinates to accompany you these days, and by the way, find some subordinates to protect my family members secretly, don't take it lightly." Don Albert nodded immediately, "Master Wade, please rest assured, Don Albert will make arrangements." "Yeah." Charlie Wade smiled slightly, "Okay, I just came to take my dad home. Now that the matter is resolved, we should also go back." After finishing speaking, he said to Jacob Wilson, "Dad, shall we go?" Good. Jacob Wilson nodded hurriedly. He just wants to go home quickly and digest the whole bunch of things that just happened. While Charlie Wade took Jacob Wilson home, Lloyd and his son were at home like bandits, frantically tossing and cleaning the gold and silver at home. Marcus's mother hadn't figured out what was going on. Seeing that her husband was also engraved with words on his forehead, and it was the 4 characters of the father of the poor, she hurried forward to ask. Lloyd blurted out, "Don't ask so much, we are in a big disaster now, and we must pack our things quickly. We must leave Oris Hill tonight, otherwise we may die without a place to bury." "Ah?" Marcus's mother hurriedly asked, "Where are we going?" "Go to Malaysia." Lloyd said, "Go to my brother, and never return to China again." "What?" Marcus's mother collapsed instantly and cried out, "Why are you going to Malaysia suddenly? I can't come back later. What about my parents? What about my brothers and sisters?" Lloyd questioned, "You don't want your life anymore? Give it back to your parents. Your parents are doing well in Oris Hill. Now the trouble is that our family of 3 will die. Maybe your parents will come to give it to you. The 3 of us collect the corpses. Hurry up and pack my things." Chapter 724. When Marcus's mother heard this, she didn't dare to say more. She knew the situation was serious, so she hurriedly started to pack her things. Lloyd asked Marcus at this time, "Look at Facebook, has our video been sent by Charlie Wade?" Marcus opened his hands and said, "My phone is at Charlie Wade's. Charlie Wade used my phone to take pictures. Damn it." Lloyd hurriedly took out his mobile phone, threw it to Marcus, and said, "Hurry up and see." Marcus took the phone and immediately started downloading and installing the app. After swiping a few videos on Facebook, he found that there was no cross-talk between himself and his father. He was a little relieved and said, "Charlie Wade probably hasn't posted yet. That's good." Lloyd nodded and said, "Let's not delay, go quickly. Let's leave in half an hour." After finishing speaking, he told his wife, "Don't bring anything you can't finish with. Call your mother back and ask her to help us sell everything for cash, and then take it to the black market and exchange it for US dollars. When we get to Malaysia, the renminbi will not work well, so we have to use the US dollar." His wife nodded quickly, "I'll call her later, because she has our spare key." At this moment, Mr. Jones and other 5 broken arms have returned to Shangriila Hotel. All 5 of them had no arms and could not drive a car, so they could only hit 2 cars. When taking a taxi, a lot of drivers didn't dare to pull it when they saw it, and ran away in a hurry. After all, these 5 guys are too scary, one by one, bloody and scornful, and more importantly, there are damn words engraved on their heads. This is absolutely abnormal. Later, Mr. Jones was in a hurry. He promised $10 for the road and gave $10,000, and then he stopped a rental car. After stopping, the 5 people squeezed in. The driver hurriedly said, "Oh, my car can take up to 5 people with the driver and passengers. You have one more. Let's get another one." Mr. Jones said angrily, "What the hell is so much nonsense? I will give you $10,000, can't you get one more?" As soon as the driver heard this, he had no choice but to bear it, nodded and said, "Then you sit behind the 4 squeeze, don't close the door." 4 people desperately squeezed in the back row. Mr. Jones sat in the passenger seat and said with a gloomy expression, "Go to the Shangri-La Hotel, drive faster." The driver subconsciously said, "5, if you are injured like this, why not go to the hospital first? If you fking talk, I will FCK you." Mr. Jones looked upset. The driver shrank his neck in shock. The other younger brothers couldn't help saying, "Brother, let's go to the hospital first, at least stop the bleeding and see if the shoulder can be saved." "Save me," Mr. Jones said with an extremely gloomy expression. "No matter how good the orthopedic doctor is, it is impossible to cure us. We have to let the Webb family and his son know that we are abolished because of them, and they have to give everything they say. A resettlement fee. In addition, we have to let them know how much Charlie Wade looked down on him and how much he insulted him. Only in this way can he kill Charlie Wade at all costs and avenge us." Another person asked, "Brother, if we see these words on our foreheads, if they are seen by Mr. Webb and young master, will they be angry with us? How is it possible?" Mr. Jones said, "These are all made by Charlie Wade for making Don Albert, who are wronged and debts are in charge. Mr. Webb can still tell the truth." Chapter 725. Car arrived to the door of Shangri-La. The 5 elders couldn't even open the door. The Shangri-La waiters themselves looked down upon the rental, and rarely took the initiative to open the door for the guests who took the rental. When they saw the rental, they deliberately used it as heir, so they didn't come forward. There was a moment of silence in the car, and Mr. Jones could only shout to the driver, "Damn, you are blind? Don't you know to help open the door?" The driver was a little annoyed and said, "Then you pay the fare first, $10,000, you said yes." Mr. Jones said, "You help me drive the door, and you take it from my pocket after getting out of the car. My arm is injured and I can't move." The driver got out of the car and helped them open the door. Immediately afterwards, 5 people with blood all over their heads finally got out of the car. They were covered in bruises and scribbled characters on their foreheads, so they looked very scary and very eye-catching. Therefore, when they appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of everyone around them, and what's more, they subconsciously made a harsh laugh. What's the matter with these people? They actually have lettering on their foreheads. Are they doing performance art? Ha ha ha, it's really funny, it's so funny. Yes, I have lived for most of my life, and I have seen many artists, some pretending to be beggars begging on the street, and some who use a needle to draw ink and paint on paper. I have never seen such a wonderful work, and I have carved it. The characters are ugly. This situation and this scene really opened my eyes. In my opinion, these people and the rich second generation who grabbed sh*t on Facebook some time ago have a good fight. Dude, you reminded me of this. I have to quickly take a picture and post it on Facebook, so that netizens all over the country will come and see these wonderful works of Oris Hill. By then, the number of hits will not reach millions. Yes, right, everyone hurry up and take pictures. After passing this village, there will be no more shop. While talking, someone took out their mobile phone, turned on Douyin/Facebook, clicked on the video to shoot, and directly posted the desolate appearance of Mr. Jones and others to the internet. Seeing everyone holding their cell phones to snap at him, Mr. Jones suddenly became angry. He wanted to reach out to cover his forehead, but his arms were all gone, and he couldn't raise it at all. He was so annoyed that he could only blurt out, "What shot? Get out!" Everyone shuddered by his ferocious appearance, and they didn't want to be familiar with this kind of mad dog. Only then did they choose to stop with unfinished intentions, and hid far away. Mr. Jones was satisfied when he saw such a scene, and immediately took the people into the Shangri-La hotel. The driver hurriedly stopped him. Hey, you have not given me the $10,000 you promised." Mr. Jones stared at him coldly, and said angrily, "I'll give it to your mother." After speaking, he lifted his foot and kicked him out with one kick. Although both hands have been abolished, and the foundation of years of hard training has also been abolished, but it is not a problem for Mr. Jones to beat a taxi driver. After he kicked over, he immediately said to the 4 people around him, "Damn, kick him to death." The 4 people rushed up immediately, kicking the taxi driver. Chapter 726. When the Shangri-La security captain saw this, he immediately led the team and rushed over, stopped them, and said coldly, "Several people, don't make trouble at Shangri-La's door, or don't blame me for being polite." Mr. Jones knew that Cameron Isaac, the boss of Shangri-La, had a strong background, so he hurriedly stopped the people around him, and said to the driver, "Fortune telling you today, please be careful in the future, or you will be killed." After speaking, "Take someone to enter Shangri-La." As soon as they were about to enter, the security guards immediately reached out to stop them, and the lobby manager hurriedly came over and said, "Sorry, gentlemen, you are indecently dressed and poorly groomed. According to regulations, you cannot enter our Shangri-La hotel." Hearing this, Mr. Jones calmed down and said with disdain, "We are from the Webb family of Southern Region. You, a little manager, dare to stop me?" The lobby manager frowned and said with a strong attitude, "This gentleman, I don't care if you are from the Southern Region family or someone from another family. According to the regulations, you are not allowed to enter Shangri-La." After speaking, he said coldly, "Several faces have already scared our guests and affected the reputation of our hotel. Please leave immediately, otherwise, you will be at your own risk." Mr. Jones's heart was raging, and he said coldly, "I will give you the face of Mr. Cameron and will not beat you, but if you continue to find uncomfortable, then don't blame me for being rude to you." The lobby manager did not back down and blurted out, "I'm sorry, the rules are the rules, you can't enter Shangri-La." Mr. Jones gritted his teeth. Not to mention a lobby manager, even if the security team all come up, it is impossible to be the opponent of their 5 useless people. Everyone can take this group of people down with the work of their legs. However, the other party is Cameron Isaac's dog, which is a bit tricky. If Cameron Isaac is offended, wouldn't it be worth the loss? At this moment, their noises attracted the attention of many people in the lobby. Many people were watching them whispering, and Mr. Jones listened carefully, only to realize that these people were actually discussing what characters were carved on their foreheads. He was immediately embarrassed and unwilling to stay here to be watched, so he said to the lobby manager with a black face, "I will give you 3 seconds, give me the F***, otherwise, don't blame I'm not polite to you." The lobby manager also had a bit of temper, and immediately shouted to the security captain, "Captain Sullivan, these people have seriously affected the image of Shangri-La, kick them all out." Mr. Jones was furious and cursed, "Shame on your face, beat me." After speaking, he rushed forward first, kicked the lobby manager to the ground with one kick, and immediately vomited blood from his kick. Mr. Jones vomited bloody sputum on his face, cursing, "If you don't know whether you live or die, dare to talk more, believe it or not, I will just destroy you." The lobby manager endured the huge pain in his body, and ordered several security guards behind him, "Shoot out all these guys who dare to make trouble in Shangri-La." But with this order, before a few security guards could react, unexpectedly, the other 4 bodyguards of Webb's family rushed forward, and they went crazy in an instant. This group of people suffered a lot in front of Charlie Wade, and they were already holding back the fire. Suddenly, there was an object of exasperation. They had completely lost their minds and vented wildly to this group of people. They just wanted to put the group in front of them. People were killed to relieve the hatred in the heart. Although Charlie Wade had their hands severed by Charlie Wade, they were from a family training family. Their legs and knees could cause great damage to these security guards. Therefore, with just one move, all these weak security guards were overthrown to the ground, causing the opponent to lose combat effectiveness. Seeing that these people were losing, and if they continued to fight, they would definitely be dead. Mr. Jones asked everyone to stop the attack and said coldly, "A bunch of dogs that don't have long eyes slap their mouths, and they dare to fight against my web family. Don't look at what virtue you are." After speaking, he took the elevator directly with people and went upstairs. Chapter 727. After the 5 Mr. Jones left, the scene was in a mess. Shangriila's lobby manager and several security guards were all injured lying on the ground, their noses and faces swollen, looking very miserable. A security guard struggled to get up and hurriedly helped the lobby manager from the ground, and couldn't help but ask, "Manager, what should I do now?" The lobby manager said with a cold face, "You quickly take other people to the hospital, I will find Mr. Cameron. If you dare to make trouble in Shangri-La, I still don't believe Mr. Cameron will let him go." With that said, he limped to Cameron Isaac's office. At this time, Donald and Sean, the father and son, were staying in the presidential suite of the Shangri-La Hotel, patiently waiting for Mr. Jones and others to return to their lives. A few dozen minutes ago, Donald also received a message from Lloyd, saying that he had arrived at Heaven Springs and subdued Don Albert. Not only that, but he also found an unexpected surprise. Charlie Wade's father-in-law was also dining in Heaven Springs. This made Donald very happy. He felt that just taking advantage of this opportunity, he would kill Charlie Wade's father-in-law first. But now, seeing that time has passed by almost an hour, Lloyd has not reported any progress to himself, which makes Donald aware that something is wrong. He called Lloyd, but no one answered, and he called Mr. Jones again, but no one answered. Actually, the mobile phone is in Mr. Jones's pocket, but both of his arms are useless, and there is no way to get the mobile phone out of his pocket. The other 4 people are the same, and there is nothing they can do at this time. If only the fingers were scrapped, it would be nice to still be able to control the phone by sliding the belly of the fingers with the drooping fingers, but now, the whole arm can't use any strength, it's a complete mess. Donald couldn't get through Mr. Jones's phone, and he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Mr. Jones's strength is very strong. He hasn't met an opponent so far, so he can't plant on Don Albert, right? Sean frowned and couldn't help but say to his father, "Donald, Dad, Lloyd's situation, no one has given us any reply up to now. Did Mr. Jones and the others have an accident?" Donald shook his head and said confidently, "Impossible, Mr. Jones and the others are all experts. They are powerful. Looking at the whole Oris Hill, it is impossible for anyone to be their opponent." As he was talking, he took out his phone again and called Mr. Jones. Immediately afterwards, he heard a cell phone ringing outside the corridor. While he was still wondering, he heard the doorbell ring. It was a little brother of Mr. Jones, who pressed the doorbell with his forehead. When Sean heard the doorbell rang, he blurted out, "It is estimated that someone has returned." After finishing speaking, he hurried to the door, opened the door and was stunned for a moment. Donald paced over slowly at this time, still smiling and saying, "What am I talking about? With Don Albert's insignificant role, how can he beat Mr. Jones?" After finishing speaking, he did not forget to say to his son, who was in a daze at the door, and said with earnest words, "You, don't rush and mess up your position. You must be calm when you become a big thing. You have to think about this in the future." Sean swallowed his saliva, pointed at the 5 ghost-like people outside the door with horror, and said blankly, "Dad, come and take a look." "What are you looking at?" Donald said indifferently, "Didn't they come back from Heaven Springs? What are they still standing outside the door? Let them come in and tell me in detail about the process of killing Don Albert." When Sean heard this, he took a step back subconsciously to make room. Mr. Jones and the 5 people gathered up their courage, shook their two broken arms, and walked in with their heads downcast and dejected. When Donald saw the 5 people coming in, he was shocked and stunned. The teacup in his hand was suddenly unsteady, and he dropped to the ground. Chapter 728. He looked at 5 ghost-like people, and said dumbfounded. You, what's the matter? What happened to your foreheads? Why is it all bloody? This. How does it look like it was written by someone? As several of them kept their heads down, it was difficult for Donald to make out the words on their foreheads. Mr. Jones immediately took a step forward, thumped, and knelt in front of Donald, and said in fear, "Mr. Webb, I'm not doing things well, please punish us." Based on the text provided in the image file, here is the content. Seeing these people in such a horrible situation, Donald's heart shook, his face changed suddenly, and he asked, "You can tell me clearly, what happened?" Mr. Jones knelt on the ground, bowed his head and cried, "Mr. Webb, we will help her. Lloyd deal with Don Albert as ordered by the young master." Today in Heaven Springs, we had already controlled Don Albert and even caught Wilson, Charlie Wade's father-in-law, but who expected that Charlie Wade would suddenly rush in? Speaking of this, he wept bitterly and said, "Mr. Webb, that Charlie Wade's strength is too strong, not to mention that I am not his worthy opponent. Even the 5 of us can't match him at all." However, not only did we all have his arms scrapped by him, but he also engraved words on our foreheads. Donald was struck by lightning. Better than Mr. Jones? Is that still a human? He trembled with disbelief on his face and said, "Even you are not Charlie Wade's opponents of the trash? That trash is so strong." As he said, he thought of engraving, and hurriedly asked, "Engraving? What kind of words? Look up, let me see." Mr. Jones and the others hesitated for a while, but didn't dare to defy Donald's orders. They could only raise their heads with a gray face. That expression was even more tragic than the dead family. Donald and his son stared at these people's foreheads, and suddenly became furious. Sean Beep. Kian loves to eat sh*t. Sean is gay. Donald is incompetent. I want to poop to Sean to eat. They looked at these extremely humiliating words, their faces turned green. Donald has lived for most of his life. He has seen all kinds of punishment methods, and he has even seen many corpses who died tragically, but he has never seen such a scene. This is King Cruel. Engrave on someone's forehead, and the engraved words are still so full of humiliation. This really makes people feel a tingling scalp and chills in the limbs. Donald was panicked and angry, and questioned, "This is all the waste of Charlie Wade?" Mr. Jones knelt on the ground and said, "It was the calligraphy that he made Don Albert, and he also asked me to bring you a message, saying that if you want to target him, just come, but if you dare to involve people around him, then he will let our Webb family will never recover." After Sean heard this, he couldn't help but furious, gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, Charlie Wade alone would dare to let my Webb family be overwhelmed. What a big tone. How can you be worthy of the Webb family's face if you don't kill him?" Donald's expression was a bit cold, and he said, "Do you think it is easy to kill him? These 5 people have been completely abandoned. You and my father and son are in Oris Hill. Now there is not even a bodyguard. If Charlie Wade comes to the door, we what to resist?" Just now, Sean, who was pretending to be forced to kill Charlie Wade, turned pale in shock and said, "Dad, let's run now." Donald glared at him, and said in dissatisfaction, "What are you panicking? This is in Shangriila. I don't believe that Eastcliff Wade family's property, that waste dare to kill here. If he really dares to come, then Eastcliff Wade the family will never let him go." Chapter 729. At this moment, the lobby manager, who was kicked half-dead by Mr. Jones, with the support of several employees, staggered to the door of Cameron Isaac's office. Knocking on the office door, as soon as the lobby manager entered, Cameron Isaac saw that he was completely injured, and blurted out, "Manager, what's the matter?" Manager said indignantly, "Mr. Cameron, some bodyguards from Southern Region Webb's family dared to break into our hotel and fight me and some security guards in the lobby of our hotel." "What?" Cameron Isaac frowned and blurted out, "What's the matter?" Both the Webb family and his son live in our presidential suite, and their bodyguards also live in it. Why did they break into the hotel? Fight? Manager hurriedly explained, it's like this. A few of them seem to have just had a fight with someone outside. They were covered in blood, their arms were broken, and their foreheads were carved with a knife. The face is full of blood. It looks like Shura. Doesn't our hotel always have a request to not allow guests with disheveled clothes to enter, so I stopped them. Cameron Isaac frowned. He had also heard of Webb's bodyguard. It is said that the strength is very extraordinary. These 5 people, in Oris Hill, even Cameron Isaac's own bodyguards may not be their opponents. Therefore, when Cameron Isaac heard that their arms and foreheads were engraved on them, he was stunned. He couldn't figure out, when did Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon start in places like Oris Hill? Is there such a master who can abolish all the 5 bodyguards of the Webb family? What kind of perverted power must this be? Thinking of this, he said to manager, this matter is a bit weird, don't worry, I'll call someone to check it. Cameron Isaac had many eyes and ears in Oris Hill. He quickly picked up his mobile phone, dialed a number, and said in a cold voice, check it out now, the bodyguard of Webb's family in Southern Region, what did you do in Oris Hill tonight? Within 5 minutes, I want to all results. 3 minutes later, Cameron Isaac's phone rang. Hearing the words on the other end of the phone, Cameron Isaac was struck by lightning. It turned out that the bodyguard of the Webb family went to Heaven Springs tonight and wanted to punish Don Albert, but unexpectedly, he was defeated by his young master Charlie Wade. The 5 masters of the Webb family were actually defeated by the young master? Oh my God, Master has such a powerful strength? Cameron Isaac was terrified. Immediately, a strong anger surged in his heart. Webb family, so bold. Don Albert had been with the young master a long time ago, and he was considered half of the Wade family. How dare the Webb family come to? In other words, in his eyes, the money that should not be spent is not spent anymore. For example, Mr. Jones and these 5 wastes. The bodyguard with his broken hand can't even open the door of his mother's car. What are you going to do? Their wages are ridiculously high, and if they continue to be kept, they can only be charity and provide them with old age. Therefore, they should be driven away as soon as possible at this time. The farther you go, the better. Donald actually didn't want to pay $500,000 severance pay. Therefore, he felt that he was already very generous. However, Mr. Jones certainly didn't think so. I am a useless person now. What is the concept of waste? In this life, it is tantamount to being an armless person. Armless people eat, drink, and sleep. Why don't they need someone to take care of? In the next few decades, there will be more places to spend money. They were so badly injured because of the Webb family. At this time, the Webb family fell into trouble. Wouldn't it be their life? Thinking of this, Mr. Jones felt resentful. However, he didn't dare to do anything to Donald. Because the Webb family is too strong, 5 of my own brothers have been scrapped, and dozens of bodyguards may come in a blink of an eye. He is already a useless person. When the time comes, he will face the Webb family. Get killed. Mr. Jones really wanted to cry without tears at this time. Why didn't I notice that Donald turned out to be such a bastard? The subordinates said that they kicked, and the ministers in the arms completely ignored him. He was simply a beast with no heart and liver. At this moment, the door of the presidential suite was suddenly opened. The waiter used the universal room card to open the door of the presidential suite. Then, Cameron Isaac walked in with dozens of personal bodyguards with a cold face. Donald didn't expect the door to be opened suddenly, but he was shocked when he saw Cameron Isaac walked in slowly with unspeakable anger and indifference. Behind him, in addition to following the manager who was beaten by Mr. Jones before, there were also dozens of strong bodyguards in suits. Seeing Cameron Isaac's sudden appearance, Donald felt confused, but he didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly put away his face full of anger, and smiled. Isaac, why are you here? Unexpectedly, Cameron Isaac said with a cold face and angrily said, Donald, you are so brave. Do you know that Shangriila is an industry under the name of the Wade family? Donald's expression suddenly stunned, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this Cameron Isaac taking the wrong pill? I was still chatting and laughing with me before, so why didn't I have too much effort in the conference, so I changed into such an inhumane face? Or even call yourself a dog? However, no matter how unhappy he was, he knew that he could not offend Cameron Isaac. Therefore, Donald hurriedly said respectfully, Mr. Cameron, of course I know that Shangriila is the industry of the Wade family. To be honest, after speaking, Charlie Wade said again, remember, you went to teach them this time, it was completely because the Webb family bodyguards made trouble in Shangriila and ruined Wade family's face. Cameron Isaac said immediately, I understand, master. Well, I understand, just do it. In the presidential suite at this time, Donald was darkened, looking at the 5 dead dogs in front of him. On the one hand, he hated the waste of these 5 people, even Charlie Wade could not handle it. On the other hand, he hated the words engraved on the heads of these 5 people. Damn, it's a complete insult to the Webb family. He shouted to Mr. Jones in a cold voice, I will arrange for someone to perform cosmetic surgery on you, cut off all the skin on your forehead, take skin from other parts of your body and transplant it, and then you should be able to remove these words. Mr. Jones nodded hurriedly, and said with a trembling, thank you, Mr. Webb. Donald used to have some respect from Mr. Jones, but now he is not pleasing to the eye. So, he said coldly, I will transfer a group of new bodyguards from the family, and then you can disband on the spot. Disbanded on the spot? Mr. Jones blurted out, Mr. Webb, are you trying to fire us? Donald frowned and asked, otherwise? I'll keep you as a bodyguard? Can you still be a bodyguard like this? Mr. Jones blurted out, Mr. Webb, our 5 brothers have been with you for so long, and we have killed many people, prevented a lot of disasters, and suffered a lot of injuries for you. Today, all 5 of us were abandoned by Charlie Wade. This is also to help you. How can you get into trouble at this time and let us disband on the spot? Donald asked in return, why? If you don't dissolve, do you still want me to provide for you? As he said, Donald said in disgust, don't tell me these useless things. I will give you 500,000 severance pay at that time. If you know how to raise money, you can get out of it. If you don't know how to raise money, don't blame me for being rude then. Chapter 730. The old man went to smoke, and he sat in the car to answer the phone. As soon as the phone was connected, Cameron Isaac hurriedly said, Master, I heard that you have a conflict with Webb's bodyguard. Charlie Wade gave a hum, and said, your information is quite timely. Cameron Isaac hurriedly said, Master, I also heard that these 5 people are making trouble in Shangriila, and I found out after finding someone to check. With that said, Cameron Isaac explained what happened after the 5 Mr. Jones went to Shangriila. After listening to Charlie Wade, he said coldly, these 5 dogs, I didn't expect that dogs can't change their poop. I thought they could learn to be honest and low-key, but I didn't expect them to have both arms. Leg trouble. Cameron Isaac hurriedly said, Master, now the Webb family and his son are also in Shangriila, what do you want to do with them? You only need to give an order and do so immediately. Charlie Wade smiled slightly and said, in this way, you go to their room first and interrupt the legs of these 5 dogs. I see if they have all their hands and feet gone, what else will they do to cause trouble? Cameron Isaac blurted out, good master. What else do you want? Charlie Wade said again, there are also Donald and Sean. I don't plan to kill them for the time being, but I can't make them so cheap. You can help me to interrupt one of them and drive them out of Oris Hill. Okay. Cameron Isaac said immediately, Master, don't worry, I will do this wisely. After speaking, Cameron Isaac asked again, by the way, Master, do you want me to tell them clearly so that they know what kind of existence they provoke? No, Charlie Wade said indifferently, if I let them know my true identity, they will probably be completely persuaded. That would be boring. Live after speaking, Charlie Wade said again, remember, you went to teach them this time, it was completely because the Webb family bodyguards made trouble in Shangriila and ruined Wade family's face. Cameron Isaac said immediately, I understand, Master. Well, I understand, just do it. In the presidential suite at this time, Donald was darkened, looking at the 5 dead dogs in front of him. On the one hand, he hated the waste of these 5 people, even Charlie Wade could not handle it, on the other hand, He hated the words engraved on the heads of these 5 people. Damn, it's a complete insult to the Webb family. He shouted to Mr. Jones in a cold voice, I will arrange for someone to perform cosmetic surgery on you, cut off all the skin on your forehead, take skin from other parts of your body and transplant it, and then you should be able to remove these words. Mr. Jones nodded hurriedly, and said with a trembling, thank you, Mr. Webb. Donald used to have some respect from Mr. Jones, but now he is not pleasing to the eye. So, he said coldly, I will transfer a group of new bodyguards from the family, and then you can disband on the spot. Disbanded on the spot? Mr. Jones blurted out, Mr. Webb, are you trying to fire us? Donald frowned and asked, otherwise? I'll keep you as a bodyguard? Can you still be a bodyguard like this? Mr. Jones blurted out, Mr. Webb, our 5 brothers have been with you for so long, and we have killed many people, prevented a lot of disasters, and suffered a lot of injuries for you. Today, all 5 of us were abandoned by Charlie Wade. This is also to help you. How can you get into trouble at this time and let us disband on the spot? Donald asked in return, why? If you don't dissolve, do you still want me to provide for you? As he said, Donald said in disgust, don't tell me these useless things. I will give you 500,000 severance pay at that time. If you know how to raise money, you can get out of it. If you don't know how to raise money, don't blame me for being rude then. Chapter 731. Although Donald is a billionaire, he is not a generous person. In other words, in his eyes, the money that should not be spent is not spent anymore. For example, Mr. Jones and these 5 wastes. The bodyguard with his broken hand can't even open the door of his mother's car. What are you going to do? Their wages are ridiculously high, and if they continue to be kept, they can only be charity and provide them with old age. Therefore, they should be driven away as soon as possible at this time. The farther you go, the better. Donald actually didn't want to pay 500,000 severance pay. Therefore, he felt that he was already very generous. However, Mr. Jones certainly didn't think so. I am a useless person now. What is the concept of waste? In this life, it is tantamount to being an armless person. Armless people eat, drink, and sleep. Why don't they need someone to take care of? In the next few decades, there will be more places to spend money. They were so badly injured because of the Webb family. At this time, the Webb family fell into trouble. Wouldn't it be their life? Thinking of this, Mr. Jones felt resentful. However, he didn't dare to do anything to Donald. Because the Webb family is too strong, 5 of my own brothers have been scrapped, and dozens of bodyguards may come in a blink of an eye. He is already a useless person. When the time comes, he will face the Webb family. Get killed. Mr. Jones really wanted to cry without tears at this time. Why didn't I notice that Donald turned out to be such a bastard? The subordinates said that they kicked, and the ministers in the arms completely ignored him. He was simply a beast with no heart and liver. At this moment, the door of the presidential suite was suddenly opened. The waiter used the universal room card to open the door of the presidential suite. Then, Cameron Isaac walked in with dozens of personal bodyguards with a cold face. Donald didn't expect the door to be opened suddenly, but he was shocked when he saw Cameron Isaac walked in slowly with unspeakable anger and indifference. Behind him, in addition to following the manager who was beaten by Mr. Jones before, there were also dozens of strong bodyguards in suits. Seeing Cameron Isaac's sudden appearance, Donald felt confused, but he didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly put away his face full of anger, and smiled, Isaac, why are you here? Unexpectedly, Cameron Isaac said with a cold face and angrily said, Donald, you are so brave. Do you know that Shangriila is an industry under the name of the Wade family? Donald's expression suddenly stunned, and he couldn't help but wonder, is this Cameron Isaac taking the wrong pill? I was still chatting and laughing with me before, so why didn't I have too much effort in the conference, so I changed into such an inhumane face? Or even call yourself a dog? However, no matter how unhappy he was, he knew that he could not offend Cameron Isaac. Therefore, Donald hurriedly said respectfully, Mr. Cameron, of course I know that Shangri-La is the industry of the Wade family. To be honest, my admiration for the Wade family is really like a surging river, and I hope I can rely on you. Get acquainted with the Wade family, and I will serve the Wade family in the future." Cameron Isaac looked at Donald, raised his hand and slapped him severely, then kicked him to the ground. Chapter 732. Donald screamed, and fell to the ground in pain, panic in his heart. Sean, who was next to him, subconsciously rebuked angrily, "Hey, why are you hitting my dad?" Cameron Isaac strode to him and hit his nose with a punch. He was covered with blood and yelled, "Your dad has to be respectful in front of me. Who are you to dare talk to me like this? Tired of living? Believe it or not, I will kill you now. You're looking for death." Sean grew up so old and had never suffered from being beaten, so he ate twice today. First Charlie Wade scrapped one of his own hands, and then Cameron Isaac smashed his nose with a punch. He was spoiled and arrogant since he was a child. How could he ever suffer such a crime? So angrily roared, "Do you think that you are the Wade family's dog? That's great. My Webb family is the first family in the south of the Yangtze River. I will kill you in a minute." As soon as Sean's voice fell, Donald rushed over, slapped his face with a slap, and angrily cursed, "Bastard thing. How do you talk to Mr. Cameron? Hurry up to Mr. Cameron. Kneel down and admit your mistakes." Donald was shocked by Sean at this time. He couldn't think that his own son was so useless, he couldn't even tell the situation. Even if Cameron Isaac was just the Wade family's dog, the Wade family is standing behind him. Who are the Wade family? One of the top 3 families in the country. In terms of financial resources, the Webb family may not be 1/10 the Wade family. Because the Wade family is a trillion-level family, but whether it is 1 trillion or 9 trillion, no one can figure out. After all, a behemoth like the Wade family can never be seen through by ordinary people. When it comes to power and status, the Wade family is far more numerous than the Webb family. Therefore, even if Cameron Isaac kills the 2 of them now, the Webb family will definitely not dare to react. Even his own father, Mr. Webb, might not even care about holding a funeral for himself until he first went to Eastcliff and pleaded guilty to the Wade family. Sean even dared to scold Cameron Isaac at this time. Isn't this looking for death? After Sean was slapped, he realized that he had caused a catastrophe. Apart from anything else, he immediately knelt in front of Cameron Isaac in fear, kowtowed and begged for mercy. "I'm sorry, Mr. Cameron. I was impulsive." Cameron Isaac went up and kicked him in the chest. After kicking him down, he went up and stepped on his face, and said coldly, "Boy, you have offended the Wade family. Believe it or not, I can make your Webb family extinct." Sean's face was swollen just now, and now Cameron Isaac stepped on his face. He couldn't speak clearly, but he could only insist on saying, "Isaac, I'm really wrong. You beat me and scolded me. Anyway, please don't be like me." Seeing that his son was beaten like this, Donald felt distressed and couldn't help asking, "Mr. Cameron, I have my heartfelt respect for you. If you are dissatisfied with us, please tell me. If someone Webb really did something wrong, I am willing to be punished, but you have to make me understand." Mr. Cameron sneered, and said, "Your heartfelt respect? You respect me, so you let these silly dog bodyguards of your Webb family rush into my Shangriila lobby. In my Shangriila lobby, and hurt my Shangriila people? Then if you don't respect me, will you even call me?" Donald was struck by lightning. What? His bodyguard actually beat Cameron Isaac's men in the lobby of Shangriila? Which thing with no brain did this? Thinking of this, Donald's icy eyes fell on Mr. Jones and the others. Needless to say, he also knows that it must be one of these 5 people who caused the catastrophe. Chapter 733. Donald was extremely angry, staring at the 5 people kneeling on the ground, and asked coldly, "Who did it? Or did the 5 of you do it together?" Feeling the killing intent in Donald's eyes, Mr. Jones was shocked. He hurriedly said, "Mr. Webb, it's not us to blame. We have already explained to the security guard at the door and the lobby manager and said we are Webb people at home, but they insisted that our manners were disordered and that we were not allowed to come in. I was anxious to return to you, so I broke into the hotel and clashed with them. Hearing this, Donald suddenly became angry. He slapped on the face and cursed, "It's really a bunch of trash. Can Shangriila also be something you can break through?" As he said, he immediately said to Cameron Isaac, "Mr. Cameron, these 5 wastes attacked your people, I want you to kill them." In fact, Donald couldn't wait for Cameron Isaac to drag these 5 people away and kill them. They are 5 wastes anyway, and leaving them in the world will only waste your own money. Cameron Isaac also knew Donald's wishful thinking, and said coldly, "Donald, are you the boss? If you don't help your little brother, you will sell your own people if something happens. Your Webb family's work is really true. Too low level, isn't it? If it's spread out, how do you Webb family still mix?" Donald was suddenly shocked. What does Cameron Isaac mean? He has already handed over all the 5 people who are looking for things to him. He still holds on to him. However, he dared not yell at Cameron Isaac, so he could only suppress the soaring anger in his heart, walked to Cameron Isaac's body, and apologized, "Isaac, this matter is my fault. I apologize to you." After speaking, he said again, "In order to express my apologies, I am willing to spend $10 million for the medical expenses and mental damage expenses of the injured staff. I hope you can forgive the Webb family for this mistake. What do you think?" In his opinion, although Cameron Isaac is the spokesperson of the Wade family in Oris Hill, after all, he is also the 2nd-generation heir of the Webb family somehow, and he also paid out $10 million as compensation. No matter what, the other party will not be, because this trivial matter will cause conflict and disharmony with the Southern Region Webb family, right? Unexpectedly, Cameron Isaac's face was still cold at this time, and said, "Do you think that my dignified Eastcliff Wade family cares about $10 million? According to your statement, I will now let people beat you father and son into rubbish. And give another $20 million to Mr. Webb, who is far away in Eastcliff. Even if this matter is over, do you agree?" As soon as these words came out, Donald's expression was so ugly and ugly. He never expected that Cameron Isaac would be so stubborn. "The few of my own non-eyed subordinates just beat a lobby manager in a small area. What's the big deal? Moreover, the other party didn't suffer multiple injuries." Cameron Isaac had to chat with himself here for this. With Cameron Isaac's tough attitude, if someone else came over, Donald would have let him be broken into pieces. You know, throughout the Southern region, the 2nd-generation heir to the dignified Webb family, when did he suffer such grievances? But having said that, he never dared to offend Cameron Isaac. After all, he was the spokesperson of the Wade family in Oris Hill. As the 2nd-generation heir of the Webb family, once there is a conflict with Cameron Isaac, it means that the Webb family is directly provoking the authority of the Wade family. In this way, it will definitely bring great trouble to the whole family. Once Eastcliff Wade family asks the guilt and fights for it, the Webb family is bound to fall into an abyss that cannot be restored. Therefore, he could only endure the anger deep in his heart and did not immediately break out. He was very aware of the current affairs and smiled and said, "Mr. Cameron, I said the wrong thing. I apologize to you. I hope you won't remember the misdeed." Chapter 734. After speaking, he licked his lips and said, "Mr. Cameron, how do you want to solve this matter today? As long as you give a solution, Webb will do everything you can to do the way you said." Cameron Isaac smiled coldly in his heart, and secretly said in his heart that this 2nd-generation heir of the Webb family is quite capable of bending and stretching, and sure enough. However, today they provoke their own young master. It is really impossible for me to come. Had it not been for the command of the young master, Cameron Isaac would have waited to cut them off immediately. He snorted coldly and said, "I'm sorry, I don't accept your apology, nor will the Eastcliff Wade family accept it." Donald held back his anger and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Cameron, how do you want to solve it?" Cameron Isaac said coldly, "Your 5 men injured my people with their legs. I want to abolish all the legs of these 5 people." As soon as these words came out, Donald immediately said without hesitation, "No problem. Since Mr. Cameron has spoken, these 5 people's legs will be at your disposal." As soon as Mr. Jones heard this, he suddenly collapsed and shouted, "Donald! You can't be like this, right? The 5 of us have already had our arms destroyed. If our legs are destroyed, what is the difference with the living dead? Donald scolded coldly, damn, your arms were scrapped because you were inferior to human skills, and your legs were scrapped because you offended Mr. Cameron. This is all your fault, you deserve it. You, Mr. Jones roared angrily, Donald, you are an old tortoise bastard. If I knew you were such a face, I Mr. Jones should screw your head off. Donald was furious and said to Cameron Isaac, Mr. Cameron, you see, for this kind of bastard thing, you break their legs, it is all kind of grace to them. Such people should be killed directly. Cameron Isaac smiled playfully and said, they were damned originally, but I saw the carved calligraphy on their foreheads, and felt that the 5 of them had to live well to be worthy of the artwork on their foreheads. Donald's face suddenly became a little ugly. The foreheads of these 5 people were all engraved with words that insulted the Webb family. Cameron Isaac actually said that these words are works of art. Isn't that an insult to the Webb family? However, he dared not pretend to force Cameron Isaac. So I can only laugh with him and say, since Mr. Cameron, you think they are alive, please interrupt their legs and let them be a useless person forever. Cameron Isaac nodded playfully, and his opponent said, come on, first interrupt these 5 dog legs for me. Donald breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Cameron Isaac can calm down his anger this time. However, he felt wrong again in an instant. Cameron Isaac just said, first interrupt the legs of these 5 dogs? Why is it first? Is there anything after? Chapter 735. Before Donald had figured out what Cameron Isaac's remark meant, Cameron Isaac's men had already moved. His subordinates are also top masters, but if you really talk about strength, no one may be better than Mr. Jones. However, Mr. Jones is now half a dead dog, and it may be okay to deal with ordinary people, but dealing with experts is simply a waste. Therefore, facing Cameron Isaac's men, he has no opportunity to refute or resist. Charlie Wade had already planned his destiny in advance. Mr. Jones's heart was extremely desperate and dead. I never dreamed that I would end up like this. If your legs are also abolished, wouldn't you be completely cold in this life? At that time, I will be a D**CK with a broken arm and leg, lying on the bed, unable to move, and not even capable of taking care of himself. At this time, Cameron Isaac's men stepped forward to Mr. Jones and the others, and the first one started with Mr. Jones. The man said coldly to some of his men, hold his legs for me. Several men immediately stepped forward and pressed Mr. Jones's legs to the ground. Immediately afterwards, the man took out a finger tiger made of pure steel from his arms, put it on his hand, and slammed it against Mr. Jones's right knee. The whole knee was suddenly broken into slag. Mr. Jones suddenly felt a piercing pain and kept wailing. But this is only halfway through. The other party then slammed on the knee of his other leg again, and with a click, the knee cracked. Afterwards, this person kept breaking all the legs of these 5 bodyguards. There was a wailing in the living room of the presidential suite. Donald's complexion did not change the slightest. These 5 people, he couldn't wait to kill them directly, so he didn't care about their current fate. I only care if Cameron Isaac is satisfied. If not satisfied, what else would he want? So he asked Cameron Isaac, Mr. Cameron, I don't know the result now, are you still satisfied? Cameron Isaac said coldly, of course not satisfied. Donald trembled all over, and hurriedly asked, Mr. Cameron, how can you be satisfied? Cameron Isaac looked at him with a cold expression in his eyes, it's very simple, I want you and your son to have a leg. What? Donald looked startled and blurted out, Mr. Cameron, are you kidding too much? Cameron Isaac squinted his eyes and asked him, which one of your eyes saw me joking with you? Donald stepped back involuntarily in fright, and blurted out in a panic, Mr. Cameron, the person under his hand has had a little conflict because of a little misunderstanding, why should you take this seriously? As he said, he lowered his posture and said in a humble tone, if Webb did not hear well in any way, please ask Mr. Cameron to make it clear that Webb will make all efforts to correct it. You don't need to continue to hold on to it. It hurts the harmony between our 2 families, right? Cameron Isaac said coldly, only your Webb family is worthy to talk to the Wade family about peace? Are you a fart? After all, Cameron Isaac sternly shouted, if you want to survive, just let me get rid of a leg, otherwise, nobody can save you today." Donald trembled in shock. This Cameron Isaac is going to be real. Want a leg by yourself? What a joke. He is the eldest son of the Webb family and the second-generation heir of the Webb family. In the whole southern region, I can be said to be under one person and over 10,000 people, and the only person above him is his own father. The Webb family is strong throughout the southern region, and it is always the Webb family bullying others. When has it been bullied by others? This Cameron Isaac rushed in and beat him up with his son, but for the Wade family's face, he could bear it. However, he actually wants to break the legs of himself and his son. How can he accept it? If this were to be spread out, wouldn't the Webb family be discredited? Thinking of this, he plucked up courage and shouted sharply, "Cameron Isaac, don't go too far. Do you think you are a member of the Wade family? You are just a subordinate of the Wade family. Who gave you the courage to let you dare against my Webb family? Even if my Webb family is not as strong as the Wade family, it is still the first family in the south of the Yangtze River. I don't believe that the Wade family will indulge you like this." Chapter 736. Cameron Isaac smiled playfully. "Do you want to know who gave me the courage? I'm sorry, it was Master Wade. If it was normal, he was just a spokesperson for the Wade family, and he really didn't dare to directly conflict with the Webb family on behalf of the Wade family, let alone interrupt the legs of Webb's parents and grandson. However, today's decision was not made by myself, but by my young master. If his young master said he wanted to kill the Webb family and his son, he would immediately follow suit, and the Wade family would definitely support the protection. Therefore, Cameron Isaac has no scruples at all." Donald and his son were stunned. Is Master Wade going to deal with himself? However, when did you offend Master Wade? I don't even know Master Wade. At this moment, if they were killed, they couldn't know that Charlie Wade, the well-known trash son in Oris Hill, was actually the young master of the Wade family. Donald said in a panic, "Mr. Cameron, is there any misunderstanding in this? When did we offend Master Wade?" Cameron Isaac was too lazy to explain to them, sneered, and said to the people around him, "First discard that small leg. Then discard the old one." As soon as the voice fell, the man in black around him rushed to Sean. Sean was scared. He was pressed to the ground by the man in black and shouted, "Dad! Hurry up and help Dad! Dad, help me!" Donald was trembling even at his teeth. "I thought that Shangriila was the safest place, but I didn't expect it to be the real wolf den." This Cameron Isaac, relying on being a member of the Wade family, is confident. What can he do now? Beg for mercy? He doesn't buy it at all. Show your identity? He doesn't care at all. Go head to head with him. Is there anyone else available around me? Thinking of this, his heart was completely ashes. He knew that he could not save his son. I can't even save myself. At this moment, the black man wearing a finger tiger's punch suddenly fell. After the click, Sean howled sadly like a slaughtered pig. His right leg is useless. The right hand and right leg are all dead at this time. Moreover, the injury of the right leg is too serious, and there is no possibility of recovery. In other words, in the future, the dignified eldest son of the Webb family will become a lame ridiculed by others. Sean burst into tears immediately. How could this be? Why is this happening? What kind of place is Oris Hill? Why do you feel that this small city is full of devastating demons? Donald was heartbroken. The one he loves most is the eldest son. After all, the eldest son will inherit his mantle in the future, and he has always been a focus of training. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a disabled person now. And his second son is still that SHT-swallowing beast that eats SHT every hour. Why is your own destiny so miserable? At this time, Cameron Isaac pointed to Donald, who was indignant in his heart, and said to the black man, "Come on, this old guy." Donald snorted in his heart, his legs softened involuntarily, and he knelt on the ground with a thump. Cameron Isaac looked at him who was kneeling, and laughed coldly. "Oh, Mr. Webb, why are you kneeling? Kneeling, you also have to break your leg. Chapter 737. Donald collapsed. He knew that he was already powerless. When he came to Oris Hill this time, instead of detecting the murderer of the younger son, he got in with his elder son's legs. Cameron Isaac's subordinates walked to the front in 3 or 2 steps, grabbed his right leg, fists up and down. Donald felt an extremely strong pain in his knee, and the pain almost made him faint. He gritted his teeth and tried to stop himself from screaming, but the severe pain only made him endure for less than 10 seconds, and then he let out a cry, crying. Cameron Isaac looked at all this coldly, and snorted disdainfully, "Webb family, for whatever the F***ck, I dare to stray wild on the Wade family's site. This is a little punishment for you. If you dare to touch Wade family, the Wade family will definitely destroy your Webb family." Cameron Isaac's words are loud and loud. Especially the last 6 words, "destroy your Webb family." It was even so scary that Donald twitched violently. What happened? What exactly happened here? Why does the Wade family want to target themselves so? If I wanted to kneel and lick the Wade family, I couldn't find a chance. Why would the Wade family hate them for being a shareholder and would punish themselves so? He can't figure it out, totally can't figure it out. He can only attribute all this to Mr. Jones's 5 people who fought in Shangriila. It seems that the Wade family's majesty really does not tolerate any form of trampling, even if it is just making trouble in the Wade family's property and beating Wade family's insignificant subordinates. They will also be punished by the Wade family. Donald hates this damn Mr. Jones crazy. Blame him. It was he who hired him, so he and his son were also implicated. At this moment, he could not wait to rush over and choke this Mr. Jones alive. Moreover, his heart was really moved to kill. He knew that he couldn't kill people on Cameron Isaac's territory, but he had made up his mind. After leaving Shangri-La, he immediately called and asked the family to send some masters over to kill Mr. Jones and his 4 brothers directly, leaving them 5 dead. At this time, Cameron Isaac said coldly, "I will give you 10 minutes to get out of Shangri-La. If you are still in Shangri-La after 10 minutes, I will have your other leg broken too." Donald trembled all over, and hurriedly said with sincerity and fear, "Mr. Cameron, let's go now. Let's go." After speaking, he jumped to his son's side, reached out to help him, tearful, and comforted, "Son, let's go back home. Dad must find the best orthopedic doctor to treat your leg." Sean also cried in a mess. With the help of his father, he got up with difficulty and cried and said, "Dad, can my legs be cured?" "Yes, it will definitely be possible." Donald also knew that the knee has been completely shattered, and there is almost no possibility of cure. Even if all the artificial joints are replaced, there will be serious damage in the future. Even if it is not a lame, it is a lame man. It is absolutely impossible to restore the appearance of a normal person. However, he cannot see his son that way. He is still young after all. So, he didn't dare to pack things anymore, and supported each other with his son, and walked to the door of the presidential suite. At this time, Cameron Isaac suddenly smiled and said, "Hold on." Chapter 738. Donald trembled all over, turned around, and asked nervously, "Mr. Cameron, what do you want to say?" Cameron Isaac pointed to Mr. Jones and other 5 people lying on the ground, and said coldly, "You two, drag me out these 5 dead dogs, don't dirty my Shangri-La place." Donald was anxious, almost vomiting blood. After a while, he came back to his senses and blurted out, "Mr. Cameron, these 5 people have nothing to do with the Webb family anymore, you can do it at will. You want to kill or smash it?" Cameron Isaac said coldly, "Did you forget what I just said? These 5 people have works of art on their foreheads. You brought them back to Webb's house, waited on me and let them live well, and you must not let them die, let alone remove the artwork on their foreheads, understand? Artwork." Donald looked at Mr. Jones and the 5 of them with resentment. Every word on the forehead of these 5 people was like a sharp knife, slamming his heart. Now, Cameron Isaac actually asked him to take these 5 people home to serve? This is really too humiliating. However, he did not dare to have the slightest temper. What can you humiliate yourself? What should be received, still have to be received. It seems that at the moment I can only deal with him first, take these 5 people away and bring them back home, and then let them evaporate. Just as thinking about this, Cameron Isaac said again, yes, I forgot to remind you, these 5 people are to be brought home, you will let them live well, and they will be sent to Oris Hill by special plane every once in a while for my inspection. I want the life of one of your sons. If 2 people die, I want the life of a pair of your sons. If 3 people die, your dog's life is mine. Donald Webb's body trembled violently with anger. This is sh*T writing on the neck. What exactly does Cameron Isaac have against my Webb family? Why do you want to humiliate yourself in such an extremely insulting way? However, how dare he say a word to Cameron Isaac? So I could only cry and nod. Mr. Cameron, what you say is what? Cameron Isaac was satisfied and said coldly, okay, you two, get out with them behind your back. Donald begged, Mr. Cameron, I broke my leg, my son also broke his leg, and he also broke his hand earlier today. We 2 disabled people, how can we carry these 5 people on their backs? Please forgive us, or please arrange some of your subordinates to help carry them out. Cameron Isaac asked coldly, if you don't carry it, don't you? Don't leave if you don't carry. I will break your hands and feet. The 7 of you are lying here together waiting for the Webb family to pick you up. Sean suddenly collapsed and cried, Mr. Cameron, how did we make you unhappy? Please give us a good time, don't torture me and my dad, I'll kowtow to you. With that, Sean, who had broken his leg, knelt on the ground with difficulty and kept kowtow with one hand supporting it. He is really scared. And I'm so scared. What the hell is the top luxury Shangriila? This is simply hell on earth. I just want to escape now, escape back to the southern region, escape back to my own home, then lock myself up and lick the wounds alone. What happened today is really humiliating, and he will not even want to go out to meet people in the next few years. Cameron Isaac didn't buy anything for his kneeling and kowtow, and said coldly, well, I have already said, either you 2 will get me away from these 5 dogs, or you will become such dead dogs just like them. There are only 2 roads, choose your own. Donald hurriedly and humbly pleaded, Mr. Cameron, don't be angry, we will get them all out, even if it is crawling, we will drag all 5 of them out. Chapter 739. With Donald's complete compromise, the injured and lame father and son can only lean down with a grave face and tried their best to prepare to carry Mr. Jones and others out of the Shangri-La Hotel. However, the 2 had already become disabled, and Sean was even more miserable, having broken hands and feet, so carrying these 5 profuse sweats was simply extremely difficult. The father and son took the lead in dragging Mr. Jones out, and every time they took a step, they both panted with exhaustion. Not only was he tired, but the leg that was broken was even more painful. However, neither of them dared to yell at this time, so they could only grit their teeth and persist. Cameron Isaac hugged his shoulders, as if watching a good show, watching the father and son exert all their energy, and drag the 5 people to the square outside Shangri-La Hotel one after another like a sh** ball. Donald slumped on the ground tiredly and raised his hand to wipe off his sweat. Then he asked Cameron Isaac, Mr. Cameron, are you satisfied now? Cameron Isaac nodded and said coldly, but you took too long. I let you do it in 10 minutes. How about you? It took an hour. I'm really sorry, Donald said humiliatingly, the legs and feet of Sean and I are indeed inconvenient. It is a waste of your precious time. Cameron Isaac snorted, and said, you know it. Afterwards, he said sharply, this square at the entrance is also my site for Shangri-La, hurry up and let people come and pick you up. If I come out later, if I see you are still there, I will break your other leg. After Cameron Isaac finished speaking, he turned and left the scene. The father and son were left almost desperate. Sean cried and asked Donald at this time, Dad, what shall we do now? I want to go back to the southern region, and I don't want to stay in Oris Hill anymore. Donald gritted his teeth and said, I will call your grandfather now and ask him to send a helicopter over to take us back. In fact, Donald had already broken his heart in Oris Hill. At this time, he just wanted to go back and treat his legs quickly. So Donald immediately called his father, and on the phone, he complained to his father about what happened here. After listening to this, Mr. Webb became furious. The Wade family is really deceiving people too much. His eldest son and eldest grandson had both broken their legs, and it was fake that Mr. Webb was not angry. However, after getting angry, he sighed again and said, "Wait, I will contact the General Aviation Company in Oris Hill, and hurry up to rent a helicopter to pick you up." Donald also knew that even if his father regained his energy, there would be no way to do this. After all, the Webb family could only be regarded as ants in front of the Wade family, without any strength to compete with it. A few minutes later, the old man called and told Donald, "The helicopter has been found. I will be there to pick you up in 15 minutes. Great, Donald even choked up. He has never suffered such a big humiliation in his life. Now he is like a child who has been wronged outside, just thinking about being able to go home sooner. After hanging up the phone, he said to Sean, "Your grandpa has arranged a helicopter, and it will be there in 15 minutes. When Sean heard this, he cried in excitement. Donald hugged him, and the father and son cried together. The five Mr. Jones lying on the ground also felt very complicated. They are sad, because they are now completely useless, and may never have the chance to stand up. But they were also very fortunate. Fortunately, Cameron Isaac came forward and asked the Webb family to take care of them and send them to be inspected by Cameron Isaac regularly. This also means that he will not be retaliated by the Webb family and will not be killed by the Webb family. On the contrary, he will be raised by the Webb family. Thinking about it this way, at least the future life will still have a fall, otherwise, with Donald's character, he will definitely kill himself immediately. Chapter 740. At this moment, Kian, who had been at the Webb's family home, suddenly called Donald. At this time, he had just finished eating and had just regained his senses. Regardless of the stench in his mouth, he hurriedly called his father Donald. Donald didn't expect the younger son to call him. After all, he has been very depressed during this period of time. Every time he finishes eating, he wants to die and commit suicide. The whole person is very decadent. No one wants to see or talk. I don't know why you are calling yourself at this time. Could it be that I heard about what happened to my eldest son and called to comfort me? Thinking of this, Donald felt somewhat relieved. But after the call was connected, he heard Kian's extremely flustered voice, "Dad. It's not good. Grandpa had a heart attack just now." "What?" Donald blurted out, "What's the matter?" "When I was talking on the phone with your grandpa just now, his voice sounded fine." Kian said, "Just now, a friend of my grandfather called and asked him to watch a video on Facebook, and I showed it to him. As a result, he suffered a heart attack after watching it. Now the medical team at home is trying to rescue him. Fortunately, there is no danger to life." "Video? What video?" Donald said anxiously. "What kind of video is the old man who has nothing to watch? Are you scared by the horror videos above?" "No," Kian blurted out, "there is a pair of father and son with lettering on their foreheads. They said that a crosstalk was sent to Facebook." "Crosstalk?" Donald didn't understand even more. Then he suddenly asked, "What did you just say, lettering on your forehead?" "Yes," Kian said hurriedly. They introduced themselves, and said one was called Lloyd and the other was Marcus. Donald is even more surprised. What happened to these two father and son? Yes indeed. When I saw that Mr. Jones and the others had become useless and had their foreheads engraved on them, I was shocked that they were not enough, and I completely forgot about Lloyd and his son. Where did these two go? Said the crosstalk went. So, he asked in amazement, what did these two talk about on video? How could you have your grandpa's heart attack? Kian said, I probably watched a little bit. Their video is all about scolding our family. The scolding is really terrible. They not only tease me about eating SHT, they also tease you and my brother. With my mother and my grandpa. FCK. Donald was furious, and scolded, "The father and son named Lloyd are guilty of having a bear heart and a leopard. Dare to take our web family for fun?" After speaking, he immediately said to Sean, "Quickly open Facebook and search for Lloyd Marcus's video." Sean was very surprised. He didn't know why his father wanted to watch Facebook suddenly, let alone why Lloyd, Marcus and his son would talk about on Facebook. However, he obediently took out his phone, turned on Facebook, searched Lloyd and Marcus, and suddenly came out a video that had been liked more than 1,000,000 times. He subconsciously clicked on it, and the voices of Lloyd, Marcus and his son came out. Donald also hurried over to listen. It didn't matter if he heard it, the expressions of the father and son were getting more and more ugly. Halfway through hearing this, Donald hated him, and almost wanted to take a knife himself and cut Lloyd, Marcus and his son thousands of times. Do not. Thousands of knives can't solve the hatred in my heart. Chapter 741. It's not just Donald who is angry. Sean was also angry. This cross-talk between Lloyd and Marcus and his son almost crushed and humiliated the entire Webb family on the ground. Even after the humiliation was over, the father and son pissed on them. What makes them even more unacceptable? This cross-talk was spread to Facebook and made it public all over the internet. Since the Webb family is the first family in the south of the Yangtze River, it can be regarded as having a good face in the country, so this crosstalk so openly mocked them, satirized them, and insulted them, and it exploded in the circle of netizens. On the one hand, people are curious, what is the origin of these two foreheads? You dare to insult the Webb family so much, isn't this looking for death? On the other hand, people also like to watch this kind of big family drama, so everyone started to pay attention to this video, so it immediately got a huge amount of attention. Now the whole network is spreading this crosstalk frantically. Countless people reposted, liked, commented, and even reposted it on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, WeChat groups, and QQ groups. The popularity is extremely high. Donald Webb was enraged, so he immediately took out his cell phone and called his local underground spokesperson in Eastcliff. As soon as he came up, he said, "I want the lives of Lloyd and Marcus and his son. Today. I want it tonight." The other party was surprised and asked, "Master Webb, is it because of the Facebook video? Why are you so fking bullshit?" When Donald heard that he also mentioned the Facebook video, he knew that this matter had spread so much, he blurted out, "Find them both tonight, kill them both, I'll give you 20 million, if you can't find it or kill them, I'll *King kill you." "Okay, Lord Webb, I'll take 10 carts to Oris Hill overnight, and find them if I say anything, kill them both, and give this breath to Lord Webb." But Donald didn't know. At this moment, Lloyd's family had already drove on the highway overnight and rushed all the way to Eastcliff. After arrangements were made to kill Lloyd and his son, Donald immediately called a friend. As soon as he came up, he said to the other party, "Mr. Phillips, did you see that video on Facebook?" "I saw it." The other party couldn't help asking, "Old Webb, what's the background of this person, dare to fight against you like this?" Donald said coldly, "Just leave it alone, I have sent someone to kill them. I called you to ask you for a favor." "You said?" Donald said, "I have 30 million. Please help me contact the public relations company and the operation of Facebook, and help me delete this video. It is best to block the entire network and don't let it spread again." Now, celebrities, and entrepreneurs all have special crisis public relations. Once the negatives broke out on the internet, you can immediately spend a lot of money on it, and all kinds of online searches and news can be removed. Therefore, what Donald thought at this time was to quickly spend money to remove all the videos. After the removal, there will be no new transmissions, so after a while, people will naturally forget about this. Or, when someone else's news breaks out, everyone's eyes will be attracted by the other person, and then they will be relieved. The other party thought for a while and said, "Mr. Webb, you have too much influence in this matter. If you want to completely suppress it, 30 million is not enough." Donald immediately said, Then you make an offer. How much can you suppress it? The other party hesitated for a while and said, well, I won't say 100 million, don't say 50 million, you give me 70 million, I promise to delete this video permanently on Facebook. Okay. Donald blurted out, I will arrange for someone to make money now. Soon, Donald arranged his own finances and immediately remitted $70 million to the other company. While Donald was waiting for the helicopter, the video was deleted on Facebook. At this moment, Charlie Wade was in the kitchen, cooking while watching the volume of video plays and likes soaring. Marcus's phone is in front of him, and his Facebook account is about to explode at this time. Charlie Wade liked his black humor very much, and felt that it was a very murderous punishment for the Webb family. Chapter 742. However, when the number of likes exceeded 1.5 million, his Facebook suddenly prompted, your account has been permanently banned for posting illegal videos. Charlie Wade frowned suddenly. What the hell? Permanent ban? He immediately took out his mobile phone and searched for the crosstalk between Lloyd and his son, and found that the entire Facebook had been deleted cleanly. He suddenly realized that this must be Donald, who spent money to do crisis deletion public relations. Charlie Wade didn't expect that Donald could still use this method to curb the spread of the video, and he was suddenly a little annoyed. After thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and called Stephen Thompson, who was far away in Eastcliff. If Cameron Isaac is only one of the many spokespersons of the Wade family, but Stephen Thompson is the only steward of the Wade family. In other words, in the entire Wade family, except for the surname Wade, he is the top. After the phone call, Stephen Thompson immediately said respectfully, hello master, you haven't called me for a long time. Charlie Wade gave a hum, and said, I called you now. I want to ask you for help. Stephen Thompson hurriedly said, master, you are serious. You are the young master of the Wade family, and I am a servant of the Wade family. If you have anything to do, just tell me. Charlie Wade said, I want to ask you, how much is Facebook worth now? Stephen Thompson thought for a while, and said, if you calculate it based on the valuation, there are some elements of false reporting. The declared valuation should be about $130 billion. Charlie Wade asked again, if you buy it directly? How much is the price? Stephen Thompson said, if the price is one price, it will be between 80 billion and 90 billion. Charlie Wade asked again, can you buy Facebook for me? Yes. Stephen Thompson said immediately, master, wait a moment, I will let people contact the boss of Facebook. I believe he will not refuse the offer from the Wade family. Charlie Wade said in his heart, as long as Facebook bought it, he would put that crosstalk on the homepage of Facebook users across the country, asking them to open Facebook, and they would see that crosstalk. Don't your Webb family want to delete the video with me? If * King bought this video company directly, I see how you delete it. At this time, Donald didn't know that Charlie Wade had already started to buy Facebook. He searched the video several times, and finally heaved a sigh of relief after finding that there was no video. However, his anger towards Lloyd and Marcus did not diminish at all. Moreover, he thought carefully about the details. Marcus had long been engraved with the word pathetic jerk on his forehead. I knew this, but Lloyd's forehead had not been engraved before. When I saw him today, he was fine. In other words, this video should have been shot after Mr. Jones was defeated and abandoned by Charlie Wade. Moreover, in the video, the father and son laughed more ugly than they cried. It should be the video that someone threatened them to film. Anyway, who threatened them? It seems that there is only one possibility, and that is Charlie Wade. Thinking of this, Donald gritted his teeth bitterly. The surname is Wade, I will kill you one day. Otherwise, I will be called a person in vain. Chapter 743. Just when Donald finally breathed a sigh of relief because Facebook's video was deleted, he never dreamed that Facebook had already completed the transaction with the Wade family in Eastcliff. Eastcliff Wade family acquired Facebook wholly owned for $85 billion. Before this news was released, the Wade family had already begun to take over Facebook's operations. The first thing they did was to restore Marcus's deleted account, as well as the deleted hot video. Immediately afterwards, the technicians threw the setting, let all the mobile users across the country, the first time they turn on the app, they will see this video directly on the screen. Donald didn't know that things had changed 180 degrees. When he was waiting for the helicopter to come over, he suddenly received another call from Kian. Kian yelled in panic on the phone, "Dad, what's going on? Why is the video playing when the Facebook app is turned on? Now the number of likes has exceeded 2 million, I asked many people, when they open the app this video plays." "What?" Donald exclaimed suddenly and blurted out, "Are you sure? I just spent 70 million to solve this problem, there is no reason to come up again." Kian said confidently, "Of course I'm sure. I saw it myself. As long as you open the app, it's that section. I also asked several people that their app is like this." "Dad, what should I do now?" Donald said with a black face, "Let me see what is going on." After speaking, he immediately hung up and asked Sean to turn on Facebook. "Really?" As soon as Facebook is turned on, it is the crosstalk by Emir, Lloyd and Marcus by default. He was so angry that he immediately called the person who was in crisis public relations, and blurted out, "Mr. Phillips, are you playing me so much? How come the video is released again? And all users will see it by default?" The other party said embarrassingly, "Oh, Mr. Webb, I just received the news. You can't blame me for this. The main reason is that Eastcliff Wade's family just bought Facebook and paid $85 billion in cash." The other party did not hesitate. "They just sold it. What are you talking about?" Donald went crazy and exclaimed, "The Wade family bought Facebook whole?" "That's right." Mr. Phillips said embarrassingly, "Just now, they contacted Facebook's boss directly and quoted a cash purchase price." The other party agreed without hesitation. "You know, the world recently the economy is not so good. The entrepreneurs who start their own businesses want to get rid of their hands and realize it. At such a high price, they are paid directly in one lump sum, and there is no resistance at all." As he said, the other party hurriedly said, "Mr. Webb, don't be angry, the 70 million, I will leave it as it is, and I will immediately let the finance call you back. This time I'm really sorry, brother, I can do nothing." Donald was shocked. What is the Wade family's purpose? So how can a big family smash with a small character like yourself? He didn't offend the Wade family much. It's nothing more than 5 of your own dogs, who injured Wade's servants in Shangriila. Is it necessary to revenge yourself so frantically? In order to make a fool of myself, even bought Facebook directly? At this moment, Donald still didn't know that Charlie Wade's son-in-law would have anything to do with the Eastcliff Wade family. In his mind, he instinctively thought that these were two completely different things. One is that he offended Charlie Wade injured his subordinates, and recorded a cross-talk between Lloyd and Marcus. One was that his subordinates offended the Wade family, and the Wade family protected their assets. Starting from Cameron Isaac to the Wade family, they began to have trouble with themselves. It must be a coincidence that these two incidents collided together on Facebook. It should be that the Wade family saw this video and wanted to use this video to humiliate the Webb family, but found out that they simply put it. Facebook bought it. 85 billion in cash, you can take it, this boldness is indeed a top big family. Chapter 744. Even though the Webb family's assets are around $200 billion, the proportion of cash is actually not so much, at most less than $10 billion. A family is like a family. If a family has 2 million assets, it does not mean that they have 2 million cash. The house may be worth 1.3 million, a car worth 200,000, and miscellaneous other things are worth $200,000, and finally there are $200,000 in cash. With so many assets and cash, there are only 2 million. Had deleted the video by Crisis PR, so therefore, the Webb family has a net worth of $200 billion, and the real cash proportion is not much. If they were to buy Facebook for 85 billion, they would have to sell nearly half of their assets. However, the Wade family is different. No one knows exactly how much assets and cash the Wade family has. In short, they bought things with a lot of money. The Imperial Group of 100 billion, buy it when you say buy, the steep tone of 85 billion, buy it when you say it. Donald was a little frightened in his heart. The Wade family was so willing to spend the capital to deal with the Webb family. Could it be that they were going to fight the Webb family to the end? If this is the case, wouldn't the Webb family want to be cool? Just as he was panicking, there was a roar from far and near in the sky. The helicopter arranged by Mr. Webb is here. This is a heavy civilian helicopter with a large fuselage that can accommodate at least 10 people. This time, not only will Donald and his son be taken away, but also Mr. Jones's 5 waists will be taken away. Donald saw that the helicopter had hovered over his head and was slowly descending, his flustered heart eased slightly. For him, it is more important that nothing goes home now. For big things, you can wait to go home before slowly discussing solutions. At this moment, Cameron Isaac stepped out of the Shangriila hotel. Behind him were dozens of black-clothed bodyguards de deer, with a murderous look on their faces. Donald trembled for a while when he saw this scene. He originally thought that the Wade family might not really want to rip apart with the Webb family. It was likely that Cameron Isaac was good at making opinions. However, the news that the Wade family bought Facebook directly made him realize that this was not Cameron Isaac's advocacy, but that the entire Wade family was targeting the Webb family. That's why he was flustered, limped up to meet him, nodded and bowed his head and said, "Mr. Cameron, we will get out of here. It won't delay you too long. Please forgive me, and I ask you to talk to the Wade family. To say a few good things, thousands of mistakes are all the fault of the Webb family. The Webb family will definitely go to Eastcliff to apologize in a few days. I also asked the Wade family to have a lot of them. Don't be familiar with our kind of hanging silk family." Donald is really scared. In order to use a video to humiliate the Webb family, the Wade family can buy Facebook for $85 billion. If the Wade family really wants to kill the Webb family, they don't know what terrifying power they will use. Cameron Isaac looked at Donald coldly at this time, and said contemptuously, "Just you, are you worthy to go to the Wade family to make an apology? Don't look at what you count as a thing." Donald's face suddenly flushed red. "Yes, I don't deserve to visit Wade's house." At this time, Cameron Isaac yelled in a cold voice, "Let your helicopter roll farther away, don't fall on my Shangri-La, otherwise, I will have your helicopter dismantled, and then you and your son his other leg is also broken. Let you climb out of Oris Hill for me." Chapter 745. The helicopter is now overhead. Just let it land, and the people inside will lift up their father and son and these 5 dead dogs, and they can take off in less than 10 minutes, and they can take their son home. However, Cameron Isaac was not even willing to give himself this convenience. He couldn't help begging, "Mr. Cameron, you think our father and son are already miserable enough, so please raise your hands and let us get on the plane back home. Your great kindness, Webb will never forget." Cameron Isaac snorted coldly, "It's close to me. You don't take a picture of yourself without soaking urine, is it worth it?" After speaking, Cameron Isaac waved his hand, "I have already said what I have said. If the helicopter lands, I will have the pilot pull down and break the leg. You can have the helicopter or your other leg." Donald was desperate. He knew that Cameron Isaac's resolute attitude was absolutely impossible to give himself this face. So he could only sigh, and tearfully said, "Isaac, wait a minute, I'll call the pilot." As he said, he limped to the side and asked for the contact information of the pilot from the General Aviation Company to get through the phone. The pilot received his call and hurriedly said, "Hello, Mr. Webb, I am ready to land now. Please wait a moment." Donald hurriedly said, "Don't land. Shangri-La will not let the helicopter land here." After speaking, he hurriedly asked, "Is there any place to land near here? My son and I have broken legs and feet and can't be too far away." "Oh," the pilot said embarrassingly, "Mr. Webb, this is the city. Except for the square at the entrance of Shangri-La, only the apron on the top of the Shangri-La building can land." "That won't work either." Donald said, "You have to avoid Shangri-La's place." The pilot said, There is an elementary school 2 kilometers away. We can try to land on the playground of that elementary school. This is the nearest place." 2 kilometers? Donald hesitated. "Both myself and my son were lame, and both their right legs were scrapped and they could not drive the car. Is it too far to walk over? Moreover, there are these 5 dead dogs. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, "How many people are there on your plane?" 3. Donald hurriedly said, "That way, I will give you $10,000 per person. After you land the plane at that elementary school, take a taxi and pick us up. There are 7 of us and our legs and feet are not very good." The other party thought for a while and said, "Okay, Mr. Webb, wait a moment, we will pick you up after landing." The helicopter hovered overhead for a moment, then climbed and flew away. Donald wiped away tears and said to Cameron Isaac, "Mr. Cameron, are you satisfied now?" Cameron Isaac looked at him disgustedly. "Take your son and get out, don't appear in front of me like a fly." Chapter 746. After speaking, Cameron Isaac turned and left. Donald squatted on the spot, crying silently, covering his face. The dignity of a lifetime has been trampled down today. What the hell does it mean to live for this purpose? The point is, how can I make the Wade family? Even if this hatred is as deep as the sea today, there is no way to repay it. Is there anything more painful than this? By the way, there is more. On the internet, the video between the Lloyd family and his son is still spreading wildly. Now the number of likes has reached more than 3 million, which is almost all over the internet. 10 minutes later, 2 helicopter pilots and a mechanic rushed over by taxi. Donald finally saw the savior of his life. The 3 people got him and his son Sean in the car first, and then the 5 dead dogs in the car. The driver pulled them to the primary school playground where the helicopter was parked. The 3 people got all the 7 people in the car. After the plane took off in the dark and hurried to the southern region. When the Webb family and his son came to Oris Hill, they came by private jet. They were extremely high profile and arrogant. But who could have imagined that when the 2 of them left, they broke their hands and feet and suffered humiliation, like a bereaved dog. In the cabin of the plane, Donald and Sean, father and son, looked at the bustling night view of Oris Hill, embracing and crying. No one thought that this trip to Oris Hill would end in such a bleak situation. The father and son cried for a long time, and finally eased their emotions. Sean clutched his broken hand and said angrily, "Dad, I don't understand. Charlie Wade's trash is just the son-in-law of a small family. How come there is such a strong strength, Mr. Jones, and the 5 of them are not his opponents?" As he said angrily, "I don't know why, I always have a feeling that the Wade family is targeting us, not because Mr. Jones's trash wounded the Shangriila people, but as if the Wade family was helping Charlie Wade." Donald's expression was pale, and he said, "You think too much. Charlie Wade is just a live-in son-in-law with a stronger personal strength. He may have practiced with an expert before, but he is absolutely impossible to have anything to do with the Wade family." Sean said, "Then why did the Wade family help him? And they are all named Wade, are they distant relatives?" Donald shook his head and said, "Do you see how well the Wade family protects the calf? Even the security guards and lobby managers do not allow anyone to bully, and they can even turn their faces with the Webb family for this reason. If Charlie Wade really belongs to the Wade family, a distant relative, how could the Wade family sit back and watch him as the son-in-law in Oris Hill?" Immediately, Donald said, "I heard that this Charlie Wade was very humiliated in his wife's family. The key point is that his wife's family is not even a third-rate family. If he is really a distant relative of the Wade family must be early, so he took action to put his wife's obedience to his family." Speaking of this, Donald regretted it in his heart and blurted out, "I knew Charlie Wade had such a strong personal strength, so I directly mobilized a dozen or 20 masters and killed him at once. This will be done once and for all. There will be so many troubles behind." When he mentioned Charlie Wade, Sean felt bitter in his heart and hurriedly asked, "Dad, what shall we do with Charlie Wade next? Everything today is due to that Charlie Wade. If it weren't for him to abolish with these 5 wastes of Mr. Jones, they can't offend Cameron Isaac, and the Wade family can't offend us. They definitely can't spare him." Donald said coldly, "The current situation is already very unfavorable to us. It is not a wise move to deal with Charlie Wade now. When we return home, we will keep a low profile for a while, and wait for the turmoil to pass, and then consider the long-term plan. Sean was shocked, and blurted out, "Dad, Charlie Wade made our web family lose face in front of the people of the whole country, so just forget it?" Donald said with a cold face, "How could it be forgotten? Anyone who dares to offend our web family must pay the price of their lives. Charlie Wade's revenge for a broken hand and the dignity of my web family, I must let he pays for with his blood. Let him die without a place to bury him." Chapter 747. Before Charlie Wade was cooking, Stephen Thompson called and told him that Facebook had already bought it. He turned on Facebook and saw that the video has been restored, and it is indeed the first one to open the screen for all users. The number of likes has grown rapidly, and now it has exceeded 5 million. This makes him feel happy. "You think you can control Facebook, so I just bought Facebook. Now you are dumbfounded? What I want is this feeling." It seemed that the web family was really uncomfortable now. "This video, I will at least hang it on Facebook for a while." The web family must be uncomfortable, but they definitely have nothing to do. When the meal was ready, Charlie Wade put away his mobile phone and came out of the kitchen with the food. Only then did he discover that his wife Claire Wilson had also returned and was sitting in the living room looking at the phone. Not only Claire Wilson was looking at his cell phone, but his father-in-law Jacob Wilson and his mother-in-law Elaine Ma were all looking at the cell phone. Elaine Ma sighed as he watched. "The Lloyd family and the two masters are really brave, so speaking of the Webb family, can't the Webb family kill them?" Claire Wilson looked very nervous. She recognized Marcus in the video. The pathetic jerk on Marcus's forehead was the one that she watched Don Albert carve up. "At first, I went to the hot springs with my husband Charlie Wade and my girlfriend Laureen. They had a little conflict with Marcus in the parking lot. Later, Don Albert suddenly appeared and helped Charlie Wade beat Marcus severely. Later, it was also Charlie Wade who asked Don Albert to engrave the words, 'pathetic jerk,' on Marcus's forehead. Now, in the video, Marcus's father had 'father of the pathetic jerk' engraved on his forehead. She thought of Charlie Wade all of a sudden, and felt that this matter seemed instinctive to Charlie Wade. So, when she saw Charlie Wade coming out of the kitchen with food, she hurriedly walked to him and asked him in a low voice, "Charlie Wade, tell me the truth, are you conflicting with Marcus and his father again?" "No." Charlie Wade lied, "I haven't seen them at all." "Really?" Claire Wilson frowned, remembering that when she saw Charlie Wade in Jasmine's Rolls-Royce in the kitchen this morning, she couldn't help feeling jealous again. So she asked in a low voice, "Then I ask you, when you went out this morning, why was Miss Moore picking you up?" Charlie Wade was stunned, and immediately said seriously, "She came to pick me up because today her grandfather invited me to his birthday banquet." "Really?" Claire Wilson didn't quite believe it. Charlie Wade hurriedly said, "Why? Did I lie to you? Didn't I tell you that there is a friend who is going to have a birthday? He is the lord of the Moore family." Claire Wilson had a bad taste in her heart and mumbled and asked, "Why is Jasmine so good to you? She even drove to the door to pick you up. I think she even gave you the car door. It's very respectful. Does she like you?" "Ha! Hey," Charlie Wade laughed and said, "Wife, who is your husband, a hanging silk who doesn't even have a job, and it's a fool to show others feng shui or something. A few people, but they don't make the Moore family like them. What kind of family is the Moore family, the first family in Oris Hill? Think about how they can look at me, not to mention, I am a married person, Oris Hill, who doesn't know me, the soft rice king." Claire Wilson hurriedly said, "Don't be so presumptuous of yourself." Charlie Wade smiled and said, "I didn't slander myself. Isn't this all the truth? Many people saw me, and they just talked about rubbish, hanging silk, eating soft rice, and the son-in-law. Actually, I've been used to it for a long time." Claire Wilson said earnestly, "Anyway, you are my husband, you are not a waste, nor are you eating soft food." Charlie Wade nodded and said, "My wife knows how to appreciate me. I think in Oris Hill, the person who appreciates me most is you." Chapter 748. After speaking, Charlie Wade said again, "So you see, how can Miss Moore look at hanging silk like me?" Claire Wilson couldn't help saying, but I think she really respects you." She took the initiative to get out of the car and open the door for you. Charlie Wade snorted and said, she respects me because her grandfather believes in me. Her grandfather is getting older and he believes in feng shui, fortune and fate more and more, and I am the one he trusts, so he respects me. Naturally, his granddaughter should be polite to me too. If she neglects me, her grandfather will blame her. Claire Wilson nodded slightly. Charlie Wade's explanation seemed to be no problem. Everything can be said and explained. Thinking of this, she dispelled a lot of doubts in her heart. In fact, she was in a bad mood all day today. When shopping with Lorene, she also seemed a little uninterested and worried. The main reason was that she always felt that Jasmine seemed to really mean something to Charlie Wade. Otherwise, a woman has the strongest sixth sense. She just looked from a distance and felt that Jasmine seemed to like Charlie Wade. And it really made her guess. Fortunately, Charlie Wade's brain reacted quickly, and he immediately devalued himself before covering up this doubt in her heart. In fact, Charlie Wade knows Jasmine's affection for him deep in his heart. He is not a fool either, he also feels many things. He can see that Jasmine must have a heart for herself, and this intention is very strong. Of course, he didn't have any thoughts of betraying Claire Wilson, so to Jasmine, he had always pretended to be stupid, pretending to be confused. Fortunately, Jasmine was more graceful and restrained, and did not take the initiative to express her feelings to herself, so she gave herself space to pretend to be confused. At this time, Claire Wilson felt much more relieved and said, "You don't interact too closely with these upper-class people in the future. When they believe you, they will hold you, and when they don't believe you, they will fall. If they lose you, if they really want to throw you, you are likely to suffer a big loss." Charlie Wade nodded hurriedly and said seriously, "My wife, don't worry, I will try to keep my distance from them in the future." Seeing his sincere attitude, Claire Wilson was a little relieved. At this time, the mother-in-law Elaine Ma came over with her mobile phone and muttered impatiently to Charlie Wade, "Can't you still eat? You run out every day without a sh*t, and everything about grocery shopping and cooking is delayed. Me and your dad have been waiting hungry for a long time." Charlie Wade hurriedly said, "Mom, there is something wrong today, but you can rest assured that I will not delay buying vegetables and cooking in the future. You better remember what you said." Elaine Ma snorted coldly, her face full of discomfort. In fact, she had always resented Charlie Wade for what he asked Hannah to donate the money last time. There were $2 million in it that belonged to her money, but now it was completely lost. She has no money now, and can't go out and play with the old sisters. She can only stay at home by herself every day to make her sulking, so Charlie Wade is even more unpleasant. At this time, Jacob Wilson walked over and suddenly asked, "By the way, Charlie Wade, when will our Thompson First villa be finished?" Chapter 749. When Jacob Wilson asked about the villa, he actually wanted to help Charlie Wade. He knew his wife's temperament and personality, plus she had recently taken gunpowder, so Jacob Wilson was also afraid that she would catch Charlie Wade, and kept sarcasm at him. In Jacob Wilson's eyes, his son-in-law is really saving his life time and time again, so he now treats Charlie Wade as a son-in-law. In addition, as the saying goes, a son-in-law is half a son, so when he saw Charlie Wade being scolded, he even felt sorry for his son-in-law. However, when he asked about the villa, Elaine Ma's attention was suddenly attracted. She looked at Charlie Wade and blurted out, "Yeah, when will the villa be renovated and moved in?" "When I move in, I will leave a separate room with a mahjong machine so that it can be like my friend. I asked my friend to play mahjong in my villa." Charlie Wade thought to himself, playing mahjong? Do you have money to lose? Living in a large villa worth more than $100 million, you find someone to come to your house to play mahjong, and then you can't afford to lose $2,000. Are you ashamed? However, he certainly couldn't say this directly to his mother-in-law, that is, he mocked her in his heart. Thinking of this, Charlie Wade didn't bother to be familiar with his mother-in-law, and said lightly, "I saw Mr. White today. He said that the villa is basically installed, but furniture and appliances are missing. If we want to move in, we can buy some furniture. Put home appliances in, and then you can move." Great! Jacob Wilson was very happy when he heard that the villa could live in. Elaine Ma on the side was also very excited, haha laughed and said, okay. I'm finally getting rid of this broken house. With that, she suddenly recovered. Buy furniture and appliances? What the hell? Didn't the villa have any furniture or appliances? All the money made Charlie Wade donate the Hope Project, so what kind of purchase did he get? Thinking of this, Elaine Ma's expression immediately became ugly, and she said coldly, that Mr. White is too much, so expensive villas are given away, furniture and appliances are not provided, let us buy it ourselves. Why are so small? When Claire Wilson heard this, he reluctantly said, oh, Mom, why are you like this? People sent a villa worth more than $100 million, are you still not satisfied? Charlie Wade immediately understood Elaine Ma's desperate look. My mother-in-law must be afraid that Claire Wilson and Jacob Wilson will know that she has no money. Therefore, Charlie Wade deliberately said, Mom, what Mr. White gave was a villa, not furniture and appliances. Besides, this furniture and appliances should be selected according to personal preference. If they give it to you, if you don't like it, there will be so many. Where to put the furniture? Elaine Ma made a strong argument, why don't I like the gift? As long as it is free, I like it. Jacob Wilson took the conversation and said, oh, it's okay for us to buy the furniture we like. Tomorrow, we will go to the furniture store and take a look. If we have any furniture we like, we don't need the money. After all, we still have more than $2 million in our family. Buying some good furniture and home appliances cannot use more than $1 million at most. Elaine Ma panicked suddenly and blurted out, what to buy? Don't buy it. Let that Mr. White give it away. After she finished speaking, she said to Charlie Wade annoyed, you call that Mr. White, what the hell are you doing? The car is delivered, how can I drive the old lady without adding a tank of gas? Let him be matched and we will move. Past. Charlie Wade deliberately said, Mom, this is not possible. Mr. White regrets that he should not give such an expensive villa. He told me in the past 2 days that he wanted to change to a smaller and more partial villa for me. Chapter 750. What the hell? Elaine Ma was anxious, cursing, what kind of dog thing is this? Can you ask for a gift from someone? Charlie Wade opened his hands, after all, it was something that was given by someone else, even if someone repents and doesn't want to give it away, what can we do? We can't compare with White's family. Elaine Ma said angrily, how can it be like this? It's a bastard to send the villa without the furniture. Jacob Wilson said, okay. You should be content too, stop twittering here, take out our money, and buy furniture tomorrow. After buying furniture, I will find a moving company to move next week. Elaine Ma panicked and said, no. If you don't talk about furniture, you can't move it. What are you talking about? Jacob Wilson frowned and asked, I buy the furniture we use ourselves. What else can I say? Elaine Ma said in a panic, I don't buy it. If you want to buy it, you can buy it yourself. Jacob Wilson blurted out, what nonsense are you talking about, how can I have the money to buy furniture? My son-in-law gave me the money for my dinner party. What? Elaine Ma blew up all of a sudden, blurted out, Charlie Wade, where did you get the $20,000? Charlie Wade said, private money. Private money? Elaine Ma said annoyedly, if you eat our house, live in our house, and use our house, you still dare to hide your private house money? Say, how much private house money you have, all will be kept by me. Elaine Ma is now insane and desperate to make money. Hearing that Charlie Wade has private money, she immediately became greedy. Charlie Wade said indifferently at this time, Mom, I didn't save much money for my private house. I just occasionally showed people to see feng shui and made some money. Didn't this I bought 2 BMWs? I don't have much money anymore. Elaine Ma hurriedly asked, how many money do you have? Charlie Wade shrugged, maybe there is less than $10,000, $7,000 or $8,000. Give it to me. Elaine Ma blurted out, you are not allowed to save a penny of private money in the future. Claire Wilson couldn't see it anymore, and said coldly, Mom, what do you always bully Charlie Wade for? It's not easy for him to save some money, and it's just a little bit in total. You still wonder if you have more than 2 million? Elaine Ma was speechless. How can I have more than 2 million? So she could only say angrily, well, let's move when the time comes. Let's move the old furniture in our house and use it first. Ha! Jacob Wilson was stunned, and said, do you know how big the villa is? There are 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground. The total area is more than 1,000 square meters. There are more than 100 points in our house. Put this piece of furniture in. What does it show? With that, Jacob Wilson pointed to his own fabric sofa and said, just put this broken sofa in a living room of the boss of Thompson first. What's the matter? Wouldn't it be an ant riding an elephant? Elaine Ma was very guilty and made strong words, you know what? This saves money. Otherwise, just buy some furniture and appliances for the villa, and it will cost more than 1 million. Spending so much money is just for vanity. People can't live their lives. Jacob Wilson was stunned. I am vanity. I can't live. What face does Elaine Ma have to say to me like this? Chapter 751. Although Jacob Wilson was useless, he was by no means a fool. In this family, to talk about vanity, I have both myself and his wife Elaine Ma. However, Elaine Ma's vanity is at least 10,000 times stronger than himself. Elaine Ma is a typical face-to-face, vanity to the extreme. Now she has the face to say that she is vanity. This old lady really doesn't know what a face is. While being angry, Jacob Wilson suddenly thought of something not quite right. Elaine Ma has always been thinking about Thompson First's A05 villa. Before the renovation was finished, he had been thinking about moving in, and even dragged herself to see the progress of the villa's renovation several times. At that time, Elaine Ma also planned what he would buy for the living room. What kind of sofa, what kind of bed should I buy in the bedroom, and what kind of table should I buy in the restaurant? In other words, Elaine Ma had never thought that Mr. White would furnish furniture. Therefore, she is also ready to spend money on furniture, and can't wait to live in. But, why is the villa now completely renovated and has to buy furniture to move in, and she is reluctant to spend money to buy it? This thing must be strange. So, Jacob Wilson asked in a cold voice, Elaine Ma, you are reluctant to buy furniture. What is the reason? Is there not so much money at home? Elaine Ma hurriedly said, No, I just want to save some money. I might have to spend money when starting a business. How can we spend all our money on pleasure? Jacob Wilson frowned and blurted out, Come on, you open your mobile bank and let me see the balance. What do you mean? Elaine Ma was flustered, but pretended to be annoyed. Jacob Wilson, you want to check my account? Do you not trust me? Yes. Jacob Wilson replied decisively and coldly said, I seriously doubt now whether you have made a big gap in the money at home. Otherwise, with your personality, I would have long wished to move to the soup tonight. Elaine Ma quibbled, You don't have to calculate there. I will manage the money at home. This is what we said when we got married. What qualifications do you have to check my account? When Jacob Wilson saw that Elaine Ma was playing a rogue completely, he immediately guessed that there must be something wrong with the money. He immediately said seriously, Elaine Ma, don't think you can fool it this time. If you don't let me look at the bank account. The balance, I will divorce you. Divorce? Elaine Ma exploded, and blurted out, Jacob Wilson, you are amazing. You are going to divorce me. Do you still have a conscience? Have you ever thought about how much hardship I have suffered with you for so many years? How many wrongs did I suffer? Back then, when I was unmarried, I got pregnant first, and how many people pointed me behind my back? Have you forgotten? I haven't forgotten. Jacob Wilson said, That's why I have been accommodating you and forbearing you. The same is true now, but I just want to know how much money is left in my family. Don't forget, I am also from this family. As a member, I also contributed a lot of income to this family. Before I had a fight with my mother and the Wilson group did not go downhill, I would get a bonus of 20,000 or 30,000 every month. Elaine Ma snorted coldly, Don't come with me. In this house, I am the one in charge of the money. You are not qualified to ask. Jacob Wilson gritted his teeth and said, okay. Are you going to die? Okay. In this case, we will divorce tomorrow. I have nothing to say with you. You dare. Why don't I dare? Jacob Wilson shouted coldly, I'll tell you. I will go to find a lawyer tomorrow. I will do what I say. Anyway, there is nothing worth dividing in this family, that is, 2 million deposits and a house. The child is also big and married, so if you don't involve the child with whom, it will be done soon. Chapter 752. As he said, Jacob Wilson stared at Elaine Ma again, and said, the 2 million cash is left to you for safekeeping. Then I will directly sue the court and ask to divide the half. If you can't take it out, you will be legally responsible. Of you, Elaine Ma really didn't expect that Jacob Wilson, an old fellow, would be so cruel. Divorce yourself and divide your property? If he really sues himself, what can he do? I am old now and have no money. I am really divorced, so what good days do I have? When I thought of this, Elaine Ma was a little confused. She softened hurriedly and said, oh my husband, why are you so angry? We two walked over in the wind and rain for more than 20 years, are you worthy of turning your face with me at this time? Jacob Wilson said seriously, I just want to know how much money is left in the family. If you refuse to disclose, then I will divorce you tomorrow. In fact, Jacob Wilson had been fed up with Elaine Ma for a long time. It can even be said that he didn't like Elaine Ma at all back then. He was in love with Matilda, the school flower of the year, and Elaine Ma got involved in the third party. He has been ignoring Elaine Ma. That's why Elaine Ma thought of the shameless trick. First she got him drunk and had a relationship with him. She told Matilda and made Matilda break up with him in pain. It was also because Elaine Ma was lucky and became pregnant at that time, so she used the child to force Jacob Wilson to marry herself. Jacob Wilson lost Matilda at the time and was hit hard. When he thought that Elaine Ma was pregnant with her own child, he chose to marry Elaine Ma for the sake of the child, and then he had a sad marriage life for more than 2 decades. Originally, Jacob Wilson had already accepted his fate. What happens if you are divorced? So I didn't touch this thought. When the classmates' reunion last time, he was a little shaken when he was so ridiculed by everyone. Today, Elaine Ma behaved so abnormally, so violently, arrogantly, and unreasonably. He has completely given up his mind. Now he can't wait to divorce her and get rid of this woman. Elaine Ma was really panicked at this time. She has been bullying Jacob Wilson for so many years, Jacob Wilson can bear it, and has never been so resolute or tough, so it can be seen that she really made him anxious. Although Elaine Ma is pungent, she is actually a paper tiger. When she yelled, if the other party slapped her, she would be honest immediately, but if others showed a little fear, she immediately rushed to bite someone. So, seeing Jacob Wilson really angry, she was really scared. Claire Wilson also said at this time, Mom, although money matters are yours, both Dad and I are qualified and have the right to know the financial situation of the family. Since Dad wants to see the specific balance, you can open the mobile banking. Let him see. Elaine Ma bit her lip, the line of defense in her heart has completely collapsed. She looked at Jacob Wilson dodgingly, and gathered the courage to whisper, the money, there is no more. What's the thing? Jacob Wilson suddenly exploded, and blurted out. There is no money. More than $2 million, no more. Chapter 753. The voice of Jacob Wilson shocked Elaine Ma immediately. At this moment, she couldn't continue to conceal it, so she could only vainly said, Husband, I'm sorry, my family's money has all made me lose all the cards. She didn't dare to say that she was tricked by Hannah, because the Wilson family is still frantically looking for Hannah. If she tells the truth and spreads it out, the Wilson family probably will come soon. She didn't think about Charlie Wade. The main reason was that she didn't want to cause trouble for herself. After all, Don Albert sent all those people to the black coal mine at the time. These people are all missing now. If it is found out, it will be impossible. Well, I must be implicated. So she can only say that the money was lost by her own card game, but there is no way to say that she was deceived by Hannah's design. When Jacob Wilson heard that she had lost more than 2 million in card games, his anger went wild. One could not control it, and he slapped Elaine Ma's face with a slap in the face, yelling, "Did you lose more than 2 million? You prodigal wife, do you know how many years this is our family's savings?" Elaine Ma married Jacob Wilson for so many years, this is the first time he has been beaten. A slap relentlessly and vigorously came over, directly harming Elaine Ma. Elaine Ma held her face for a while, then suddenly furious, cursing, "Jacob Wilson. Do you dare to hit me? Hit you?" Jacob Wilson gritted his teeth and said, "It's easy to hit you." After speaking, he raised his hand and slapped it again. This time Jacob Wilson was really furious, so he grabbed Elaine Ma's hair, pointed it at her face and snapped his bow left and right. He cursed at the same time, "I let you bet. I let you bet. You made our family work hard. You lost all my money. Not only will I hit you, I will divorce you." Claire Wilson looked silly, and hurriedly wanted to come up to the fight, but Jacob Wilson said, "No one will stop me today. Not only will I hit this stinky lady, I must completely draw a line with her." Elaine Ma had already been drawn blood all over his face at this time, and her lungs were about to explode, but when she heard this, she suddenly panicked. Based on her understanding of Jacob Wilson, she knew very well that Jacob Wilson was really angry. A person who rarely gets angry, if suddenly gets angry, then there is no doubt that he must be really very angry. He wants to divorce now, will she be helpless in the future? At this time, Elaine Ma was unwilling to divorce, so being slapped she can only endure. So she cried and said, "My husband, I am wrong husband. Please forgive me." As she said, she knelt on the ground as soon as his legs softened, hugged Jacob Wilson's legs, and cried, "Husband, I didn't want to lose so much money in a card game, but I was so obsessed with my heart. So all the money is lost, I beg you to forgive me, I really know I was wrong." "You know it's wrong." Jacob Wilson gritted his teeth and said, "You know it's wrong. Why didn't you tell me about the money loss? You know it was wrong. Why did you just talk with me? Do you think you lost all your money? Let me see the account balance, this matter can pass. Do you think you can kneel down on my knees and beg me to forgive you now? I tell you Elaine Ma, you are dreaming. Today's marriage, I'm leaving. I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to go through the divorce procedures tomorrow morning, and I will make a clean break with you from now on." When Claire Wilson heard this, she couldn't bear it. As a child, how could she be willing to see her parents divorce? Chapter 754. Moreover, the parents are so old that they will have to rely on and help each other when they are old. At this time, divorce makes it difficult for both of them to be happy. More importantly, after the divorce, where do the parents live? There is only one set of houses in the family, but there is one set of villas, but that was given to Charlie Wade. Claire Wilson always felt that the villa was unreliable, and she might leave the villa someday. So, in this way, you can't let your father or mother go out of the house, right? Moreover, my company has just started. Although everyone is taking care of their own business, the company is very small after all and needs a little bit of money. Now there is no money to buy a house for any one of my parents as a pension. So if this family really wants to separate, it must be torn apart and lose both sides." So she could only plead, "Oh, Dad, Mom has admitted wrong, so don't be familiar with her, forgive her this time, okay?" After speaking, she hurriedly added another sentence, saying, "If you don't have any money, you can make more money. After all, our company is doing pretty well now. I believe it will definitely make more money in the future." Jacob Wilson said angrily, "This is not a matter of 2 million, but a matter of nature. She took the savings of our whole family, but she was completely irresponsible. She would not say anything to us if she lost everything. Never forgive." Then, Jacob Wilson said again, "Think about it for yourself at first. She lost all her money and didn't speak. If one day I am in a car accident like last time, I am about to die, waiting for her to pay me for first aid, she can't get it out, what should I do? If the same thing happens to you and Charlie Wade, what should I do? This money is not only our family's savings, but also our future support. She is completely irresponsible to us. What does such a person still keep her in this house? In my opinion, it is better to follow her. Make a clean break, so she won't hurt us again in the future. Claire Wilson sighed, and didn't know what to say. What Dad said was true. Mom lost so much money at once. The nature is indeed too bad. But, again, she is also her own mother. Elaine Ma was also frightened by Jacob Wilson's decisive tone. Holding his legs tightly, he kept kowtow, crying and saying, "My husband, you can't divorce me. I can't live without you. I really know I'm wrong. Just forgive me this time. If you don't forgive me, what is the point of being alive? I'm dead, forget me." After speaking, he let go of Jacob Wilson's legs and ran to the balcony. Claire Wilson was startled, and hurried to catch up. "I live on the 15th floor, if my mother really wants to find a short sight, this will be terrible." Jacob Wilson looked at him coldly, and blurted out, "In the beginning, you leave her alone, you let her dance, I still don't believe it. You cried, made trouble and hanged 3 times. Your mother is a master, and that skill has long been perfect." As soon as Elaine Ma heard this, she shouted, "Jacob Wilson, are you really going to kill me? Okay, then I really just jump down and forget it, and make you feel guilty forever." After speaking, she rushed to the balcony, opened the window, and wanted to climb outside. Claire Wilson hurriedly hugged her waist, crying and said, "Mom, what are you doing? Let's talk about what's the matter." Elaine Ma burst into tears and said, "What else can I say? Your dad is so unfeeling to want me to die, what face do I have to live in this world?" Chapter 755. On the balcony, Claire Wilson hugged Elaine Ma, crying and said, "Mom, Dad is also angry. Give him some time and he will be relieved slowly. Don't think about it." Elaine Ma crawled on the window and cried loudly, "Good girl, don't stop Mom. Tonight is Mom's death. In the future, you will celebrate the holidays. Don't forget to burn some money for Mom. Don't talk to Charlie Wade, who is an unfilial son. Like, I don't want to burn paper for his dead parents. My parents have no money to spend below, so they come to him with a dream and burn the checks." Charlie Wade's face turned green when he heard this. Elaine Ma, you are so amazing. Last time in the hospital, you accidentally gave you the 100 million check from Jasmine, which almost made you pick up a big leak. Fortunately, you don't believe it. Take it back to trouble me. If this really allows you to exchange 100 million in cash, wouldn't you burn the bag to the sky? This proves that you have no life to make a fortune at all. So, he couldn't help but pray in his heart, "Jacob Wilson, you can be tough once, you must divorce this bitch. When you are divorced, I will cover you from now on. Anyway, what I have is money. I will give you 3 melons and dates. It will be enough for you to live and moisturize. Maybe you can meet a good old lady. Come on the second spring." At this time, Claire Wilson felt very uncomfortable. He cried and said, "Mom, what can't you just say that you have to find a life? Even if you really divorced your dad, can you live on like this? Why do you want to can't think of it?" Elaine Ma cried out loudly, "I followed your dad when I was a big girl. I was pregnant before I got married. How many people pointed me at my spine? I was neither angry nor complained. I just wanted to live well with your dad. Who would have thought that after so many years of suffering and tiredness, your dad is going to divorce me?" As she said, she shouted desperately, "Why am I still alive? I'll just die and forget me." Almost everyone in the community heard Elaine Ma shout from the window. Then, downstairs, someone yelled, "Big girl, don't think about it, what is more important than being alive?" "Yes, old girl, my husband is raising a mistress outside, so I didn't even think about jumping off the building." Others scolded, "Grass, you stinky lady will die outside, don't die in our community, otherwise the housing prices of the entire community will be pulled down by you." As soon as Elaine Ma heard this, she exploded and scolded angrily, that dog's grotesque is talking about it? If I die wherever my old mother loves to die. After my old mother's death, she will haunt you and haunt you all the time. The whole family, I want to kill your whole family, leaving no one left, and make your mouth cheap." As soon as I said this, there was a dead silence outside. No one thought that Elaine Ma's combat effectiveness was so fierce, that she would be able to curse such words. When Elaine Ma saw that the person who was speaking fell silent, she immediately cursed, "Who the dog who made me go out and die just now, why don't you speak at this time? I tell you, you won't survive tonight. Your whole family will be violent tonight. Kill. Your mother killed a car, your father killed a dog, your wife and children killed by lightning." The whole community collapsed. What a hatred, such a curse. At this time, I heard someone yelling from outside, "Do you believe me, stinky lady, I'll hack you right now?" Elaine Ma was not afraid, and blurted out, "Come on, you bastard, you think I will be afraid of you? I tell you, I don't want to live anymore, and I will die with you at that time." After finishing speaking, Elaine Ma said again, "You bastard have a kind of house number to report, I will now take a knife to your door to cut her wrist. Cut the artery, blood smashed into your door. Then again. Hanged at your door. I will haunt you forever." As soon as the other party heard that, he was completely shocked almost immediately. A ruthless person like Elaine Ma, ordinary people really can't provoke him. Who is Elaine Ma? If you bite against the Tibetan Mastiff, you can't lose it. How could ordinary people be her opponent? Elaine Ma sneered when he saw the man's defeat. "Wilson Brett still dare to pretend to be your grandma? Your grandma can stand in front of your house and scold you for 3 weeks. If your mother doesn't know you, if you don't scold you, you will be like your grandma for more than 40 years. Chapter 756. At this time, Claire Wilson was also about to collapse. On the one hand, my father is about to divorce, and my mother is about to commit suicide. In the meantime, my mother can still have a big quarrel on the balcony with a person who only hears his voice and does not know who it is, and the quarrel is so unbearable." Jacob Wilson was also a little flustered. He knew that Elaine Ma's fighting power was fierce, but he didn't expect to be so fierce. If she insists on divorcing her, will she stay in front of her for the rest of her life and curse? What is the difference between such a life and hell? Thinking of this, Jacob Wilson sighed in his heart, secretly thinking that today's marriage might not be possible. Even if I can leave, old Wilson still dare not leave in my heart. After Elaine Ma cursed the street on the balcony and victoriously opened the flag, he wanted to open it too. After thinking for a few minutes on the balcony, she climbed down again, patted the dust on her body, walked back to the house and said to Jacob Wilson, "Jacob Wilson, you can get a divorce, and the house belongs to me. Give me $50,000 a month for living expenses. You are not allowed to move to Thompson First Villa with us, you will leave the house alone and find a way to live by yourself." Jacob Wilson was mad and blurted, "Why? You are the sinner in this family. It is you, not me, who should go out of the house." Elaine Ma sternly said, "Want to drive me away? There are no doors. I definitely won't leave. By then, I will live in the villa of Thompson First. Why are you so shameless? Jacob Wilson is going crazy, what's the matter?" Just now, the initiative was still in his own hands. Why would he be eaten by Elaine Ma again when he turned his face? Elaine Ma gave it up right now and said disdainfully, "I'm just shameless. What can you do? I tell you, if you want to divorce me, then I won't make you feel better." The old lady is not afraid of wearing shoes. If you don't believe me, try it. You, Jacob Wilson's aggrieved tears rolled in his eyes. Charlie Wade couldn't help sighing when he saw this. It seems that Jacob Wilson has lost again in this wave. The key is that the loser is uncomfortable. Seeing Jacob Wilson's fierce attack, He was about to push up the opponent's high ground. In the end, he did not expect that the opponent would directly rise up, rush to tear down his base, and complete a beautiful counter kill. Loss. Loss to Grandma's house. Charlie Wade couldn't help feeling extremely sorry. Jacob Wilson was really persuaded at this time. He didn't know what to do at once, and he was in a dilemma. Get a divorce, it may be a real cleanup, and this old lady may be like a dog, chasing herself and biting for the rest of her life. Let's not leave, this is really uncomfortable, and the desire to die is all there. At this moment, Claire Wilson hurriedly opened the mouth to complete the battle, saying, "Mom and Dad, don't quarrel. The past is over. Can't we live a good life in the future? You both step back and Mom will not worry about the money, and play less mahjong. Dad, you manage the money, but don't talk about the previous things." Jacob Wilson said with a sad face, "I will be in charge of the money in the future. Where is the money from this family let me control?" Chapter 757. When Elaine Ma saw Jacob Wilson a little bit about to compromise at this time, she hurriedly changed her compliment and said, "Oh my husband, our family will definitely be able to make money in the future. From now on, the company will make money. She gave it to us. All the money will be kept by you, and you will be in charge of the financial power of our family in the future, okay?" Jacob Wilson felt a little relieved when he heard this, thinking that if I head to head with Elaine Ma, I might not be able to get a bargain, so I simply borrowed the donkey from the slope, which was considered a default solution. Elaine Ma thought to himself, "Jacob Wilson, I can't help my mother. Now I have no money, so on the surface, if you are in charge of financial power, you are just a hollow shell. As long as she has money from now on, my old lady will definitely bring back the financial power." Thinking of this, she was very proud, and quickly coaxed Jacob Wilson and said, "My husband, you are so kind. I will cook tomorrow by myself and make your favorite braised prawns with oil." Seeing that the two had passed this hurdle safely, Claire Wilson was relieved, but Charlie Wade was a group of regrets. "This old man, I was really awkward to death, and it was for the sake of being so close, and it was really hopeless to be able to provoke again. Regardless, it is his own life anyway, since he chooses to continue to suffer in dire straits, let him go." When a farce ended, Charlie Wade and Claire Wilson went back to the room with their own thoughts. In the room, Claire Wilson immediately showed a sad face. Charlie Wade hurriedly asked, "Wife, what's wrong with you?" Claire Wilson shook his head, sighed, and said, "My mother really makes me helpless. More than $2 million, if you don't have it, it will be gone, hey." Charlie Wade comforted, "My wife, if you are worried about money, don't take it too seriously. My husband looks back and thinks of ways to make more money back." Claire Wilson said, "I'm not worried about money, I'm worried about people. You say my mother is really uneasy." Charlie Wade said helplessly, "There is no way. What kind of mother is? You know better than me." Claire Wilson nodded and sighed, "It's because I'm clear that I have no choice. I can see that my mother hasn't really regretted it at all. When my dad is gone, she must be the same again." Charlie Wade comforted her and said, "Don't think about it so much now. You are busy with your affairs, don't worry too much about family affairs. Parents are not young anymore, they are adults, and they can find a way for their own affairs." After speaking, Charlie Wade said again, "As for Thompson's first purchase of furniture and home appliances, I will find a way." "Ha!" Claire Wilson asked in surprise, "What can you do?" Noticing Jacob's hesitation, Elaine quickly adopted a charming demeanor and said, "Sweetheart, we can still make money. Claire's business is beginning to thrive, and once it starts generating profit, she'll entrust all her earnings to you for safekeeping. You'll become the financial backbone of our family, all right? Jacob felt a wave of relief wash over him at her suggestion. Realizing he couldn't maintain the upper hand at this moment, he understood that resisting her would lead to more trouble. Compromising and accepting her plan seemed like the best course of action. Meanwhile, Elaine's thoughts were quite different. Jacob Wilson, you won't escape my control. I've put you in charge of our family finances because we're currently broke. You're just a puppet for now, but once we have money, I'll reclaim the power. She was thrilled by this idea and cheerfully exclaimed, "Darling, you're wonderful. I'll cook your favorite braised prawns tomorrow." Their reconciliation elicited two starkly different reactions. Claire felt relieved, while Charlie was filled with regret. Charlie had always seen his father-in-law as somewhat weak. He had hoped the old man would find his courage in a moment like this, but instead, he faltered just when it mattered most. Well, it was Jacob's life to lead. If he chose to endure such a miserable existence, then so be it. After the turmoil, Charlie and Claire retreated to their room, each lost in their own thoughts. As soon as they entered, Claire appeared anxious and drained. "Honey, what's bothering you?" Charlie asked with concern. Claire sighed, shaking her head. "I'm so let down by Mom. 2 million. How could she?" Sigh. "If you're worried about the money, don't be. I'll find a way to recover it," Charlie reassured her. "It's not just the money that concerns me, it's about my mom. She's such a headache," Claire replied. Charlie shrugged in resignation. "There's really not much you can do. You know your mom better than I do." Claire nodded sadly. "I understand, which is why I feel so powerless. I can tell she's not being genuine. Once Dad isn't angry anymore, she'll revert to her old ways." Charlie gently patted her back. "Let's not dwell on it right now. Focus on your business. Your parents are adults, they can handle their issues." He then added, "By the way, I'll look into buying furniture and appliances for the Thompson First Villa." "Oh?" Claire exclaimed in surprise. "What do you have in mind?" "I've had a few feng shui jobs lined up these past couple of days, and I can make a decent amount from them. We can use that money for furniture and appliances, and then move in," Charlie explained. Claire frowned, concerned. "That's another thing that worries me, your feng shui gig. What if it doesn't work out? Those clients are VIPs in the city, we can't afford to provoke them." Charlie smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I'm quite skilled at what I do. My work yields positive results. Just look at Lord Moore, he built the Moore family empire, worth over $100 billion. How could I possibly deceive someone of his stature? If my feng shui didn't have merit, he wouldn't trust me so much." Claire tilted her head, contemplating his words. After a moment, she nodded slightly. "That makes sense." Suddenly, she added, "But you must not lie or create trouble like my mom does, okay?" Charlie chuckled and nodded. "All right, my dear wife. I know what I'm doing. All right, I'll take a shower." As Charlie and Claire settled in for the night, a heavy-lift helicopter thundered through the South Haven sky, its noise echoing all around. After spending 2 long hours aboard the helicopter, Donald and Sean Webb finally approached the sprawling mansion in South Haven, their destination. On the expansive lawn of the mansion, the Webb family awaited their arrival. Among them were Kian and his mother, standing anxiously at the edge of the lawn. They were already aware of the tragic events that had unfolded in Orris Hill and were eager to offer their support and comfort. As the helicopter began its descent, tears of sorrow filled Donald and Sean's eyes at the sight of their waiting family. The ordeals they faced in Orris Hill felt like a purgatory, inflicting immense pain and anguish on both of them. Now, however, a sense of relief and warmth washed over them as they finally returned home. Once the helicopter touched down and the door swung open, the servants rushed forward to assist Donald, Sean, Jones, and the other men as they disembarked. The sight that greeted the Webb family was one of shock and heartache. Donald and Sean were limping, Sean's arm hung limply by his side, and their eyes were red and swollen from tears. The family struggled to understand why the eldest son and grandson had returned so broken after what should have been a brief trip to Oris Hill, as if they had endured a catastrophic event. Gasps of disbelief filled the air when they noticed the disturbing carvings on Jones's and the other men's foreheads. Kian erupted in fury upon seeing the engraving on one of the bodyguard's forehead that read, "Kian Webb loves eating shit." He kicked the man in the stomach and shouted, "You bastards! What is that on your fucking forehead? Bring me a knife. I want to cut that off." The bodyguard pleaded in fear, "Mr. Webb, this was all done by Don Albert from Oris Hill. He carved it with all his strength and even left a scar on my skull." Donald stepped in to intervene. "Kian, please calm down. We can't harm them or remove the words from their foreheads." "What the hell?" Kian yelled, visibly agitated. "Why can't we? He has 'I eat shit' etched on his forehead. It's so humiliating." The spokesperson for the Wade family in Eastcliff has explicitly stated that we cannot retaliate or remove those words. If we do, the Wade family will come after us. The Wade family in Eastcliff? The shock was palpable among everyone, including Kian. While he was typically level-headed, he understood all too well the immense power of the Wade family and how little the Webbs compared to them. Yet, he couldn't grasp why the Wade family had targeted them. What had they done to deserve this? Donald's attention shifted to his wife, who approached him with tears streaming down her face. "Dear, the TikTok video is too much. They portrayed me as a cheating slut willing to sleep with anyone. I. He wrapped his arms around her, reassuringly saying, "I did everything I could about the video, but I never imagined the Wade family would buy TikTok and make that video a permanent fixture on the app. It's out of my control now, but don't worry, it's all nonsense. Anyone with common sense knows it's not true." With a flicker of rage in his eyes, he added, "Rest assured, I've sent my men after those bastards in the video. They won't survive the night." Darius, Donald's younger brother, interjected with a worried expression, "Donald, you need to see our father right away. He's been in a coma since the heart attack and is in the ICU." Donald urged, quickly, "Someone help me. Take me to my father." "Of course." Here is the corrected text with grammatical errors fixed and the original strong language restored, while maintaining the original storyline. At this moment, Lord Webb found himself weakly resting in the ICU of his opulent mansion. His body was entangled with wires and tubes, resembling a mass of squirming worms. An ECG monitor, blood pressure machine, and blood oximeter were all connected to him, tirelessly tracking his health around the clock. To maintain his condition, doctors were administering nutrient solutions through a tube and had set up an oxygen system to assist his breathing. The TikTok video had struck Lord Webb like a devastating blow, triggering a severe heart attack almost immediately. Given his advanced age, he lacked the physical and mental fortitude to cope with such a shock. Thankfully, it didn't escalate into a full-blown myocardial infarction. As the old man lay in bed, filled with anger and frustration, Donald, Sean, Kian, Darius, and other family members entered the ICU room. "Those two shameless bastards! How dare they insult my family so openly? If I don't take action, the Webb family will become the laughingstock of the South region for the entire year. Our dignity as the first family in the South region will be utterly destroyed." As the monitor began to beep in alarm, Donald approached his father with a limp and exclaimed, "Dad. Please, try to calm down. You useless fool." Lord Webb scolded upon seeing Donald. "I sent you to Oris Hill to uncover who harmed Kian, and instead, you've ruined our family's reputation." Donald hung his head in defeat, responding, "Father, my trip to Oris Hill didn't go as I had hoped. First, I had no idea that someone there could defeat Jones and our 4 men single-handedly. And second, I didn't anticipate inadvertently offending the Wade family and ending up under their control. It was beyond my control." He gestured to his own injured leg and then to Sean's, lamenting, "Father, look at us, both of our legs are broken, and Sean has a broken arm. Do you really think this is what I wanted? We simply could not match the Wade family's power. Even if they wished us dead, there was nothing we could do." Lord Webb scoffed, "If you weren't injured, I would have gotten up and given you a beating myself." Donald knelt on the floor and pleaded, "Father, I'm truly sorry for letting you down. I failed to carry out our mission and brought embarrassment to our family name. Please, punish me." Lord Webb sat in gloom, his face etched with disappointment. "First and foremost, have you dealt with those two scoundrels?" "Not yet," Donald admitted, "but don't worry, I've already dispatched some men to track them down. I'm confident they will locate them soon and finish them off. When they do, ensure that every media outlet covers their demise. I want the entire South region to witness the consequences of crossing our family." Donald nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, Father, I'll make it happen." "And what about the TikTok video? Have you managed to take it down?" Yes, Donald hesitated, not daring to reveal to his father that the Wade family had purchased TikTok, fearing it might provoke another heart attack. Lord Webb nodded gravely. "Remember, I want those two scoundrels dead. They must be eliminated within 24 hours. "Understood, Father, I will follow your orders." Lord Webb's expression softened slightly. Turning to Sean, he spoke in a somber tone, "Sean, my boy, you have endured so much." It was clear that the old man held a special affection for his eldest grandson, Sean, and witnessing his current state of misery deeply pained him. From a young age, Sean felt the deep affection his grandfather had for him. Overcome with emotion, he quickly wiped away his tears and declared with determination, "Grandpa, don't worry about me. I can handle this. You need to take care of yourself." Lord Webb was the prominent figure of the Webb family, much like Lord Moore was for his own. His influence stretched far and wide, connecting him to a diverse array of social networks, including politics, business, and even the underworld. This extensive reach was a result of his rich experiences and the close, direct relationships he nurtured over the years, during which he had extended help to many. Should anything happen to Lord Webb, the respect and deference the Webb family currently enjoyed would likely diminish significantly. The family's influence would undoubtedly take a substantial hit. In addition to his influential status, Lord Webb was also known for his wisdom and agility in decision-making. Rather than clinging to power, he chose to retire gracefully and pass the reins to Donald. This decision helped ensure that his descendants wouldn't harbor resentment or distaste for being ruled by a domineering figure. Consequently, the entire Webb family wished fervently for Lord Webb to enjoy a long and healthy life. As Lord Webb's condition showed slight improvement, the family quietly exited the room to allow him some much-needed rest. Once outside, Donald took charge, instructing, "Darius, go inform everyone, including the staff and drivers, that TikTok is permanently banned in this household. Ensure they uninstall it from their devices, or they will face serious consequences." "Understood." Darius responded promptly. "Donald, you and Sean should attend to your injuries immediately, the doctors are ready for you." Neither Donald nor Sean had addressed their injuries following the chaotic events. The family doctors were on standby for their treatment. However, after examining them, the doctors delivered grim news: their kneecaps were completely shattered, leaving no hope for recovery. "Mr. Webb, I regret to inform you that your knee condition is quite serious. The most viable option now is to create a custom artificial knee joint and perform replacement surgery," they explained. Frantic, Donald asked, "How will the artificial knee affect our day-to-day lives?" "Well, since it's not your natural knee, you will experience some stiffness and pain. You might have a slight limp and won't be able to run, but you'd still have the ability to bend your legs, stand, and walk," was the sobering response. Donald maintained a calm demeanor, as the outcome aligned with what he had anticipated. Any result was preferable to the alternative of being permanently disabled. In contrast, Sean was overwhelmed with despair. "Dad, I'm only in my 20s. I don't want to limp." Donald placed a reassuring hand on Sean's shoulder and earnestly replied, "Son, you're young, and it's important to confront reality. Your knees can't be restored to how they were. This isn't just about money, it's about the limits of medical technology. Wishing won't change the facts. Instead, focus on how to exact your revenge." "Revenge?" Sean exclaimed, suddenly invigorated. "Yes. I must get revenge. I want to take Charlie down. And then I'll claim Jasmine for myself." Even if she resists, I'll make her marry me, even if I have to force her at gunpoint. Donald nodded, his expression stoic. I've been thinking this through. Charlie is a formidable opponent and has the backing of many influential figures in Oris Hill, including the Moore family. If we want him gone, we need to be patient and strategic. Dad, what's your plan? Sean asked eagerly. Our previous mistakes stemmed from underestimating our foes and acting impulsively. We lost because we jumped into the fray without understanding our opponents. This time, I'm going to start from the outer circle to gather intelligence. I want to determine how many adversaries we're up against, assess Charlie's capabilities, and uncover his weaknesses. Once we have all the necessary information, we'll strike directly at his vulnerabilities. The Webb family swiftly implemented a new household rule. The Tik Tok app is strictly banned within the premises of the Webb family mansion. Violating this rule will result in severe consequences. Members of the Webb family complied with this rule without exception, as the video in question was a direct affront to their family's honor. They wouldn't even consider watching it, even if someone offered to pay them. In contrast, the servants found this house rule utterly distasteful. As employees of the Webb family, they were indifferent to the content of the video that was circulating on the app. In fact, they found it thrilling and exciting to watch. This enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that the servants were bound by a harsh set of restrictions and regulations. The numerous house rules primarily aimed at controlling them often resulted in physical or mental punishment for any infractions. Due to these inhumane regulations, the servants worked under immense pressure. Therefore, it was a source of great amusement for them to see the Webb family being ridiculed in the most outrageous ways on TikTok. It was the best entertainment they could hope for. Meanwhile, while Donald and Sean were receiving treatment for their knee injuries, Kian exited the treatment room, unable to endure the bloody scene. At that moment, he felt a surge of conflicting emotions. Before today, he had been living a personal hell, becoming the punchline of the nation. The humiliation he faced was overwhelming, weighing heavily on his reputation. Every time he regained consciousness after enduring the ridicule, it brought him immense depression and pain, a cycle he had to endure every single hour, day in and day out. Yet, upon seeing his father and brother with their injuries, an unexpected sense of relief washed over him. This feeling was peculiar yet oddly comforting. It was as if he had been the only one exposed and vulnerable, and while it was a dreadful experience, suddenly there were two more in the same predicament, alleviating some of his tension and anxiety. With this newfound ease, he felt the urge to grab a drink or two. The Webb family mansion was vast, resembling a private palace, complete with living quarters, a medical facility, a gym, and spaces for entertainment and leisure. Kian made his way to the bar. As he passed by the servants-only restroom, a familiar sound caught his attention from inside. He leaned in closer to listen, and his anger flared up immediately. Someone was watching the Lloyds video in the bathroom. Unfortunately, it was the segment where Mr. Lloyd and Marcus were mocking Kian about his embarrassing habit. Kian lost his temper right then and there. Hadn't the house rule clearly stated that TikTok was forbidden in their home? How could someone be watching that video here? The audacity! In a fit of rage, Kian kicked the door open and spotted a man in his 40s sitting on the toilet with a phone in hand. Kian recognized him as one of the drivers. Clearly taken aback, the man had not anticipated young Master Kian's sudden intrusion. The Lloyds video continued to play on his phone. Kian shouted furiously, "Hey motherfucker! How dare you watch that shit in our house? I'm going to make you pay!" Kian charged forward, unleashing a flurry of kicks and punches at the driver. The driver cried out in agony, instinctively raising his arms to shield himself, not wanting to escalate Kian's fury. As desperation set in, he hurriedly pulled up his pants and bolted out of the restroom, neglecting to clean himself first. Kian shouted after him, "Hey bastard! Don't you dare run! I'll break your fucking leg!" But as he took a step, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. He groaned softly, "Oh shit!" Kian realized the moment had arrived once more. In a flash, Kian Webb's awareness was overtaken by a grotesque craving. His eyes lit up with a bizarre ecstasy as he spotted the unflushed mess left behind by the driver. Without hesitation, he dashed back into the restroom, squatted down, plunged his hand into the toilet bowl, and stuffed the excrement into his mouth. A few nearby servants glanced over in confusion, stunned as they witnessed the driver rush out, pants in hand. Their bewilderment quickly morphed into horror as they turned to see Kian squatting by the toilet, gleefully eating shit. One by one, they began to retch. One of them shouted, panicking, "Quick, stop him. He's eating the sterilized stuff, he can't have the fresh ones, it'll make him sick." The servants, gagging, struggled to drag Kian away from the toilet bowl with all their might. Kian was completely out of his mind in this mode. The attempts of the servants to restrain him from his delicious meal only agitated him further as he screamed, "Let go of me, you assholes, or I swear I'll kill you." As he opened his mouth, a foul stench escaped, with bits of shit splattering onto the faces of the servants, who wished for nothing more than to vanish at that moment. Hearing the commotion, more servants rushed over. One of the guys holding Kian down yelled, "Get the sterilized ones for him. Hurry." "Right. I'm on it." One of them dashed away in a panic. At this point, everyone in the house understood that when Kian was in this state, he wouldn't calm down until he had eaten his fill, so the only solution was to quickly fetch the sterilized meal for him. Once again, chaos erupted in the Webb household as word spread about Kian's outrageous behavior, devouring a driver's shit in the restroom. Meanwhile, in Oris Hill, a thick mist blanketed the ancient city as night deepened. 10 seven-seater sedans sped through the city and came to a screeching halt at Mr. Kane Lloyd's residence. These vehicles were packed with people, having journeyed all the way from South Haven with a singular purpose, to eliminate Mr. Lloyd and Marcus. 70 individuals surrounded the house, but as they rushed inside, they were met with an unsettling discovery: the residence was deserted. The leader pounded his chest in frustration, exclaiming, "Damn it, those bastards have escaped. Boss, what's the plan? If they were home, we could have taken care of them and reported back to Mr. Webb, but they're not here. They could be anywhere. Oris Hill has millions of residents, and we only have 70, how the hell do we track them down? What should we do?" An underling pressed. "Should we inform Mr. Webb? It's crucial he knows the Lloyds are gone before we arrived, or he might blame us for failing." "Yes. Good idea." The leader quickly pulled out his phone and dialed Donald. At that moment, Donald had just finished dressing his knee injury. He was preparing for a replacement surgery once the customized artificial joint arrived. His phone rang, and he answered it promptly, his voice icy. "What's going on? Have you taken care of those scumbags?" "Mr. Webb," the leader stammered, "we're at their house, but it's empty. It looks like they left in a hurry, maybe just 2 or 3 hours ago." "God damn it!" Donald growled, filled with rage. "Find them. No matter where they've gone, track those bastards down and eliminate them." Early the next morning, Claire made her way to her office after having breakfast. Meanwhile, Jacob sat in the living room, sulking and glaring. He directed a silent, disdainful look at Elaine as she entered the hall. Thinking about the $2 million Elaine lost in that ridiculous mahjong game reignited his fury. Jacob didn't have much money to begin with. The $2 million represented their hard-earned savings, including the profits from reselling antiques, and now it felt like it had all vanished. In fact, Jacob considered returning to his old ways of trading at Antique Street, so he asked Zachary to help sell his antiques. When Elaine saw Jacob, she forced a sheepish smile, feeling guilty and remorseful, but Jacob acted as if she was invisible. Not wanting to dwell on it, Elaine turned to Charlie and said in an agitated tone, "Hey, Charlie, since you have nothing to do, why don't you go outside and do your feng shui thing? We need money to buy furniture for our new home. When are we moving into Thompson first?" Charlie replied flatly, "I'll try my best." Elaine retorted, hands on her hips, "Not just your best. You need to bring home some fucking money." Jacob interrupted with annoyance, "Hey, can you keep it down? Charlie actually contributes to the family, unlike you. You haven't earned a damn dime, you spend money like it grows on trees and even lost some. In this house, Claire, Charlie, and I are the earners, while you're the one who spends. And you've spent it all. You." Elaine's face flushed an angry red. Inside, she seethed, I was talking to Charlie. Mind your own fucking business. You think you're so impressive now, don't you? You've yelled at me, slapped me, and taken Charlie's side. So I'm at the bottom of this family, right? My words don't fucking matter anymore, right? Just as Elaine simmered with anger, Charlie's phone rang. It was Jasmine. As soon as he answered, her sweet voice came through, Hello, Master Wade, are you free to talk now? Charlie smiled gently. Yes, I am. What's going on? Oh, Grandpa is very thankful for the rejuvenating pill. He would like to invite you for a meal. Are you available? Didn't we just meet yesterday? What's the occasion today? Yesterday was the banquet, he wants to meet you privately today. Can you make it? Charlie thought for a moment and asked, when? It's up to you. How about this noon? Great. I'll ask Don Albert to close Heaven Springs for the day. We'll see you in the Diamond Suite at noon. Alright, see you then. Okay, Master Wade, see you later. After ending the call, Charlie turned to Elaine and Jacob. Mom, Dad, I need to step out later, so I won't be able to make lunch. You'll either have to eat out or order takeout. Elaine exclaimed in disbelief, What the hell do you mean? Are you seriously telling us to figure out our own fucking lunch? You think you're so important now, you don't even want to cook for us? Charlie narrowed his eyes and replied, A client has asked me to do a feng shui consultation for them, a very wealthy client. Oh? A very wealthy client? Elaine exclaimed, her surprise evident. Yes, we have an appointment scheduled for noon, Charlie replied. That's fucking fantastic. Elaine squealed with delight. Quick, go. Make more money while you're at it. It would be great if you could earn enough for the new furniture and appliances. I'll see what I can do, Charlie responded thoughtfully. In reality, Charlie had a well-thought-out plan. He intended to withdraw $2 million from his card to purchase the furniture and claim it was part of a feng shui project. He was eager to move his wife out of their rundown house. Moreover, their bedroom was just a wall away from Elaine's, and they had to share a bathroom, which was becoming increasingly annoying. If they relocated to the villa, they could occupy a separate floor from Jacob and Elaine, minimizing the chances of running into each other and reducing any potential friction. Thus, he fabricated a story about the feng shui job, but his actual plan was to visit the bank after lunch with Lord Moore, apply for a new card, transfer $2 million into the account, and give the card to either Claire or Jacob. In short, he was determined not to hand the card to Elaine, the reckless spender. If she got her hands on the money, there was a high likelihood she would dash to a beauty salon and splurge $200,000 on facials and spa treatments. At 11 a.m., Jasmine arrived at the entrance of Charlie's apartment block and promptly called him. When Charlie came downstairs, she opened the door and said, Master Wade, Grandpa is already waiting for you at Heaven Springs. Let's head over. Okay, Charlie replied with a warm smile. Thank you for the lift. Jasmine blushed slightly. It's my pleasure. Charlie smiled back, choosing to remain silent. Meanwhile, at Heaven Springs, Lord Moore entered the venue, flanked by 2 bodyguards. He decided not to invite any family members to his lunch meeting with Charlie, keeping it limited to just his bodyguards and Jasmine. Don Albert quickly approached Lord Moore and greeted him warmly, Hello, Mr. Moore. I apologize for not being here sooner to welcome you. I was at the Diamond Suite overseeing my staff for the lunch arrangements. Lord Moore was taken aback when he saw Don Albert. Don Albert appeared significantly younger than he had the day before at the banquet. Could it be that he, too, had received Master Wade's rejuvenating pill? Lord Moore stammered in surprise, Don Albert, did you also receive special treatment from Master Wade? Don Albert nodded and stepped closer, lowering his voice. Mr. Moore, something happened yesterday. The Webb family sent a few men here last night, injuring over a dozen of my guards and nearly killing me. Thankfully, Master Wade arrived just in time to save me and give me the rejuvenating pill. Otherwise, I would have ended up in a vegetative state. Lord Moore was stunned. What? What the hell occurred? Why wasn't I informed? After the banquet, Master Wade mentioned that his father-in-law had reserved a suite here, so I rushed over. I had no idea that the Lloyds would invade the restaurant with Donald Webb's 5 bodyguards. They nearly killed me. Their real target was Master Wade. What the fuck? This is outrageous. Lord Moore exclaimed, shocked by the revelation. He had been oblivious to the events unfolding outside the mansion while he was preoccupied with the miraculous effects of the rejuvenating pill. Jasmine was pleased about her grandfather's improved health, while Theodore and Reuben were concerned. No one had paid attention to the happenings beyond the walls of their grand home. Lord Moore was furious to learn that Donald was after Master Wade. He turned to his bodyguard and commanded, "Quick, spread the word that the Moore family stands firmly with Master Wade. If the Webb family dares to touch even a hair on his head, we will go to fucking war with them." Before Charlie made his entrance at Heaven Springs, the statement from the Moore family had already made waves throughout Oris Hill and even reached the elite circles in the South region. Few could have predicted that the prestigious Moore family, known as the top family in Oris Hill, would openly confront the Webb family, the leading family in South Haven. It felt like an exhilarating thriller was about to unfold. Meanwhile, Theodore and Reuben were seething upon hearing the news. What the hell was Lord Moore thinking? It had seemed like a minor issue when Lord Moore had expressed his displeasure towards Donald at the previous day's banquet. They could have resolved it privately and cleared up any misunderstandings down the line. However, with the old man's public challenge to the Webb family, it signaled a definitive break. They were effectively declaring themselves enemies. Theodore and Reuben couldn't help but lament, that crazy old man, why? Even if you want to impress Charlie, was it necessary to openly challenge the Webb family? They might fucking retaliate against us. Plus, it makes any chance of Jasmine and Sean being together even more impossible. On the flip side, the Webb family was equally outraged by this development. Their household was already in disarray, and Lord Moore's statement only added fuel to the fire. With their own troubles, the Moore family's actions intensified their frustration. Lord Webb remained bedridden in the hospital. Donald had instructed the entire family to keep quiet about the situation and avoid discussing anything with his father. He also decided to ignore the Moore family's declaration for the moment and refrain from responding. The combination of humiliating incidents had severely damaged the Webb family's standing and reputation. Even though they still held the title of the foremost family in South Haven, news of their conflict with the Wade family from Eastcliff had spread like wildfire across the nation. Previously, no one knew who the Webb family had offended that led to the humiliating video appearing as a default on TikTok's main page. However, this morning, following the announcement of the Wade family's acquisition of TikTok, it became clear that the Webb family had crossed the Wade family of Eastcliff. Several influential families that had once maintained a good rapport with the Webbs began to distance themselves, realizing that the Wade family was too formidable to confront. Consequently, the Webb family found themselves in a vulnerable position. Their business and influence suffered significantly as numerous families opted to sever ties with them. At this juncture, the Webb family lacked the strength to confront the Moore family. Their focus had shifted to an even greater adversary, Charlie. As Jasmine's car pulled up to the entrance of Heaven Springs, Don Albert rushed out to welcome her. When Charlie and Jasmine stepped out of the vehicle, Don Albert couldn't help but admire the sight of the tall and handsome Charlie walking alongside the graceful Jasmine. What a perfect match! Miss Moore's beauty and poise truly make her the most stunning woman in the country, he exclaimed. Don Albert led Charlie and Jasmine to the Diamond Suite, where the lively Lord Moore was eagerly awaiting their arrival. Upon entering the room, Lord Moore quickly bowed to Charlie, saying, "Hello, Master Wade. Please, have a seat." He gestured toward the main seat at the table. Charlie smiled gently, responding, "Mr. Moore, as the elder, you should take this seat." "Oh, absolutely not," Lord Moore immediately countered. "Master Wade, in my eyes, you are the true dragon. You deserve to sit in the main seat." Jasmine quickly interjected, "Master Wade, my grandfather has always held you in high regard. Please, take the main seat." Charlie paused for a moment, contemplating her words. Finally, he nodded and replied, "All right then. I appreciate the honor." With that, he settled into the main seat. Don Albert spoke kindly as he gradually moved toward the door. Master Wade, Lord Moore, Miss Moore, please enjoy your lunch. I'll take my leave now. He exited the room and closed the door behind him. Left alone, Lord Moore reached into his suit pocket and pulled out a golden-colored bank card, extending it toward Master Wade with a gracious demeanor. Master Wade, I cannot thank you enough for the rare gift you bestowed upon me yesterday. I prepared this card as a small token of my appreciation. It carries a balance of $1 billion. Please accept it. Charlie glanced at the card, shaking his head. Lord Moore, I truly have enough money. Please take this card back. He was being honest. His account boasted over $20 billion, far more than he knew how to spend. However, Lord Moore was insistent. Master Wade, I understand you have substantial funds, but you recently purchased the 300-year-old purple ginseng for $100 million at the Chinese Medicine Expo. In the future, if you come across a rare medicinal material but find yourself short on cash, it would be unfortunate. So, I urge you to keep this card for emergencies. Truth be told, Lord Moore had a somewhat selfish agenda behind the gesture. He knew that Charlie had acquired the extremely rare purple ginseng to create the rejuvenating pills, which had been presented to him. Thus, he hoped that by offering Charlie additional funds, when Charlie used that money to purchase even better medicinal materials and refine superior medicine, he might remember Lord Moore's generosity and offer him some of the results. With this thought firmly in mind, Lord Moore stood up, kneeled on one knee, and said, Master Wade, I sincerely hope you can accept this small token of appreciation, otherwise, I shall remain kneeling. Charlie quickly helped him to his feet, smiling as he said, All right then, thank you for your generosity. That's fucking fantastic. Lord Moore exclaimed joyfully. Master Wade, if you ever need financial support or assistance with anything, please don't hesitate to ask. I'm here to help in any way I can. I appreciate your generous offer once again. It's my honor. I consider myself fortunate to have benefited from your magical elixir, and I hope to repay your kindness by assisting you in any way possible. Then, Lord Moore quickly added, Oh, and by the way, the password for this card is Jasmine's birthday, 12111995. Charlie looked at Jasmine with curiosity. Oh? Your birthday is December 1st. Jasmine gave a slight bow and replied, Yes, Master Wade, my birthday is indeed on December 1st. That means your birthday is less than a month away. Yes, Jasmine confirmed, nodding nervously. She then asked hesitantly, Master Wade, I'm planning a simple birthday dinner on that day. I wonder if you would be able to attend? She looked at him with eyes bright and hopeful, resembling the shining moon, waiting for his response. Charlie thought about her invitation for a moment before nodding decisively. Of course, I'll be there since it's your birthday. Just let me know the time and place. Thank you, Master Wade. Jasmine, we're about the same age, so please, there's no need for formality. Jasmine nodded shyly and responded, Okay, Master Wade. After lunch, Charlie turned down Jasmine's generous offer to drive him home. He said his goodbyes to both her and Lord Moore at the entrance of Heaven Springs before making his way to the nearby construction bank. At the bank, Charlie transferred a staggering $998 million from the card Lord Moore had given him to his personal account. He left with the card that now had a balance of just $2 million. Upon returning home, Charlie found Jacob and Elaine finishing up their takeaway meal. As soon as Charlie stepped inside, Elaine rushed over to him like an eager puppy, asking, Hey, Charlie, how's work? Did you make any fucking money? Charlie nodded, responding in a flat tone, Some. How much is some? Elaine asked excitedly, her eyes wide with curiosity. Quick, show me the damn money. Charlie pulled out the card, stating, There are $2 million on this card. $2 million? Elaine exclaimed, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets in shock. She quickly snatched the card from Charlie's hand, her excitement palpable as she asked, Are you fucking serious? You're not shitting me, right? Is there really $2 million on this card? Yes, Charlie replied monotonously, I checked at the ATM, and it really does have $2 million. Oh hell yes! Elaine shrieked with joy. $2 million. That was the exact amount she had lost in the mahjong scam. In her mind, she began to fantasize about visiting beauty salons and spas with her friends, playing a few rounds of mahjong, and even moving into Thompson first. A smug grin spread across her face as these thoughts took over her imagination. As she flipped the card in her hand, a thought struck her. By the way, does this damn card have a password? Charlie nodded. Yes, the password is. Suddenly, he paused, realization dawning on him. Hold on. This wasn't right. Just yesterday, Elaine had declared that Jacob would be in charge of the family finances moving forward. How could she so brazenly ask him for the password? Charlie quickly turned to Jacob and said, "Dad, didn't we agree yesterday that you would handle the family's money from now on?" Jacob blinked in surprise, as if struck by lightning. Charlie was correct. He was responsible for the finances, which meant he should be the one in possession of the 2 million. He sprang to his feet, rushing over to Elaine and saying, "Hand over the fucking card." Elaine hid the card behind her back, eyeing Jacob warily. "What the hell are you doing? Yesterday, you said I'd be managing the money from now on. Are you going back on your fucking word?" Elaine stammered, "No, I'm not. I just want to make sure it really has 2 million like Charlie said." Then, adopting a more assertive tone, she added, "Honestly, a big man like you can't manage such a large amount of money responsibly. Why not let me take charge of the finances like before?" Jacob's face flushed with anger. "Elaine, it hasn't even been 24 hours since you made that promise, and now you want to break it?" "No, that's not what I meant." "What the hell do you mean, then?" Jacob shot back coldly. "Let me be clear, don't even fucking think about the money or managing it. If you insist, then let's get a divorce immediately." Elaine shrank back, feeling defeated. She desperately wanted the 2 million, but with Charlie refusing to reveal the password, she felt powerless despite having the card. Reluctantly, she handed the card over to Jacob, shooting a venomous glare at Charlie in frustration. Charlie ignored the fierce glare directed at him. He turned to his father-in-law and said, "Dad, please use the money to buy furniture and appliances so we can move into the villa as soon as possible." "All right," Jacob replied, carefully placing the card into his pocket. He then asked, "What's the damn password, my dear son-in-law?" "I'll text it to you later," Charlie responded. "Okay. I'm heading to the bank now to transfer the funds into my account. This money needs to be earmarked. Don't forget to send me the password." "Sure thing. I'll text you shortly," Charlie assured him. Meanwhile, Elaine stood nearby, feeling invisible and furious. What the hell did Charlie mean by that? Why couldn't he just share the password in front of her? Was he intentionally trying to fucking exclude her? How goddamn frustrating. In truth, Charlie did want to keep her out of the loop. He was well aware of her unscrupulous nature. She might quietly siphon off the money, and it was better to take precautions. After changing his clothes, Jacob left the house. He received the password from Charlie just as he arrived at the bank. Inserting the card into the machine, he was astonished to find 2 million in the account. He was amazed at the amount displayed on the screen, blown away by Charlie's ability to generate such a sum through his feng shui practices. Truly fucking remarkable. If Charlie continued attracting wealthy clients like this, he would soon be swimming in money. Still in disbelief, Jacob inputted his bank account number and transferred the entire amount. A sigh of relief escaped him as he checked his mobile banking app and confirmed the money had been safely deposited. Just as he was about to leave the bank, another text from Charlie popped up, "Dad, don't forget to change all your passwords, your phone lock screen, banking app, e-wallets, everything. Better safe than sorry." Jacob felt as if a refreshing wave of insight had washed over him. He was grateful for his thoughtful son-in-law's reminder. Otherwise, as soon as he got home, Elaine would likely snatch his phone and transfer all the money into her own account. Quickly, he changed all his passwords to something she couldn't possibly guess. When Jacob returned home, Elaine rushed to him, asking, "Honey, how did it go? Was there really 2 million in the damn card?" "Absolutely." Jacob replied with a hint of arrogance, "My son-in-law would never fucking deceive me." So, have you transferred all the money to your account? Yes, Jacob nodded, eager to steer the conversation elsewhere. Where's Charlie? He went out to buy groceries, Elaine answered. I need to call Claire and let her know we're going furniture shopping tomorrow. Does that mean we can move in right after we get the furniture? Jacob sighed in annoyance. If you're buying that much furniture, aren't you going to have to wait for delivery and assembly? It'll take 2 or 3 days. Elaine replied with a playful smile, oh, you know so much, dear. I thought we could move in the same fucking day. Then, leaning closer, she rubbed against Jacob and said softly, honey, Mel and the girls invited me to a spa session at a beauty salon. They say it's great for tightening skin and improving appearance. But I don't have any money right now. Could you transfer 70 or 80,000 to me, please? No. Jacob firmly refused. How the hell can you think about a spa when we're in such financial trouble? Haven't you learned a goddamn thing from all this? Elaine pouted, sweetheart, I do it for you. Do you want me to turn into a dull-faced housewife? Huh, do you think you're not one just because you spend every day at those fancy salons? To me, you've always been a dull-faced housewife. Elaine's face fell. Jacob Wilson, what the fuck do you mean by that? Exactly what I fucking said, Jacob retorted. If you're unhappy with me, we can just get a goddamn divorce. Elaine felt a surge of anger when Jacob once again threatened her with divorce. However, she realized she had to keep her frustration in check and endure his intimidation. Financially, she was struggling, which left her feeling vulnerable. In this moment, she knew she had to tolerate Jacob for the time being while waiting for an opportunity to settle the score with him. With a sigh, she replied, you're right, dear, the spa is quite pricey. I should probably save some money for the family instead. Seeing her softer side, Jacob felt a wave of relief and even a bit of pride. For years, he had struggled to make Elaine yield to his wishes. Whenever he voiced a different opinion, he was met with her fierce scolding. But now, it seemed that Elaine was beginning to bend to his will. If she could continue to show him this gentle and compliant side, it would be fantastic. Yet, Jacob remained cautious. This woman had always been strong-willed and assertive. Could she really change so drastically overnight? He decided to put her to the test. I'm going to take a bath. Can you make me a cup of tea and bring it in? He asked. Elaine raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Why the hell do you want to take a bath now? I'm in a good mood, and it's none of your damn concern, Jacob replied dismissively. Elaine bit her lip in irritation, but then a thought struck her. While he was bathing, she could sneak a peek at his phone. She could transfer $2 million into her own account. With that money, she wouldn't have to put up with Jacob's bullshit anymore. She could indulge in facials, visit the spa, and play mahjong whenever she wanted. If Jacob didn't like it, he could go fuck himself. So, she quickly nodded and said sweetly, of course, dear. You work so hard every day, I'll be extra nice to you from now on. Go enjoy your bath, and I'll prepare your tea. Jacob responded with an arrogant yes, walking back into the room with his hands clasped behind his back. Once inside, Jacob took off his jacket and pants, tossing his phone onto the bed. He decided to set a clever trap with his phone as the bait. Taking a strand of hair from his head, he carefully placed it on the phone's screen, memorizing its exact position. It would be difficult for Elaine to spot the hair on the sleek black screen, and it would undoubtedly fall off when she picked up the phone. This way, he would know if she had snooped around. Even if Elaine was observant, she might not remember the hair's specific placement. If it was moved, he would be able to tell she had touched his phone once he returned from his bath. With his trap set, Jacob hummed cheerfully as he headed into the bathroom. Before long, Elaine entered with the cup of tea, casually scanning the bathroom for Jacob's phone as she asked if he needed help washing his back. No, I don't need your fucking help. Just leave me alone, I want to take my bath. Jacob waved her off impatiently like one might shoo away a pesky dog. Elaine didn't take offense. She noticed there was no sign of his phone in the bathroom, which meant he likely hadn't brought it in with him. As soon as she left the bathroom, her first move was to search for Jacob's phone in their bedroom. Upon entering the bedroom, she spotted Jacob's phone lying on the bed. With a triumphant grin, she quickly walked over and grabbed the phone, not noticing the strand of hair slipping off the screen. She attempted to unlock it using her fingerprint but was taken aback when the phone failed to recognize her fingerprint. That was fucking strange. Elaine recalled the day Jacob changed his phone. In her typical assertive manner, she had insisted he register her fingerprints in the phone's security settings so she could access it anytime. Had he really deleted her fucking fingerprints? With a deep sense of dismay, Elaine clenched her teeth. How dare that bastard take such precautions against her? Setting her anger aside, she decided to try the unlock code. Not only had she registered her fingerprints on his phone back then, but she also remembered the 6-digit unlock code. However, after entering the code she thought was correct, a message flashed on the screen: the passcode was wrong. Frowning in confusion, she tried again, but it still didn't fucking work. Her fury was rising. That old dog, Jacob. He had deleted her fingerprints and changed the goddamn password. Did he suspect she would attempt to access his phone to transfer the money? Or had he become more cautious after receiving the $2 million? This was absolutely fucking outrageous. Frustrated, Elaine tried several password combinations Jacob might have used, but none were successful. The previous password had been their wedding anniversary, but it had clearly been changed. She attempted Jacob's birthday, wrong. Her own birthday, wrong. Claire's birthday, wrong. She even tried Lady Wilson's birthday, still fucking wrong. Her frown deepened as confusion washed over her. What kind of password could that old fool have set? Closing her eyes, she rummaged through her thoughts, desperately seeking an answer. Then, suddenly, a vivid image popped into her mind. Matilda Marks. The most stunning girl from their class. Jacob's first love. She had also been Matilda's roommate, her bestie. During those days, her jealousy had burned fiercely, often leading to resentment. Jacob was handsome, fashionable, and came from a wealthy family. He was the Prince Charming that every girl desired. Elaine had set her sights on marrying Jacob and joining the ranks of the wealthy, so despite Jacob and Matilda's romance, she had no qualms about sleeping with him while he was drunk. It was this very tactic that had helped her eliminate Matilda from the picture and emerge victorious in this relationship rivalry. However, deep down, she knew Jacob had never truly forgotten Matilda. He had even called her name in his sleep on multiple occasions. Elaine had kept records of these moments in her vengeful notebook. Then a thought struck her. Had Jacob actually set Matilda's birthday as his password? As Matilda's former best friend, Elaine remembered her birthday, so she quickly typed it into the password field and was shocked when the phone unlocked. In that moment, she felt a mix of rage and excitement. She was furious that her husband still held a flame for his old love after all this fucking time. Yet, she was exhilarated that she had successfully guessed the password. This meant she could finally transfer the $2 million. Her eyes narrowed toward the bathroom as she muttered, "Oh, you old dog, you miss your first love so much, huh? I'll transfer all your fucking money and then kick your ass out of the house. Your old flame is in the States, after all. You can't afford a ticket to see her now, and I've heard she's living the high life. Just wait, I'll make you a penniless wanderer and toss you out onto the goddamn streets." Elaine clenched her teeth in frustration as she opened Jacob's mobile banking app. She was determined to log in and transfer the $2 million that Charlie had given him right into her own account. When prompted for the login password, Elaine entered Matilda's birthday and, to her delight, she gained immediate access. Jacob had a total of $2,027,232.15 in his account at that moment. This amount included the $2 million recently transferred by Charlie, as well as the $20,000 Charlie had previously given him to treat his friends to dinner. Jacob still had the $20,000 untouched since he hadn't spent any money that evening. The remaining $7,000 was Jacob's personal savings. Elaine quickly navigated to the funds transfer section, entered her bank account details, and typed in $2,027,232.14 for the transfer amount. She decided to leave Jacob with just 1 cent to teach him a lesson for offending her. After double-checking the transfer details and ensuring everything was accurate, Elaine smirked as she clicked the approve button to initiate the transfer. Suddenly, a dialog box appeared, stating, "Please enter the payment verification password." Elaine once again used Matilda's birthday as the password, but this time, it didn't work. The app displayed another message: "The password you entered is incorrect. You have 2 more attempts today." Damn it! Elaine cursed under her breath, realizing that Jacob had set a different password for bank transfers. That bastard actually knows how to keep his money safe. As she fumed, Elaine pondered what kind of payment password Jacob might have chosen. Since both the unlock code for his phone and the login password were Matilda's birthday, she assumed the payment verification password would somehow relate to Matilda as well. Unfortunately, she couldn't recall any other details in that moment. She considered combining Matilda's room number with her bed number, but the system rejected that attempt. It also warned her that she had only one chance left to enter the correct password before the account would be locked. Feeling the pressure, Elaine hesitated to try again. If she made another mistake, Jacob wouldn't be able to access his mobile banking, and he would undoubtedly find out about her plans. With a grimace, Elaine reluctantly set Jacob's phone back down on the bed. At that moment, her anger towards Jacob boiled over. She loathed him to the core and even contemplated hiring someone to kill him for still being fixated on that bitch. About 10 minutes later, Jacob emerged from the bathroom in a fresh outfit, happily humming a tune. Elaine had already left the bedroom and was now sitting in the living room, pretending to watch television. Jacob quickly returned to their bedroom and rushed to check his cell phone. While the phone's location remained unchanged, a strand of hair that had been on it was now missing. It was clear that Elaine had been secretly trying to unlock his phone. And her motive was evident: money. Fortunately, Jacob had been smart enough to change his payment verification password beforehand. If he had been even a moment slower, Elaine might have successfully taken the $2 million from him. Feeling a wave of relief, Jacob acknowledged that his caution had paid off. He had set Matilda's birthday as the password for unlocking his phone and accessing the banking app, while the payment verification password was the date he and Matilda had first had sex. Only Matilda and Jacob knew that date, so he felt confident that Elaine would never guess it. Moreover, it was now proven that Elaine could not figure out his password. If she ever discovered the story behind that password, she would surely be infuriated enough to butcher Jacob on the spot. Elaine wore a worried expression throughout the afternoon. She kept brainstorming ways to deal with Jacob and seize the $2 million, but after much contemplation, she made no real progress. Later that evening, Charlie finished preparing dinner just as Claire arrived home. Upon Claire's return, Jacob mentioned that he wanted them to visit a furniture store together the following morning. Claire hurriedly inquired about the source of Charlie's newfound $2 million. Charlie responded, "It came from my work with feng shui." Claire was taken aback and exclaimed, "Wait, you made $2 million just from feng shui? That seems a bit unbelievable." Charlie countered, "Isn't it even more unbelievable that the White family gifted me a villa?" Claire was left speechless, unable to argue against his point. Then, Charlie reassured her, "My dear wife, I understand your concerns, but you can relax. The wealthy client I assisted with feng shui resolved a significant business crisis and, in turn, earned tens of millions of dollars. So, I believe it's only fair for me to receive $2 million from him." Feeling somewhat reassured, Claire asked, "Did you give my dad the entire $2 million? Charlie nodded slightly and replied, "Yes, I gave it all to him." Claire, still anxious, said, "I just worry that my mother will be scheming to get her hands on that money. She'll probably have some plans up her sleeve." Charlie smiled and said, "Don't worry. We can visit the furniture store tomorrow and use the $2 million to buy furniture. After that, we won't have to stress about your mother anymore." Meanwhile, at the Wilson family villa, Lady Wilson was holding a bank collection slip from the agricultural bank, her expression one of frustration. They owed the agricultural bank over $10 million, and according to the bank's policy, they were required to repay 10% of the total each year, which amounted to more than $1 million. The Wilson family was in dire straits, having run out of funds, and it seemed that debt collectors were increasingly knocking on their door. In fact, the $1 million owed to the agricultural bank was a minor issue compared to the over $20 million they needed to raise to settle their debt with the merchant's bank. At this moment, Christopher, concerned, asked the old lady, "Mom, it appears we're in a really tough spot. Why don't we sell all the mahogany furniture in the house to raise some money? I believe we could gather at least $1 million to pay off the agricultural bank for now. After that, we can figure out the next steps." "Sell our furniture? That's your solution?" Lady Wilson scolded Christopher angrily. "All of that furniture belonged to your father. Don't you feel any regret or sadness at the thought of selling it?" Christopher replied helplessly, "What else can we do? If we don't sell the furniture, we'll be facing an insurmountable obstacle." Suddenly, Lady Wilson picked up a teacup and hurled it at Christopher's feet. The teacup shattered, causing Christopher to jump aside in shock. Lady Wilson glared at him, her voice filled with anger as she said, "I told you long ago to hand over all of our family's money. But you didn't trust me and instead gave everything to that deceitful whore, Hannah. Look what's happened now. Hannah has taken all our money and vanished. Are you happy with how things turned out?" Every mention of Hannah made Christopher feel upset and uncomfortable. She had been a master at deception. For 20 years, she had pretended to love him and their children, acting as if she was dedicated to their family. Christopher could never have imagined that she would abandon them during their most challenging times. This betrayal hit him hard, and he felt deeply wounded by her actions. He yearned to confront Hannah and express his fury. Unfortunately, he had no chance to do so. He had sought help from others to track her down, but no one had any information about Hannah's whereabouts. It seemed as though she had completely vanished from existence. Seeing the furious expression on Lady Wilson's face, Christopher reluctantly said, "You're right, Mom. You always are. But our most pressing issue is that we urgently need a large sum of money to get through this crisis. I think we have no choice but to sell some of the furniture and antiques my father left us to raise the funds we need to survive." Of course. Here is the corrected text with all grammatical errors fixed and the original strong language restored, without altering the story. When Lady Wilson overheard Christopher suggesting they sell either their furniture or their antiques, a wave of anger washed over her. "I can tolerate selling the furniture, but don't you dare suggest selling my antiques," she exclaimed, her voice filled with frustration. "Those antiques are the only remnants of your father that I have left, and they represent my retirement fund after he passed away." Christopher quickly tried to reason with her. "Mom, our main priority should be to ensure we can live comfortably and survive. Why hold on to the antiques? Are you planning to take them with you to join Dad when you pass? Stop talking nonsense." Lady Wilson shot back, her anger intensifying. "What do you understand? The furniture in our home is already registered with the bank. When they come to seize the Wilson family villa, they will undoubtedly take the furniture with them. But the antiques? The bank knows nothing about those. They could be our lifeline once the bank claims our house." At that moment, Christopher grasped his mother's point. Selling the furniture now would be akin to covertly disposing of assets already mortgaged to the bank. This could potentially serve as a way to recover from their losses. However, if they were to sell the antiques and the bank discovered it, they would aggressively search for those hidden items. Thus, selling the antiques should only be a last resort. "You're absolutely right, Mom. You've thought this through," Christopher said, eager to show his understanding. "I'll follow your advice." Lady Wilson let out a cold snort. "If you had listened to me sooner and provided the money, we wouldn't be in this predicament." As thoughts of the Wilson family's overwhelming debts and dire financial situation flooded her mind, Lady Wilson felt a surge of rage. She blamed it all on Christopher's wife, Hannah. If it weren't for that ungrateful bitch Hannah who absconded with the money, the Wilson family wouldn't be facing such despair. Lady Wilson had previously urged her son to withdraw $8 million to help repay some of their foreign debts, allowing them to strategize their way out of trouble. But now, that plan had completely collapsed. They were out of cash, the money had vanished along with Hannah, and the bank was at their doorstep demanding payment. The Wilson family was in a truly desperate situation. Frustrated and furious, Lady Wilson stood up, slamming her hands on the table as she cursed, "Hannah Queen, that whore. How could I have missed her rebellious nature before? She's just like Elaine. I should never have allowed her to marry into the Wilson family. This is the biggest regret of my life. I should have kicked her out when I had the chance and let her fend for herself." As she vented her anger, Lady Wilson gritted her teeth and added, "That wretched cunt must be feeling quite pleased with herself. With over $2 million in cash, she's probably entertaining a gigolo. She must be living the high life." What Lady Wilson didn't realize was that Hannah was enduring a fate far worse than the Wilson family's struggles. Every day, Hannah toiled in a dark coal mine, completely deprived of sunlight. With heavy cast iron shackles weighing down her feet, she worked tirelessly for at least 12 hours daily, her hands and feet battered and bloodied. The boss at Mount Blackpine, where Hannah was trapped, was notoriously cruel. He had assigned a harsh and abusive supervisor to oversee the laborers sent by Don Albert to extract coal. If the workers failed to meet expectations, the supervisor would resort to whipping them. Hannah, once a woman who took pride in her appearance, still retained some charm despite being in her 40s or 50s. When she first arrived at the coal mine, she looked down on the filthy supervisor and vowed to resist his advances. However, after enduring brutal beatings and hunger, she ultimately succumbed and agreed to become the supervisor's lover in exchange for a reprieve from physical punishment. Even after becoming the supervisor's mistress, Hannah experienced ongoing mental and emotional torment, despite being spared from further physical abuse. Once a wealthy woman with tens of millions to her name, living in a luxurious villa, she now found herself in a grimy coal mine, forced to use her body to satisfy a lecherous supervisor, all while ensuring he was pleased with her performance. For someone like Hannah, this existence was the ultimate form of torture. In order to survive and avoid physical harm or hunger, Hannah found herself forced to make compromises and yield to the circumstances around her. Unbeknownst to the Wilson family, Hannah was enduring significant suffering and humiliation. They mistakenly believed she was living the high life in a 5-star hotel, pampered by a lover who was 2 decades younger than her. As Lady Wilson hurled insults and curses at Hannah in front of Christopher and Hannah's children, they remained silent, absorbing the verbal barrage. Though they didn't express their anger outwardly, a deep sense of frustration and dissatisfaction simmered within them. The most distressed among them was Christopher. He felt the weight of losing not just his family's wealth but also his wife. His mind was plagued with thoughts of whether Hannah was enjoying herself with various young men, now that she had access to so much money. The idea that she might be unfaithful tormented him. Harold and Wendy's animosity toward Hannah stemmed from a simple yet powerful motive: money. The Wilson family found themselves in a dire financial situation, struggling to make ends meet. It was a suffocating reality for 2 second-generation wealthy kids, now forced to live in such desperation. "Damn Hannah, that bitch. If I ever find her, I swear I'll break her legs to let out the anger and hatred building up inside me. Otherwise, I'll have no way to vent." With gritted teeth, Christopher unleashed his frustration before pulling out his cell phone. "I'm going to arrange for a truck to take our furniture to the shop tomorrow. I'll get an estimate, and if the price is right, we'll sell it there." Lady Wilson surveyed the furniture in their home, her expression filled with dismay. When Lord Wilson was alive, the family had enjoyed prosperity, and the furniture crafted from fine Lexington wood held both monetary and sentimental value. Yet, Lady Wilson understood that despite her reluctance to part with the furniture, the bank would eventually claim it if they didn't act soon. She turned to Christopher and explained, "If we had more time to sell the furniture slowly, we could get around $1.6 to $1.7 million for it. But given our urgency, the buyer will likely try to drive the price down. If they offer us $1,300,000, I think we should agree to sell." "All right," Christopher replied. $1.3 million is a reasonable amount. At the very least, it will help us get back on our feet." Meanwhile, Jacob lounged on the sofa, scrolling through pictures on his cell phone in search of furniture. He wanted to pinpoint the styles and pieces that caught his interest. Elaine, with her own motives, chimed in from the sidelines, "Jacob, don't go overboard when buying furniture. We should save some of that money for our retirement instead." Jacob scoffed dismissively. My son-in-law said this $2 million is meant for buying furniture and appliances. Elaine, growing anxious, retorted, if you spend all of it on furniture, how will we manage to live in the future? Jacob, irritated, shot back, why are you shouting? Charlie gave me this money specifically for furniture and appliances for the villa. Even if I spend $1.5 million, I'll return the remaining $500,000 to Charlie. I won't give you a cent, so you really don't need to worry. Elaine bit her lip in frustration. Currently, Jacob held the $2 million, while Elaine had nothing, leaving her powerless until she could unlock his payment verification password. As Jacob continued browsing, he stumbled upon a set of traditional all-wood furniture inside. If only we could get a set like this, or even take the Lexington sofa set from the Wilson family for our villa, it would be perfect. Of course. Here is the corrected text with grammatical errors fixed and the original strong language restored, maintaining the story's plot and tone. Early the next day, Charlie and his family gathered for breakfast before setting off for Furniture City. Elaine spent the entire night thinking but still couldn't devise a plan to withdraw money from Jacob's bank account. As they prepared to spend $2 million, anxiety washed over her. Meanwhile, Lady Wilson and her family were also up bright and early that morning. Once breakfast was finished, a truck arrived at their villa. The workers began loading the Lexington sofa set from the Wilson family villa into the truck, preparing to head to Furniture City alongside the Wilson family. Furniture City, located in the western part of Orris Hill, was a bustling hub where nearly all the furniture retailers in the area were gathered. This expansive venue offered a diverse array of furniture options, ranging from budget-friendly to high-end pieces, making it the ideal place for their shopping needs. Jacob, influenced by the late Lord Wilson, had a strong passion for antiques, much like his father. He not only cherished shopping for antiques but also had a fondness for old wooden furniture. The Lexington sofa set in the Wilson family villa had always been Jacob's favorite, yet he regretted that it would never belong to him. It was a dream he could only ponder. With his love for antique wooden furniture, Jacob made a beeline for a wooden furniture shop as soon as they arrived at Furniture City. Watching him head straight into the shop caused Elaine's expression to shift dramatically. She hurried to stop him, exclaiming, "Jacob! You can't just buy a bunch of old wooden furniture for our new home. Our new house is a luxurious villa, and the furniture should match that elegance. You need to choose European-style pieces that are suitable for such a high-end setting. Why waste money on uncomfortable and costly wooden furniture?" Jacob scoffed, "What do you know about furniture? Chinese-style furniture values wood and heritage. Only those well-versed in culture can truly appreciate it." Elaine shot back, "We both graduated from the same university. What makes you think you're more knowledgeable than I am?" With a dismissive wave, Jacob replied, "You need a solid foundation to appreciate this kind of culture. I don't want to waste more time explaining this to you, as you simply don't understand." Turning toward Charlie, he added, "My good son-in-law, if we can buy a Lexington sofa set today, our trip will be worthwhile." Charlie nodded nonchalantly, "Sure, Dad. If it makes you happy." Elaine, feeling ignored and frustrated by Jacob's attitude, stomped her foot in anger. Under normal circumstances, she would have lost her temper, but today was different. She felt powerless without any money of her own and didn't want to jeopardize her position. Instead, Elaine pulled Claire aside and said, "Claire, you have to convince your father not to spend a fortune on unattractive wooden furniture. Isn't it sensible for him to keep a few $100,000 in the bank? We should be saving for a rainy day." Claire sighed, "Mom, since Charlie has already entrusted Dad with the money and decision-making, we should stay out of it." "You're unbelievable. Why aren't you backing me up?" Elaine exclaimed, surprised by Claire's indifference, which left her feeling unsettled. Claire responded earnestly, "Mom, you lost a lot of money playing mahjong. It's time to learn self-control. Since we agreed to let Dad manage the family finances, you should respect his choices." Elaine felt a lump form in her throat, uncomfortable with her daughter's words. At that moment, Jacob walked into a furniture store called the Lexington House, known for its exquisite Lexington wood furniture and quite popular in Orris Hill. As soon as Jacob entered, a salesman approached him enthusiastically, asking, "Good afternoon, sir. What can I help you find today? Jacob replied, I'm looking for some Lexington wood furniture for my living room. The salesman eagerly inquired, how big is your living room? Jacob responded, it's about 100 square meters. A living room that's over 100 square meters? The salesman was taken aback after hearing Jacob's response. He couldn't help but exclaim, that's quite enormous, isn't it? With a chuckle, Jacob replied, my house is the largest villa at Thompson First. So naturally, the living room can't be small. The salesman, now visibly shocked, quickly added, sir, with such a spacious living room, it's only reasonable to consider buying more furniture to avoid it looking too empty. He then eagerly led Jacob to a stunning Lexington sofa set, saying, sir, this is our custom-made 3+2+2+1 Lexington sofa set, specifically designed for villa owners. It can comfortably seat up to 8 people. Its elegance and class make it perfect for hosting your guests. Jacob stepped closer and ran his fingers along the smooth armrest of the sofa, clearly impressed. Curious, he inquired, what's the price of this sofa set? The salesman responded promptly, sir, this set is crafted from premium Hainan Lexington wood, ensuring high quality. If you're interested, I can offer it to you for a discounted price of $1.98 million. What? Jacob gasped, taken aback by the sofa's price. That's far too expensive. The salesman quickly clarified, sir, the premium quality of the Hainan Lexington wood justifies the price. Considering your villa at Thompson First is valued at hundreds of millions, it makes sense to invest in a luxurious and elegant sofa set. Elaine frowned and chimed in, what kind of sofa set costs $2 million? Is our entire family expected to sleep on it once we buy it? Jacob shot Elaine an annoyed glance before turning to the salesman, his face slightly embarrassed. He admitted, this sofa set is a bit over our budget. Do you have any alternatives that are more affordable? For example, wouldn't a Burmese Lexington would set be less expensive than the Hainan version? The salesman replied swiftly, the Burmese Lexington sofa set is priced around $1 million, but unfortunately, we currently have no stock available. After a brief pause, he added, most enthusiasts of Lexington would typically prefer the Hainan variety, as the Burmese wood doesn't quite meet the standard. Jacob felt a twinge of disappointment. Spending $2 million on a sofa set would significantly exceed their budget. They weren't just shopping for a sofa today, they also needed to furnish the living room, 2 bedrooms, and the dining room. They didn't require high-end furniture for the bedrooms and dining area, aiming to spend a few $100,000 on those. However, Jacob knew he couldn't go beyond a budget of $1.4 million for a decent sofa set. With that in mind, Jacob quickly asked the salesman, if I were to order a Burmese Lexington sofa set, how long would it take to arrive? The salesman pondered for a moment before responding, it would likely take about a month. As you can imagine, sourcing this kind of wood is not easy. Once we acquire it, we need to send it to the processing plant, and then it will take time for the factory to deliver the sofa set to Oris Hill. That's too long. Jacob realized that it would be impractical to move into their new villa without a sofa set in the living room. It seemed he would have to explore some cheaper options instead. As he contemplated this, Jacob suddenly heard a familiar voice calling out, is the boss in? Do you accept second-hand furniture? I'd like to sell my Hainan Lexington sofa set. Turning instinctively towards the voice, Jacob saw his brother, Christopher, entering the shop. Christopher was surprised to run into Jacob and his family at the furniture store. Given his current situation, he felt an urge to turn and leave without being seen. At that moment, a man approached Christopher and asked, were you the one inquiring about selling your Hainan Lexington sofa set? Of course. Here is the corrected text with grammatical errors fixed and the original strong language restored, maintaining the story's plot and tone. Jacob found himself quite perplexed by the question posed by the boss. Clearly, he was there to purchase furniture. Who suggested that he was there to sell any? In response, he quickly asserted to the boss, I'm here to buy furniture. Do you understand? At that moment, a salesman rushed forward, stating, Boss, this gentleman is looking to buy a Lexington sofa set. Once he finished speaking, he quickly pointed at Christopher, who had just entered the shop, and added, "This gentleman is the one here to sell his furniture." Realizing his mistake, the boss promptly apologized to Jacob, saying, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I made an error." Turning to Christopher, he asked, "Sir, are you here to sell your furniture?" Upon hearing that Jacob was there to buy furniture, Christopher felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and leave immediately. He certainly didn't want Jacob to perceive him as a laughingstock. However, this furniture shop was the largest Lexington furniture store in Ores Hill and also the most reputable second-hand store in the area. If he left now, he might miss out on selling his furniture for a better price elsewhere. Thus, he reluctantly replied to the boss, "Yes, that's me. I have a set of Hainan Lexington sofas that I'm looking to sell. They're quite old." The boss smiled and said, "That's fine. Our shop mainly deals with Hainan Lexington wood furniture. Where is your sofa set? I'd like to take a look." Christopher shot Jacob an awkward glance before quietly responding, "My sofa set is in a truck parked in the lot. You can follow me to check it out." Jacob couldn't help but look at Christopher in surprise. He noticed that Christopher seemed especially troubled and distressed after Hannah's recent disappearance. He had lost considerable weight, and his hair appeared to have grayed overnight. He looked quite worn out. This was the first time Jacob had seen his older brother in such a disheveled state. At that moment, Lady Wilson, along with Christopher's son and daughter, were also present. The four of them looked visibly exhausted and downcast, particularly the old lady, whose expression was quite grim. Lady Wilson felt a deep sense of sorrow, as if her heart were being pierced repeatedly, thinking about how they were there to sell the precious furniture left behind by her late husband. Her expression grew even more distressed when she noticed Jacob and his family at the furniture shop. After a moment of hesitation, Jacob approached them and asked, "Mom, brother, what brings you here?" "What?" Christopher shot back coldly, "Do you think we can't afford to come to places like this anymore?" Jacob quickly clarified, "No, that's not what I meant at all. I heard you mention wanting to sell a Hainan Lexington sofa set. Are you referring to the one Dad left behind?" Suddenly, Christopher became defensive and snapped, "What's it to you?" After this encounter, Christopher lost all interest in Jacob. He turned to the boss and said, "Please follow me to see the sofa set." "Sure." The boss nodded slightly and stepped outside the furniture shop alongside Christopher. Lady Wilson shot a piercing glare at Jacob, her expression darkening as she coldly asked, "What are you doing here?" Despite having severed ties with her long ago, Jacob still felt a measure of respect for her, as she was, after all, his mother. He replied politely, "Mom, the renovation of Charlie's villa is complete. We're here to purchase some furniture so we can move in as soon as possible." Jacob's words were straightforward, but to Lady Wilson, they felt like a harsh slap in the face. She was on the verge of being ousted from her own villa and was even forced to sell some belongings left by her late husband. Meanwhile, Jacob and his family, whom she had expelled from the Wilson family villa, were preparing to move into the luxurious villa at Thompson First. Wasn't this a direct insult to her? As she reflected on the opulence of the Thompson First villa, the best and most luxurious in Ores Hill, Lady Wilson felt a surge of discomfort and anger. Clenching her teeth, she retorted, "Are you here to flaunt your success and mock me?" "No." Jacob felt unjustly accused and quickly clarified, "Mom, that's not my intention at all. I'm just answering your question about why I'm here." Watching Jacob's humble demeanor while addressing Lady Wilson made Elaine feel a twinge of irritation. Lady Wilson had tormented her for years, yet here she was, in a pitiful state, reduced to selling off second-hand furniture. Why was she still so arrogant? Who did she think she could intimidate? With these thoughts in mind, Elaine stepped forward and mockingly asked, "Oh, Mother. Why are you here today? Is it to sell off the furniture Dad left behind? Is this how dire the Wilson family situation has become?" Lady Wilson's anger flared as she shot a glare at Elaine's mocking expression. "Elaine! Who do you think you are to speak to me like that?" "Oh." Elaine smirked and replied, "What's the problem? You're about to go bankrupt, yet you still act as if you're the family matriarch. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Lady Wilson, her temper rising, exclaimed, "Elaine, how dare you speak to me this way? Do you have no respect for your mother-in-law? Elaine scoffed, I'm well aware that you've always looked down on me. The only one you ever appreciated was your eldest daughter-in-law, Hannah. I heard she was particularly thoughtful, she even gifted your son a green hat and took all your family's savings. As she spoke, Elaine sighed dramatically, sister-in-law could have at least left you a couple of million. If she had, you wouldn't be in such a desperate situation, needing to sell off furniture just to survive. Lady Wilson seethed with fury. Elaine! You wretched bitch! I regret ever allowing you into the Wilson family. Elaine shot back with disdain, well, too bad. We've left the Wilson family behind, so we have nothing to do with you anymore. The Wilson family villa is so worn down that we wouldn't even glance at it. Just so you know, we're moving into the villa at Thompson First today. It's a lavish place, over 1,000 square meters, fully renovated. I'll be living like royalty. Unfortunately for you, an old woman like you will never have such a life. Elaine had long harbored resentment toward Lady Wilson, and now that the old lady was in despair, Elaine seized the moment to retaliate, refusing to let her off easily. Lady Wilson trembled with rage at Elaine's words. Gritting her teeth, she warned, Elaine, don't be so cocky. The only reason you're moving into the Thompson First villa is because your useless husband swindled it from someone else. Sooner or later, you'll be kicked out. I'll be waiting for the day you end up sleeping on the streets. Elaine placed her hands on her hips and laughed, you think I'll be the one on the streets? Ha ha ha. You're the one who's about to be homeless. I heard the bank is coming to reclaim your property soon. I can't wait to see what you'll do when they seal off your villa. That'll be the moment you reflect on your actions and realize why you've ended up in this miserable state, starving, thirsty, and freezing on the streets. Perhaps then you'll understand that this is your retribution for all the wrongs you've done. Enough! Lady Wilson shouted furiously, her eyes burning into Elaine. With a bitter curse, she spat, you bitch. So what if the Wilson family is struggling right now? We will rise again, and when that day comes, I won't ever accept you back into the Wilson family, even if you beg. Jacob quickly turned to Elaine, urging her, Elaine. How could you talk to Mom like that? You need to apologize. Elaine frowned and met Jacob's gaze with a chilling stare. Have you forgotten that this woman kicked you out of the Wilson family? Are you really defending her again? You may see her as your mother, but has she ever treated you like her own son? After her words hung in the air, Elaine pointed at Lady Wilson and stated coldly, Old lady, it's time you face reality. Are you still pretending to be in a position of power? Let me make this clear, I will never return to the Wilson family, even if you kneel and plead. Right now, the Wilson family holds no value, especially when you're selling off your own furniture just to survive. Who would want to come back to a family like that? Lady Wilson, livid, raised her finger at Elaine and declared, Elaine, I've lived many years, but you are the first person to speak to me like this. Remember your words today. One day, I will ensure you apologize to me, even if it means breaking your legs. Elaine let out a laugh, oh, really? With what power? You're just a frail old woman on the brink of the grave, and you think you can break my legs? Go ahead, they're right here. If you have the guts, give it your best shot. As she spoke, Elaine stretched her legs out in front of Lady Wilson, sneering in disdain. Lady Wilson seethed with rage, tempted to act violently against Elaine. How dare she be so brazen in front of her? But the presence of Charlie held her back. She vividly recalled how Charlie had single-handedly taken down a group of bodyguards, leaving her shaken with fear. Meanwhile, Harold, once so full of himself, now cowered in silence, unable to defend his grandmother against Elaine's insults, hiding in the background with a crestfallen expression. Just then, Christopher returned to the furniture shop, his face twisted with frustration, accompanied by the shop owner. Mom, let's leave. The price he's offering is far too low. Christopher exclaimed. The boss quickly responded, Brother, the $1.1 million I'm offering is quite generous. Your Hainan Lexington furniture set is made of average materials and shows significant wear. I assure you, you won't find a better offer elsewhere. Lady Wilson's temper flared as she shouted, "What do you mean it's only worth 1.1 million? This furniture set is excellent. Are you trying to cheat us?" The boss replied, exasperated, "I'm offering a fair price. If you doubt me, feel free to ask around." Lady Wilson scoffed, "Let's go. We'll get another quote." "I refuse to believe it's worth so little." Jacob interjected, "Mom, how about I buy the sofa set for 1.2 million? I genuinely want it, it holds a lot of memories from Dad." "Dream on," Lady Wilson retorted through gritted teeth. "I would rather destroy it than sell it to you." With that, she signaled Christopher, and they made their way out of the shop. Jacob watched them leave, shaking his head in disbelief. "I never thought the Wilson family would fall so low. It's heartbreaking to see them selling furniture just to get by." That sofa set was Dad's prized possession. Claire, understanding her father's emotional attachment, stepped forward to console him. "It's okay, Dad. Grandma will never agree to sell it to you. Let's just look for other furniture." "Yes," Jacob sighed, turning to the salesman. "Let's see what else you have. The Hainan Lexington set is too pricey, and I'll have to wait too long for the Burmese Lexington wood option." The salesman gave a slight nod before saying, "You're welcome to return if you're interested in purchasing the sofa set from us." As they turned to leave, they noticed that Lady Wilson and her family had already vanished. Jacob visited numerous stores that specialized in Lexington wood furniture, but unfortunately, he couldn't find any sofa sets that appealed to him. Feeling anxious, Elaine suggested they should prioritize buying the other furniture for the bedroom and dining room first. Otherwise, their trip to Furniture City would have been in vain. Jacob agreed, realizing it was impractical to continue wasting time. Thus, they decided to explore other shops. Elaine selected an extravagant bed that cost tens of thousands of dollars, while Claire opted for a more modest bedroom set priced around $10,000. During their shopping, they also picked up additional items like wardrobes, a dining table, and various other furnishings for both the bedrooms and the living room. They even acquired all the necessary home appliances and assorted items for their new house, bringing the total to just over $700,000. At this point, Elaine was secretly plotting against Jacob. Aware that he had approximately $1.2 million remaining, she aimed to sway him. If Jacob spent the money on the Lexington sofa set he desired, they would be left with nothing. However, if they settled on a decent European-style sofa, they would retain at least $1 million. With this in mind, she began subtly manipulating Jacob, saying, "Jacob, if you can't find a suitable Lexington sofa set, why not consider purchasing a European-style one for now? Later, when we have more funds, we can buy a Hainan Lexington wood sofa set worth at least $3 million. Jacob recognized Elaine's tactics and replied calmly, "You don't need to worry about the sofa set I choose. I'll make my own decision regarding that. After all, I've already taken care of the furniture for the bedrooms, dining room, and entertainment area for you." Feeling frustrated, Elaine exclaimed, "Why won't you listen to me? If you go for a ready-made European-style sofa set, we can have it delivered to our villa this afternoon. Then we can move in tomorrow. But if you insist on the Lexington sofa, we won't have enough for the Hainan version, and the Burmese one will take forever. How long will we have to wait to move into the villa?" Jacob hesitated for a moment. It was indeed challenging for him to justify spending $1.2 million on a Lexington sofa set. If he continued to hesitate, he risked delaying their move into the villa. On the other hand, choosing the European-style sofa set, as Elaine suggested, would allow for an afternoon delivery, enabling the family to settle into the villa by the next day. As Jacob weighed his options, Charlie chimed in, "Dad, I think Lady Wilson will reach out to you soon." Jacob instinctively asked, "Why do you think that?" Charlie smiled and replied, "It's all about the money. They'll need to gather funds, and I doubt they can secure a higher offer than $1.2 million. Ultimately, your offer will be the best they receive, so they'll have no choice but to sell the sofa set to you." Elaine scoffed, "What are you talking about? Didn't you hear what the old lady said earlier? She'd rather burn the wood than sell the sofa to us." "So what?" Charlie continued calmly. "They're in a desperate situation. You're offering them $100,000 more than anyone else. That's a significant amount for them. The old lady is clever. Despite her arrogance, she wouldn't want to waste that money. Elaine rolled her eyes and said, "Do you really think you're so insightful just because you know a bit about feng shui? From what I understand of the old lady, her pride would prevent her from selling the sofa to us. If she does, I'll eat that sofa." Just as she finished speaking, Jacob's cell phone rang. Surprised, he said, "It's my brother calling." After speaking, Jacob quickly answered the call. On the other end, Christopher's voice was cold as he asked, "Did you really mean it when you said you'd pay $1.2 million for the sofa set?" Jacob was brimming with excitement when his brother posed a question to him. He quickly responded, "Absolutely. I'm ready to pay $1.2 million for it." Christopher replied, "All right, since you're so keen on it, you can transfer the money to Mom's bank account. Once that's done, we'll consider the furniture sold to you." Feeling pleased, Jacob responded without hesitation, "Great. How about you send the sofa set over to our villa at Thompson first right now? Once it's unloaded, I'll make the payment immediately." Christopher paused for a moment before saying, "Okay. The sofa set is already loaded onto the truck and we can deliver it to the villa at any time." Jacob quickly replied, "Perfect. I'll meet you at the villa at Thompson first. See you soon." After hanging up, Jacob turned to Charlie, his face lit up with joy. "Charlie, you were right. They're going to sell us the sofa set." Meanwhile, Elaine's expression was far from pleasant. She felt humiliated by Christopher's words and was also deeply frustrated at the thought of Jacob spending $1.2 million on that old sofa set, leaving them with no money at all. The more she thought about it, the more disheartened she became. Glaring at Charlie with an almost predatory look, she seethed with annoyance. Charlie, however, chose to ignore Elaine. He was well aware of her feelings and found it amusing that her disappointment only seemed to fuel his interest. Coincidentally, Charlie's family had just finished shopping for their furniture too. They quickly got into their car and headed straight to the villa at Thompson first. The renovation of the villa was complete, and aside from the lack of furniture, everything else was incredibly luxurious. The living room's renovation and interior design were simply breathtaking, featuring polished natural marble floors that shone like mirrors. Elaine couldn't help but smile widely upon seeing the villa's stunning interior design. Jacob was equally astonished, exclaiming, "When we last saw the villa, it was still under renovation, and the living room was covered with scratch-resistant mats. I couldn't appreciate it fully then, but now it feels even more luxurious and elegant than a royal palace." Claire, who worked in the renovation and design industry, quickly assessed the villa's decor and pulled Charlie aside, whispering, "This renovation likely cost tens of millions. Why is Mr. White being so generous to us?" Charlie replied, "He's incredibly wealthy. A villa worth over $100 million is nothing to him, so spending tens of millions on renovations is just a drop in the bucket." "Well," Claire said, "I've never seen a residential property this luxurious before. It's a bit intimidating." Charlie simply smiled, choosing not to comment further. In his thoughts, he recalled the Wade family mansion from his childhood, which he remembered as being even more opulent. While Claire and her parents were awed by the villa's lavish design, Christopher and the truck carrying the sofa set arrived at the entrance of the villa. Filled with excitement, Jacob rushed out to direct the porters in unloading the Hainan Lexington sofa set into the villa. At that moment, Lady Wilson arrived with Christopher, Harold, and Wendy, stepping out of the car to admire the newly renovated courtyard. It looked even more exquisite than before, leaving them feeling envious and uncomfortable. Christopher went inside the villa to supervise the porters, but when he emerged, his expression was sour. Lady Wilson asked curiously, "How does it look inside?" Christopher sighed and replied, "I've never seen such a luxurious and elegant interior design in my life. I can't help but feel envious." "Really?" Lady Wilson was intrigued and quickly said, "I want to see it for myself." Harold chimed in, "Grandma, I'll help you." Wendy stood there, gazing at the villa with mixed emotions. Having once been Gerald's fiancée, she realized that if she had married him, she would have had the chance to frequently visit this villa, owned by Gerald's uncle, Zeke White. She might have even lived there. To her dismay, the person moving in here was none other than Claire, someone she had always looked down upon and despised. As these thoughts raced through Wendy's mind, she quickly chimed in, "Grandma, I want to come with you too." Without hesitation, she rushed forward, supporting her grandmother on one side while her brother held on to her other arm. The trio made their way into the living room, where they were mesmerized by the opulent decorations and renovations throughout the house. They were so astonished that words escaped them. The ceiling of the expansive living room soared over 10 meters high, adorned with a magnificent golden crystal chandelier that hung majestically in the center. The light refracting off the crystals created a dazzling and colorful display. It was so breathtaking that it left them almost breathless. Lady Wilson found her legs trembling as she stood in this luxurious space. In comparison to this villa, her own place seemed utterly insignificant. The renovations and decor in this villa were leagues beyond what she had in her own home. She couldn't help but imagine how wonderful it would be to live here, to wake up each day and admire the stunning decorations surrounding her. Alas, it was a dream she felt she would never realize. Despite her son Jacob's shortcomings, he had surprisingly chosen a remarkable son-in-law. Who could have predicted that someone like Charlie, raised in an orphanage and deemed worthless, would achieve such fortune? If she had known this earlier, she would have treated Charlie and Jacob's family with much more respect and kindness. Had she done so, perhaps she would have earned the chance to live in this lavish villa. It was truly unfortunate that she had severed ties with Jacob and his family from the outset. Even if she wanted to rekindle their relationship now, she feared they might reject her. At that moment, Harold and Wendy were feeling increasingly uncomfortable and disheartened. Wendy's eyes welled with tears as she took in the luxurious living room, which felt more like a palace than a home. If her grandmother hadn't crossed Charlie, would the White family have called off her engagement to Gerald? She could have been married into the White family and enjoyed a life of privilege. However, after being manipulated by Kenneth Wilson and Jeffrey Weaver, Wendy's reputation in Orris Hill had been irreparably damaged. Now, she couldn't even attract a single suitor. It seemed her dream of marrying into a wealthy family was slipping away. As the grandmother and grandchildren pondered their fates, the porters moved all the furniture into the living room. Jacob meticulously counted each piece, checking them all to ensure they were in perfect condition. His excitement was palpable. It was clear that Jacob held sentimental value for this furniture set. Purchasing it felt like a dream come true for him. With a bright smile, Jacob approached Lady Wilson and said, "Mom, everything looks great with the furniture. How do you want me to transfer the money to you?" Lady Wilson regarded him with a complex expression and replied, "Jacob, you will always be my son, no matter what happened before. Since you love this sofa set so much, I'll just give it to you." Jacob quickly responded, "Mom, we can't do that. I should pay for it. Even if you insist on giving it to me, my brother would never agree to it. Plus, isn't the Wilson family in need of funds? If I pay you, that could help the family get through this tough time." Lady Wilson shook her head and said earnestly, "Jacob, I appreciate your concern, but you don't need to worry. The Wilson family will be fine, and I am still the head of the family. If I say this furniture belongs to you, then it is yours." Hearing this, Jacob felt immense gratitude and replied, "Thank you, Mom." Elaine was also filled with excitement. Was this old lady really changing her tune? Was she genuinely rejecting $1.2 million? This was incredible. It opened up opportunities for her to reclaim that money. Unexpectedly, Lady Wilson sighed deeply and said, "Jacob, soon the Wilson family villa will be taken away from us. When that happens, your mother might end up on the streets. Since your villa is so grand and luxurious, can't you at least spare a bedroom for me?" The expressions on everyone's faces shifted dramatically the moment they heard Lady Wilson's words. The first to react was none other than Elaine. She quickly realized the old lady's true intentions. What a bitch! She was truly a sly fox. Lady Wilson was merely pretending to offer them a set of furniture, all while plotting to move into their villa. Finally, Elaine would be free of the old lady and the Wilson family. She could enjoy a life far superior to that of the Wilsons, all while stepping on them to achieve her own success. So, the old lady was really just trying to win them over in order to gain access to their grand, luxurious villa, wasn't she? Why didn't she take a good look in the mirror first? Did she genuinely believe she deserved to live in the villa with them? Jacob was no fool either. Initially, he had been genuinely touched by the old lady's gesture. But almost immediately, he grasped her true motives. He understood that allowing her to move into their new villa would be like inviting a wolf into their home. If she really moved in, their family would be thrown into chaos, and peace would be a distant memory. Charlie shared Jacob's concerns. If that old woman moved in with them, their entire family dynamic would surely be upended. At that moment, Charlie's family wasn't the only one in disbelief. Harold and Wendy, who were standing beside him, were equally shocked. They were not only surprised but also filled with anger. The old lady's intentions were transparent. She was attempting to ingratiate herself with Jacob and his family to secure a spot in their villa. If that actually happened, what would become of their family of three? Their mother had already disappeared with over $15 million, leaving their father broke, and neither sibling had any savings to fall back on. The only thing they could rely on were the antiques the old lady possessed. If she moved in with Jacob and his family, wouldn't that spell disaster for them? Wouldn't their lives be utterly ruined? Once the bank seized the Wilson family villa, they would truly have nowhere to go. As the tension in the living room escalated, Elaine decided to break the silence. She regarded Lady Wilson with disdain and said coldly, "Oh, how naive of you. You were the one who kicked us out of the Wilson family villa, and now you want to live with us. You think you can trade a set of old furniture for a spot in our lavish villa? Do you have any idea how much our villa is worth? $130 million. With renovations and interior design included, it's at least $150 million. How much do you think your furniture is worth?" Lady Wilson's intention was clear: she wanted to move into the villa. Despite Elaine's mockery, she maintained an innocent expression and replied, "My dear daughter-in-law, I'm giving you this furniture as a housewarming gift. It's just a small token of my sincerity. You can't put a price on that." Elaine shot back, "Why wouldn't we evaluate it based on its monetary value? It's only worth $1.2 million. We'd rather pay for the furniture than let you move into our villa. If you do, we'll never have a moment of peace." In that instant, Jacob realized the same thing. If Lady Wilson moved in, his life would be akin to living in hell. So, Jacob quickly interjected, "Mom, why don't you send me your bank account number? I'll transfer the money to you right now." Seeing that Jacob wasn't falling for her tricks, Lady Wilson's expression darkened, and she asked coldly, "What? Are you trying to sever ties with your own mother?" Jacob promptly replied, "Mom, you've always been the one to distance yourself from us, not me. Regardless of what happens, you will always be my mother. Have you ever considered me your true mother?" Lady Wilson retorted angrily. "You don't even want to give me a room in your luxurious villa. You'd rather see me suffer on the streets than provide any support. Do you have no conscience?" Before Jacob could respond, Elaine interjected, "Don't try to guilt us into submission. If you're here to sell your sofa set, then just sell it. Why are you trying to move into our villa now? You were the one who wanted to cut ties with us. You were the one who forced us out of the Wilson family villa. You might regret your decision now, but we don't. In fact, our family is much happier now that we've left. Even if you want to mend our relationship, we won't agree to it." At that moment, Jacob nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the challenges that came with having a cunning woman in the house. It felt like he was constantly walking on eggshells. With two shrewd women under the same roof, he knew it would be anything but a home. Thus, he steeled himself and said, "Mom, why don't you just give me your bank account number? I can transfer the money to you right now. If not, you can take your furniture back, and we can have the porters move it out of the villa immediately." Lady Wilson's anger flared as she jabbed her finger at Jacob. In a fit of rage, she lunged at him, attempting to slap his face. Luckily, Jacob reacted quickly, stepping back just in time to avoid her strike. Trembling with fury, Lady Wilson ceded at Jacob's defiance. What frustrated her even more was the thought of not being able to enjoy living in such a grand villa. It felt as if 1,000 needles were pricking her skin with discomfort. Yet, there was little she could do at that moment. Glowering at Jacob, she ground her teeth and declared, "Fine. You truly are my wonderful son. From now on, we will have absolutely nothing to do with each other. I don't want you at my funeral, even if I were to die." Elaine chimed in, "That sounds perfect, it would save us a lot of hassle." "You?" Lady Wilson coughed violently, then pulled out her bank card, thrusting it at Jacob. "Transfer the money to me now." "I want $1.21 million, she ordered, her voice rising. Elaine frowned, questioning, "Why should we send you $1.21 million? Didn't we agree on $1.2 million earlier?" Lady Wilson retorted angrily, "Do you think I don't need to pay for the trucks and the movers?" Elaine responded coolly, "What does that have to do with us? Why should we pay you extra for your arrangements to move your furniture? Should I also reimburse you for the toilet paper you used this morning?" Lady Wilson gritted her teeth, fuming. "You little brat. You're a cunning bitch. I'll make you regret this." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Elaine. Unlike Jacob, Elaine was not one to hold back. She swatted Lady Wilson's hand away and retorted coldly, "What do you think you're doing? Trying to hit me? Sure, I'm a bitch, but so are you. You're just an old shrew trying to create chaos in my own home. Do you want me to slap you right now?" After years of being belittled by the old woman, Elaine had been waiting for a chance like this to stand up for herself. Today felt like a long-awaited opportunity for revenge. Lady Wilson was taken aback, never expecting Elaine to confront her so boldly. Anger boiled within her, but she found herself powerless in this situation. Meanwhile, Jacob hastily pulled out his cell phone to transfer the money to Lady Wilson. Within moments, he informed her, "Mom, I've sent you $1.21 million. Please check your account and leave if everything is in order." Elaine interjected, "Do you have money to waste? You could have given me that $10,000 instead for a few spa visits. Why give it to her? It's like throwing money away for no reason." Jacob gestured for her to be quiet. "Okay, enough already." Just then, Lady Wilson received a notification on her phone. Pulling it out, she saw the $1.21 million had arrived in her account. Glaring at Elaine, she warned, "You, Parker. Watch your back. I'll see to it that you regret this." With that, Lady Wilson turned to Harold and Wendy. "Let's go," she commanded. Relief washed over Harold and Wendy. They had been worried that Jacob might buckle under pressure and let the old lady move in with them, which would have been disastrous for their family. Fortunately, the old lady didn't get her way. Christopher stood outside the villa, waiting anxiously. As he spotted the old lady exiting the house with his son and daughter, he quickly approached them and asked, "Mom, did you manage to get the money from them?" Lady Wilson's expression was dark as she replied, "Yes. Let's go." Noticing his mother's anger, Christopher swiftly pulled Harold aside and whispered, "What's going on? Why is Grandma so upset?" Harold glanced around to ensure that his sister and grandmother were a bit further away before he confided, "Dad, Grandma is really the worst." Christopher couldn't help but scold his son, "Why would you say that about your grandmother? We're relying on her right now. What if she hears you?" Harold shot back, "Dad, you won't believe what Grandma told second uncle. She offered to give him the sofa set for free if he let her live with them in their villa." Luckily, second uncle brushed her off, and Elaine even yelled at her. "What?" Christopher's face changed instantly upon hearing Harold's words. Incredible. His mother had always held his brother's family in disdain and had even kicked them out of the Wilson family villa. Now, with the Wilson family in turmoil and his brother moving into a lavish new home, she wanted to abandon her own family? All she seemed to care about was moving into that extravagant villa, completely disregarding his family's plight. His wife had run off with all their money, leaving the three of them without any income. They were entirely dependent on the old lady to sell off antiques to get through these tough times. And now, at this crucial moment, she was considering abandoning them for her own happiness. Feeling a surge of anger, Christopher thought about the situation. Despite his frustration, he whispered to Harold, "We need to figure out how to get the antiques left by your grandfather away from your grandmother. That's our only chance to save ourselves." Harold responded quickly, "Grandma has always been secretive about those antiques. I've asked her about them countless times, but she never gives me a straight answer. She's really something else." Christopher replied coldly, "Be patient. Keep a close watch on her over the next couple of days. Follow her everywhere except when she's in the bathroom." "Got it." Harold agreed eagerly. After the Wilson family departed, Elaine couldn't contain her glee in their new villa. Even though she was frustrated with Jacob for using Matilda's birthday as his cell phone password and for refusing to share any of his money with her, today she felt a sense of satisfaction from scolding the old lady. It was as if she had finally released 2 decades worth of grievances, and she was filled with joy. What delighted her even more was the fact that they were finally moving into this magnificent villa. It was an enormous and luxurious home, something she never imagined she would inhabit. Yet here she was. The sofa was already set up in the living room, and the furniture store would be delivering the remaining items later in the afternoon. Soon, they would officially move into their new home. Elaine, bubbling with excitement, turned to Claire and said, "Your dad and I will take the biggest bedroom on the 3rd floor." Claire nodded and replied, "That's fine. You two can have the 3rd floor, and Charlie and I will stay on the 2nd floor." Then, Claire added, "Oh, by the way, Mom, I promised Laureen I'd give her a room in this villa when we move in. She's been alone in a hotel in Orris Hill for so long, it must be lonely for her." Elaine quickly asked, "Are you talking about the Laureen from the Thomas family in Eastcliff?" "Yes," Claire confirmed. "That's her." Elaine smiled and said, "Great. The Thomas family is wealthy and influential, comparable to the Moore family. Staying close to her will be beneficial for us in the future." With that, Elaine dashed to the elevator, saying, "I'm going up to the 3rd floor to plan out my bedroom." Charlie then suggested to Claire, "Should we check out the 2nd floor too?" Claire nodded slightly, and together they ascended the stairs to explore the 2nd floor. The layout of the 2nd floor mirrored that of the 3rd floor, featuring 3 rooms in total. 2 of these rooms were spacious bedrooms, complemented by 2 smaller ones. The larger bedroom resembled a suite, complete with a living area outside and a bathroom within. Charlie and Claire naturally opted for this particular bedroom. Subsequently, they decided to offer the adjacent room to Laureen. On the 2nd floor, there was an additional room that Claire intended to transform into her study. Given her frequent need to create design drawings and construction plans for her business, she required a dedicated space to focus on her work. As Charlie and Claire surveyed the bedroom, Charlie playfully inquired, "My dear wife, the bed we purchased for this room is about 2 meters wide, right?" "Yes," Claire confirmed with a nod. "Since the bedroom is so spacious, a smaller bed wouldn't look appropriate." Charlie chuckled and remarked, "Then wouldn't it be a bit too large for you to sleep on the 2-meter-wide bed all by yourself?" Claire quickly grasped the implication of his words, her cheeks flushing. She responded quietly, "What do you mean by that?" With a smile, Charlie replied, "My dear wife, don't you see what I'm getting at? I've been sleeping on the floor for the last 3 years. Isn't it time I got an upgrade?" Feeling quite embarrassed, Claire quickly retorted, "What do you mean? I'm not following you." Charlie clarified, "I mean I'd like to upgrade from sleeping on the floor to sharing the bed." Claire blushed even deeper and replied, "No one ever said you couldn't upgrade. Besides, there was a time I asked if it was cold for you to sleep on the floor, and you said it wasn't at all. Who can you blame for that?" Charlie raised an eyebrow at her response and said, "My dear wife, I will officially upgrade myself as soon as we move into our new villa, okay?" Claire, feeling shy, answered, "That's up to you." With that, she hurried out of the bedroom. Charlie felt a wave of happiness wash over him. It appeared that after more than 3 years of sleeping on the floor, he was finally ready to make a change. Later that afternoon, the furniture company arrived with several trucks filled with furniture and home appliances destined for the villa. They completely furnished 2 bedrooms on both the 2nd and 3rd floors, along with an extra study room on the 2nd floor. By the end of the day, all the furniture and appliances were set up. They only needed a few essentials such as pots, pans, bedding, and pillows before they could move in. Elaine flopped onto her new bed, rolling around in excitement as she exclaimed to Jacob, "I'm going to sleep here tonight. I'm not leaving this place today." Jacob frowned and replied, "How can we live here tonight? We don't have any bedding, pillows, or toiletries." Elaine insisted, "I'm staying here anyway. I refuse to go back to that old place." Jacob shot her a disgusted look and said, "Well, feel free to stay here if you want. I'm going back to our old house for the night. I'll pack up my stuff and officially move into this villa later. If you don't want to come back with me, you're welcome to stay alone here tonight." Elaine pondered this for a moment. Since they lacked bedding or quilts, she relented, "All right. Let's head home together, pack up our things, and then we can move into the villa together." At that moment, Elaine asked, "How much money do we have left in our family savings?" Jacob replied, "Why are you asking about money?" Elaine responded, "I'm just curious. Is that okay?" Jacob answered, "We have about $10,000 left in our family savings. But I'm warning you, don't get any funny ideas about spending it. If you want to buy something in the future, you'll need to earn your own money. Otherwise, you can live here for free, but we're not giving you any extra cash." Upon hearing Jacob's words, Elaine could no longer hold back her frustration. She exclaimed, "Jacob Wilson. Do you really think you're so important? You've been acting increasingly arrogant lately." Jacob shot back coldly, "Don't forget that you've already cost us more than $2 million from our family savings. I'm being quite lenient with you." Elaine snapped, "Don't throw that in my face. I haven't even addressed the issue of you changing your cell phone password to Matilda's birthday. I never expected you to do something like that. We've been married for over 20 years, and I've even given you a child. How can you still be thinking about that woman at a time like this? What are you hoping for? Are you secretly wishing to get back together with her?" Jacob felt a surge of panic as soon as Elaine began to speak. He was well aware that Elaine had secretly attempted to unlock his cell phone and figured she would likely guess his password incorrectly, especially since he had just changed it. However, he was taken aback that she managed to discover he had set the password to Matilda's birth date. This revelation left him feeling both flustered and afraid. Luckily, he had established a separate payment verification password. Otherwise, Elaine would have already emptied his bank account. When Elaine noticed Jacob's hesitation, she immediately lashed out at him. With clenched teeth, she spat, "Weren't you acting all high and mighty for the past 2 days? You've been scolding me and showing me no respect at all. Why are you quiet now? Don't tell me I've guessed all your dirty thoughts correctly." Jacob quickly replied, "Stop spouting nonsense. I don't have any dirty thoughts." "Oh, please." Elaine shot back. "You changed your cell phone password to that bitch's birthday, and you dare say you have no dirty thoughts? Thank goodness that bitch has moved to the United States. Otherwise, would you be cheating on me with her?" Jacob felt his face flush with anger as he responded, "Why are you behaving like this? Why call Matilda a bitch? We were in a serious relationship. You were the one who got me drunk for us to sleep together. Then you went and told Matilda everything. You're the one who broke us apart, which makes you the real bitch in this scenario." Elaine retorted, "I'm the bitch? I gave birth to your child, and you call me a bitch?" Jacob's fury boiled over, and he yelled, "You are the bitch. If it weren't for you getting me drunk and sleeping with me, I would have already married Matilda." Enraged by Jacob's words, Elaine rushed at him and slapped him across the face, screaming, "How dare you call me a bitch? How can you defend Matilda so fiercely? I'm ready to fight you today." Jacob, shaking with anger after being slapped, kicked Elaine aside and pointed a finger at her, shouting, "I've tolerated you for over 20 years, and I've had enough. If you're so miserable, let's just get a divorce. We're moving into this villa, which has plenty of bedrooms. We can live separately until we finalize the divorce." Elaine, after being kicked, sat on the floor crying out, "Jacob, you ungrateful bastard. I've stood by you for so long and suffered so much. Yet you're still thinking about other women while married to me. Now you're even threatening divorce. I'm going to have our daughter fight for me." After her dramatic declaration, Elaine shouted, "My dear daughter, come and help your mother. I'm being wronged. Your father is truly heartless." Meanwhile, Claire was in her study room with Charlie when she heard her mother crying and shouting from upstairs. She quickly remarked, "It sounds like they're at it again." Without wasting any time, Claire rushed to the door, with Charlie closely following her. The two hurried upstairs, and as soon as they entered the master bedroom on the third floor, they found Elaine sitting on the floor, sobbing pitifully. She was pounding her fists on the ground as she cried out, "My dear daughter, you must support me. If you don't come to save me, this heartless bastard, your father, will have beaten me to death." Claire rushed over to help her mother up and quickly asked, "What's going on? Weren't you both happy that the villa renovation is finally finished? Why are you fighting again?" Elaine pointed at Jacob and said, "Your dad is shameless. He changed his phone password to his first love's birthday. Just now, he even called me a bitch and said that if I hadn't gotten pregnant with you, he would have married his first love long ago. He said he dislikes both of us." Claire felt a wave of discomfort wash over her as she processed her mother's words. She turned to Jacob and asked, "Dad, is Mom telling the truth?" Jacob's face turned dark with frustration. He struggled to find the right words to explain himself. After all, he had indeed changed his phone password to Matilda's birthday and had called Elaine a bitch. However, he couldn't believe Elaine's audacity in twisting his words. He had never said he disliked his daughter, yet she was trying to turn Claire against him with her manipulative tactics. Jacob found himself in a difficult situation as he tried to clarify his actions. "Claire, I was merely discussing everything that happened with your mother in the past. I never intended to target you. I've never said I disliked you," he explained. Claire, unaware of the history between her parents, felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her. She responded firmly, "Dad, I'm not interested in what transpired between you and Mom. I don't know if there was someone else involved back then, but what I do know is that you've been married to her for over 20 years. You agreed to marry her, so you should honor that commitment. If you're changing your phone password to your first love's birthday, that's an act of betrayal against your marriage. If you genuinely no longer love Mom or if you harbor hatred toward her, then you should just divorce her first. Pursue your happiness afterward. But I don't think it's fair for you to act like this while still married." Jacob felt a twinge of guilt as Claire spoke. He recognized the validity of her points. He had not divorced Elaine, so it was indeed inappropriate for him to change his phone password to his first love's birthday. Feeling ashamed, he admitted, "Claire, you're right. I made a mistake, and I'm sorry." Claire retorted, "Dad, your apology should be directed at Mom, not me." Taking a deep breath, Jacob faced Elaine and said, "I take full responsibility. I shouldn't have changed the password to Matilda's birthday, and I shouldn't have reacted violently. I'm sorry, and I will reflect on my actions." Seeing her opportunity, Elaine quickly responded, "I want you to change your phone password to my birthday. I also want you to update the passwords for your mobile banking and payment verification to my birthday as well." Jacob replied, "Isn't it clear that this is all about money for you? Do you really need to put on a show for that?" Elaine shot back, "I'm not after the money. I just want the respect I deserve." Jacob nodded slightly and said, "All right, you want the password changed to your birthday? I'll do it right now." Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone, logged into his mobile banking app, and transferred all the remaining tens of thousands of dollars in his account to Charlie. After completing the transfer, he changed all his passwords to Elaine's birthday. Once finished, he remarked coldly, "I've made all the changes. Are you satisfied now?" Elaine quickly grabbed the phone from him, declaring, "I want to check it first." With urgency, she entered her birthday to unlock the phone and accessed his mobile banking app. Upon seeing the zero balance, her anger and frustration surged. Where had all the money gone? He should have had tens of thousands still in the account. As Elaine scrolled through the transaction history, she discovered that Jacob had just transferred all his money to Charlie. That old bastard. He would rather send all his money to Charlie than let her have any of it. But Elaine was left powerless. She couldn't confront Jacob about the money in front of their daughter. It would make it obvious that her motives were financial. Seething with anger, Elaine could only think about how she would settle the score with Jacob in the future. Once the farce concluded, neither Jacob nor Elaine came away with any advantages. Elaine's sole aim was to secure some money, yet in the end, she walked away empty-handed. This left her feeling down for the rest of the day. After the family of four returned from the villa, they began packing their belongings. Claire remembered to call Laureen to let her know they would be moving into the villa the following day. She asked Laureen to check out of her hotel and join them. Laureen was thrilled to receive the news. Since falling for Charlie, Laureen had been actively seeking opportunities to get closer to him. However, her work kept her busy, and she had to consider Claire's feelings, which limited her chances to spend time around Charlie. Living in the villa with Charlie and Claire would definitely increase her opportunities to be near him. Thus, without hesitation, she eagerly agreed to move in. Meanwhile, as Charlie and his family packed, chaos broke out in the Wilson household. After selling the sofa set and returning from Thompson First Villa, Christopher grew increasingly frustrated with his mother. It seemed Lady Wilson was eagerly looking for a chance to move into Charlie's villa, and this deeply hurt Christopher. This situation made him realize that the old lady's favoritism toward him had always been superficial. In the past, her support had been conditional, based entirely on her own interests. Whenever circumstances appeared more favorable for his brother Jacob, she would immediately prioritize Jacob instead. When they got home, Christopher demanded that Lady Wilson transfer the $1,210,000 from the sofa sale to him. He felt the old lady could abandon him and his family at any moment, so he believed he needed to secure his own future. His first step was making sure the money went to him. Without that money, he had no idea how he would survive once she inevitably turned against them. His son Harold was utterly useless. When times were good, it didn't matter that he was a lazy, spoiled rich kid. But now that the Wilson family was struggling, Christopher knew he couldn't rely on Harold to contribute anything. His daughter Wendy was also hopeless. Spoiled her entire life, she couldn't even cook. Worse still, her reputation in Orris Hill was destroyed because of her scandals with Kenneth Wilson and Jeffrey Weaver, making it nearly impossible for Christopher to find anyone willing to marry her. At that moment, Christopher told Lady Wilson, "Mom, as the legal representative of Wilson Group, keeping the money in your bank account will only result in it being frozen." Lady Wilson disagreed. "The money from selling the sofa set is meant to repay our bank loans." She was determined to prevent the Wilson Group from going bankrupt, because if it did, her life would be ruined. As the legal representative of the Wilson Group, if she failed to repay the bank while having money available, her house could be seized, and she could even face legal consequences. If that happened, she would be the one going to prison. Thus, Lady Wilson insisted on making at least the minimum loan repayment and planned to negotiate a grace period with the bank manager. As soon as Christopher heard her stance, he exploded. "Mom, we're running out of money to support our own family. We finally managed to scrape together just over $1 million. If you give it all to the bank, what will we eat and drink?" Lady Wilson snorted coldly. "If I don't repay the bank, I'll be taken away and locked up. Don't forget, I am the legal representative of Wilson Group. I'm the one who will be held accountable for the debt." Christopher quickly argued, "At the very least, you should keep $100,000 or $200,000 for the family so we can manage for a while. I can't even afford a pack of cigarettes that costs $50 right now. You still want to smoke?" Lady Wilson snapped. "It would be a blessing if you even have food on the table, and you still dare think about cigarettes?" Holding back his anger, Christopher replied helplessly, "Mom, I can endure it. But Harold and Wendy are still young. They've never truly suffered before. We can't let them go through misery now." Lady Wilson snorted again. "I don't care. We'll just cut back on food and clothing to get through this tough time." Harold and Wendy exchanged frustrated glances. They had been spoiled their entire lives and had never endured hardship. Ever since Hannah ran away with their family's money, their lives had already become miserable. Now that Lady Wilson finally had some money, her refusal to support the family, and even suggesting they tighten their food and clothing expenses further, was absolutely unbearable. Was she trying to starve them to death? Grandma, it's easy for you to say that because you're older and don't eat much. But how are my sister and I supposed to manage? I've already lost several kilograms from eating less. Harold complained. Yes, Grandma. Wendy added. The cosmetics I used to buy cost tens of thousands, and now I'm using L'Oreal, the cheapest. And it's almost finished. Do you really expect me to switch to Debeo Asodi honey that costs just a few dollars? After complaining, Wendy insisted, Grandma, I don't care. You need to give me at least $20,000 today to buy a set of La Mer. If I ruin my face, it'll be too late. Lady Wilson scoffed. You're already in this miserable state and still dreaming of La Mer. Why can't you just use Debeo Asodi honey? You're useless. You couldn't even keep Kenneth Wilson. If you had held on to him properly, we wouldn't be here today. Wendy shot back, what does that have to do with me? Charlie made Kenneth impotent. I was doing everything I could before that. Don't forget, he even gave me $5 million and gave the family another $10 million. So what? Lady Wilson replied coldly. He still left, didn't he? If you were truly capable, you would have made him stay even after he lost his manhood. You failed because you're useless. Christopher, barely restraining his anger, finally snapped. Mom! Wendy followed every instruction you gave her about Kenneth Wilson. Now you're blaming everything on her. You're just throwing away your benefactors once you're done with them. Lady Wilson glared. Throw away my benefactor after achieving my goals? What goals did I ever achieve? Everything collapsed before we even got close. I ended up in this miserable state because of her. Christopher retorted, Mom, no matter what, you still can't give all the money to repay the bank loan. We need at least $200,000 to survive. If not, then sell some of the antiques Dad left behind to raise funds. Hiding them won't help you once you're gone. Are you wishing for my death now? Lady Wilson snapped sharply. Are the three of you turning against me? Lady Wilson was stunned. She never expected Christopher, who always obeyed her, to speak to her so boldly and disrespectfully. Realizing that her eldest son, grandson, and granddaughter weren't truly on her side, she began to see them as parasites draining her dry. The more they acted this way, the more determined she became to cling tightly to her money and possessions. She would never yield to them. After the intense confrontation between Lady Wilson and Christopher, an irreparable rift formed between them. Eventually, Lady Wilson decided to set aside only $50,000 for the living expenses of their family of 4. She then repaid the remaining amount to the 2 banks. Upon receiving part of the repayment, the head of the debt collection department showed Lady Wilson considerable respect. He chose to grant the Wilson family some relief by extending the repayment period, allowing them more time to gather funds to settle their debts. With this development, Lady Wilson was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. She continued to hold on to hope that the Wilson group would recover. As long as she could postpone the bankruptcy proceedings, she believed she would have a chance to turn things around. Perhaps another Kenneth Wilson would emerge to lend a helping hand. At that moment, the Wilson family was indeed grappling with significant challenges. However, ultimately, they only needed tens of millions of dollars to navigate through their crisis. If they were fortunate enough to encounter a prominent figure like Kenneth Wilson, who possessed tens of billions in assets, they could rely on that person to assist the Wilson group. In that scenario, Lady Wilson could restore her family to its former glory. In stark contrast to Lady Wilson's hopeful outlook, Christopher was feeling quite despondent. From the money earned through the sale of the sofa set, Lady Wilson had only retained $50,000, which she controlled entirely. Christopher found himself in dire financial straits, barely able to afford a pack of cigarettes. That night, Lady Wilson spent just $20 on groceries for the family. With that limited budget, she was only able to buy a bunch of wilted cabbage and half a caddy of pork. Christopher felt miserable and uncomfortable, but there was little he could do. He could only endure the situation while trying to think about where the old lady might be hiding the antiques left behind by his late father. Meanwhile, as the Wilson family struggled to make ends meet, Claire and her family moved into the villa at Thompson First early the next morning. Since all their furniture was new, they didn't need to transport any large items from their previous home. The four of them simply packed their clothes and personal belongings, along with the kitchen utensils, and moved everything to the villa in one trip. Charlie was particularly cheerful during this process. While organizing their bedroom, he playfully asked Claire if he should bring along the bedding he had used on the floor. With a slightly embarrassed expression, Claire replied, "Didn't you say you were planning to upgrade yourself? Why would you want to bring that to the new villa?" Charlie felt a surge of excitement at Claire's response. When the moving truck arrived at the villa, Jacob couldn't help but raise his hand in celebration, overjoyed that they were finally moving into their new home. The family of four then began to tidy up their respective rooms. Charlie and Claire took charge of cleaning the master bedroom on the second floor, while Elaine focused on the master bedroom on the third floor, and Jacob tended to the smaller bedroom on the same floor. Jacob expressed a desire to separate from Elaine. Elaine chose not to coax him or argue. She was determined to sleep in the master bedroom on the third floor, leaving Jacob to find his own space. Given her mixed feelings about Jacob, she was quite content to have some distance between them. However, Claire felt a bit uneasy about the situation. Although she was aware that her parents had never had a strong relationship, they had lived together for over 20 years. Therefore, the thought of them separating made her uncomfortable. Yet, Claire understood that as their daughter, it was not her place to interfere in their relationship. She decided it would be best to give them some time apart to cool off and reflect. If they could gain clarity, their lives would be more manageable moving forward. As Charlie and Claire continued packing, Lorraine arrived at the villa in a cab. She brought only 2 suitcases and a bag, having packed lightly for her move. Claire quickly welcomed Lorraine into the villa, guiding her directly to the second floor via the elevator. As they exited the elevator, Claire called out, "Charlie, come help Lorraine." Charlie rushed out of his bedroom and immediately spotted Lorraine, who had put extra effort into her appearance today. Lorraine looked stunning, dressed in a beige windbreaker over a black sweater that accentuated her tall, feminine figure. On the bottom, she wore a woolen short skirt paired with leggings that highlighted her long, slender legs. She was truly a sight to behold. The moment Lorraine saw Charlie, a blush crept onto her cheeks. She gave him a small wave and nervously said, "Hello, Charlie. I'll be relying on you to take good care of me from now on." Charlie offered a slight smile and nodded, replying, "Welcome. Welcome." Inside, Charlie felt a bit overwhelmed. He was aware that Lorraine had feelings for him. If she simply confessed her feelings, he could easily decline or ignore them. However, with her moving in and sharing the same roof, he couldn't help feeling anxious about the situation. Of course, he knew he had to keep a calm demeanor in front of Claire. Claire pointed to Lorraine's 2 large suitcases and said to Charlie, "Since you're strong, you should help Lorraine move her suitcases into her bedroom." "All right," Charlie nodded and began dragging the suitcases into Lorraine's room. Lorraine followed closely, her heart warming at the thought of getting closer to Charlie. She was hopeful that living together would bring them closer, and while she wasn't fixated on whether they would end up together, simply being near him made her happy. Whether a relationship would blossom depended on the nature of Charlie's relationship with Claire. If their marriage was merely for appearances, Lorraine would certainly make her move. However, if Charlie and Claire were truly in love, she had no intention of coming between her best friend and her husband. As they entered the bedroom, Lorraine looked around and exclaimed, "Wow, this room is quite spacious." "Yes," Charlie replied with a smile. "There should be plenty of room for you since you'll be living here alone." Lorraine nodded, but then noticed Claire was not following them and hurriedly asked, "How are things between you and Claire lately?" "Oh," Charlie began, but Lorraine probed further, "Has anything changed in your relationship?" She was eager to find out if there had been any significant developments between Charlie and Claire, but felt she needed to be subtle in her questioning. Charlie, not thinking much of it, casually replied, "Our relationship is quite stable. No changes at all." Hearing this, Lorraine felt a wave of relief wash over her. It seemed that Charlie and Claire were still sleeping in separate beds, with no progress in their relationship, which was encouraging news for her. Meanwhile, on the third floor of the villa, Elaine was buzzing with excitement. She snapped numerous selfies in her spacious bedroom, maximizing the beauty filter on her camera. Afterward, she carefully selected a few pictures of both the living room and her bedroom to share with her friends online. Her caption read, "Oh, after such a long wait, I've finally moved into our villa at Thompson First. This is the largest villa in the entire Thompson First. The living room and bedroom are so enormous that I wonder if it might be a bit scary to sleep here at night." As she typed, Elaine remembered Lady Wilson and quickly added, "We have 3 floors above ground and 2 below, making 5 in total with 10 luxurious bedrooms. But there are just 4 of us in the family, so how could we possibly use all these rooms? It's quite overwhelming to think about." After editing and sharing some of her photos online, Elaine intentionally included a few images where she sported a shy expression. Additionally, she tagged the location of her villa at Thompson First in these posts. The moment Elaine uploaded her pictures, they quickly garnered likes and comments from many people. Her friends showered her with compliments, expressing admiration for the opulence and grandeur of her villa. It truly astonished everyone that Elaine could afford to live in a luxurious property valued at over $100 million, a fact that was beyond the comprehension of those who knew her. Meanwhile, the Wilson family found themselves in a rather dismal situation, dining on duck and boiled cabbage. The matriarch, Lady Wilson, who managed the family finances, was displeased with Christopher and his children for contradicting her the day before. As a result, she decided they should endure a bit of hardship. Earlier that morning, she had purchased only some duck and 2 cabbages at the market. After washing and chopping the vegetables, she proceeded to simmer everything into a pot. Feeling her age, Lady Wilson had a small appetite and opted for a light clear soup, avoiding anything heavy or greasy. She was indifferent to whether Christopher, Harold, and Wendy enjoyed the meal, it was up to them. Christopher, Harold, and Wendy felt helpless and frustrated, unable to afford a better meal. They had no choice but to eat what Lady Wilson had prepared. Although the duck appeared sizable, it was mostly bones with little meat. Harold could only gnaw on a bone, leaving him still hungry after the meal. As boredom set in during dinner, Harold decided to check what his friends had posted online. Out of nowhere, Harold stumbled upon Elaine's photos and messages. His anger boiled over as he gritted his teeth and slammed his chopsticks onto the table. "Damn it! That cunning bitch Elaine has already moved into the villa at Thompson First. How is she even worthy of living there? God must be fucking blind," he exclaimed. Hearing Harold's outburst, Lady Wilson quickly grabbed her cell phone to see Elaine's posts. Fury surged through her. That wretched girl. She's flaunting her 10-bedroom villa like it's nothing. She's doing this to provoke me. Filled with resentment, Lady Wilson couldn't help but curse Elaine. Despite the many rooms in the villa, Elaine wouldn't even offer her a space. The old lady felt an overwhelming urge to lash out, wishing she could stab Elaine 1,000 times to relieve her frustration. Christopher also glanced at Elaine's posts, his anger mounting as he compared the lavish images to the pitiful pot of duck and cabbage before him. Infuriated, he lost his appetite and decided to blacklist Elaine. Out of sight, out of mind. Wendy, too, saw Elaine's posts and was equally furious. Noticing the glum expressions on her family's faces, Lady Wilson quickly reassured them, "Don't take Elaine's words to heart. I believe she'll be kicked out of that villa soon enough." Clearing her throat, she continued, "Our priority now is to strategize on how to help the Wilson Group navigate through these tough times and restore it to its former glory." Christopher retorted angrily, "How are we supposed to overcome our difficulties? We owe tens of millions in debt. What can we do? Our villa is so old. If we sold it, we might only get around 17 or 18 million at best." Then, looking at Elaine's posts again, he suggested, "Mom, we could raise at least tens of millions by selling Dad's antiques, right? Why not let me handle that? I could sell them, and then we could buy another house, ensuring we have a place to stay if the bank takes our villa." Lady Wilson's expression hardened as she replied, "Buy a house? Do you think I'd even get to live there if you did? If I can't pay my debts, I'll end up in prison. At my age, do you really think I could survive in there? Christopher mustered his courage and stated, Mom, even if the court eventually sentences you to prison, Harold, Wendy, and I can still lead a simple and stable life if we have the money. But if you keep the antiques hidden, we will surely starve if you're imprisoned. Starve? Lady Wilson responded icily. All three of you have hands and feet. You won't starve if you just go out and take on jobs as community workers. Christopher, listen to me, the antiques left by your father are meant for my retirement. You shouldn't entertain any wild ideas about them. Anger surged within Christopher, and he stood up, retorting coldly, the items left by my father are also meant for his children and grandchildren. Who gave you the right to keep everything for yourself? Lady Wilson shot back, so what? Are you planning to revolt against me? Go ahead. Yell and scream all you want. When I'm gone, none of you will know where the antiques are hidden. With a dismissive snort, she continued, anyway, I'm an old woman who doesn't have much time left. It doesn't concern me if I die tomorrow. Before I pass, I'll make a will stating that all my life insurance money goes to charity. I won't leave a single cent to any of you. You three are completely incapable of supporting yourselves. Once I'm gone, you'll be at the bottom of society, facing even greater hardships. Christopher felt a wave of shock wash over him at Lady Wilson's words. He found himself at a loss. There was nothing more he could do. The lack of money and ability had always been his family's biggest struggle. If the old woman truly decided to donate all her life insurance money to charity upon her death, there would be no hope left for him and his children. Thus, Christopher swallowed his anger and humbly said, Mom, I apologize for losing my temper. Please don't take my harsh words to heart. Lady Wilson sneered, responding with arrogance, this is how you should have behaved from the beginning. Just then, several cars from the bank and the court came to a halt outside the Wilson family villa. A large group of uniformed law enforcement officers, along with several bank managers, approached and banged on the front door. The sudden commotion surprised the entire family. Harold quickly stood up and opened the front door, only to be taken aback by the scene before him. A swarm of men rushed into the villa, and security guards began to block off the area. The person in charge, a representative from the court, stepped inside the villa and approached Lady Wilson, who was in the midst of her dinner. He promptly asked, Are you the head of the Wilson Group? Before Lady Wilson could respond, he continued, On behalf of the district court, I am here to officially inform you that multiple creditors have jointly filed an application requesting the immediate freezing of the Wilson Group and all assets registered under your name. This means that all accounts belonging to the Wilson Group and your personal assets will be frozen to fulfill your repayment obligations. Lady Wilson's face paled as she exclaimed, I just paid over $1 million to the bank. The bank manager assured me that I would have some time to raise funds to repay my debts. Why has the bank changed its mind? The representative replied coldly, The bank believes you cannot generate any more profits and that it's impossible for you to repay your debt, even with an extended deadline. Therefore, the bank has partnered with your other creditors to initiate a joint application to seize all assets under your name. You have 1 hour to pack your belongings and vacate the villa immediately. We will be sealing this property. What? Lady Wilson stood up, trembling as she exclaimed, You're going to seize all my assets and seal my villa? Why? The representative answered curtly, Because you are unable to repay the money you owe to the bank and your creditors. Don't say I didn't warn you. You may only take your clothing, toiletries, and basic furniture. You will have to leave all your cash, luxury items, and valuables behind. The moment Lady Wilson heard the words of the other party, her expression shifted dramatically. Trembling uncontrollably, her walking stick clattered to the ground with a loud thud. Initially, she had believed there would be ample time to find someone who could assist her in turning around the fortunes of the Wilson Group. However, she never expected to find herself in such a dire situation so swiftly. Christopher and his children also turned pale as the reality of the situation began to sink in. Mom, what's going on? Are they really going to seal up our villa? Didn't you already repay over $1 million to the bank? Given the Wilson family's current financial state, losing their villa would mean they had nowhere to go. None of them possessed any skills or abilities to support themselves, which spelled disaster. It wouldn't just be Christopher and his children searching for part-time work. Lady Wilson might even have to take on a job washing dishes to make ends meet. Otherwise, survival would be impossible. Overwhelmed, Lady Wilson sank to the ground, crying out, "Are you trying to destroy my family? I've exhausted all my funds to repay the bank, and now you want to take my home?" The person in charge responded coldly, "We are simply following legal protocols. If you owe money to creditors and cannot repay your debts, they have the right to petition the court to freeze and seize all your assets. Here's some advice. If you can gather enough money to settle your debts within the next 3 months, your assets and villa can be released. But if you fail to repay within that time frame, your creditors can sue you for fraud." Desperate, Lady Wilson clutched the leg of the official, pleading, "Please don't take my villa. I've lived here for over 20 years, this is my home." Unmoved by her pleas, the official instructed his subordinates, "Remove her from the villa so she can calm down." Several individuals hurried forward to assist her, escorting her out of the villa. In that moment, Lady Wilson broke down, crying out, "You can't do this. You can't do this to me." But her cries fell on deaf ears. Christopher and his children were also led out of the villa by law enforcement officers. Feeling utterly helpless and desperate, Christopher grasped the gravity of their situation. He understood that the officers were merely carrying out the court's orders. To resist would be to challenge the law directly. After all, it was their family's debts that had led to this predicament. With the creditors having already applied for court enforcement, everything was perfectly legal and justified. Harold felt as if he might collapse under the weight of their misfortune. He turned to his father, urgently asking, "Dad, what do we do now? Where can we go with our villa sealed?" Wendy, tears streaming down her face, lamented, "We're already so poor and miserable. If we lose our villa too, I might as well just die." The old lady could only pull at her own hair in frustration, cursing, "How can the banks be so heartless? They're giving us no chance to survive." At that moment, Christopher exclaimed, "Mom! Where did you hide all our antiques? If the enforcement officers discover them, we're done for." Instantly, panic washed over the old lady, nearly causing her to fall. Christopher rushed forward to steady her. Once she regained her composure, she replied nervously, "I hid the antiques in a concealed space beneath the basement floor. I don't think they'll be able to find them." Christopher rubbed his forehead, anxiety evident on his face as he exclaimed, "If they find it, everything will be over for us." Just then, a young man in a uniform entered the villa, carrying an unusual device. The device resembled a long pole with a circular attachment at the front, reminiscent of a mine detector seen in films. With a hint of surprise, Christopher asked, "Is that a mine detector?" The young man smiled and replied, "Not exactly. It's actually a metal detector. It alerts us if there's any metal hidden underground. While mines are made of metal, this device is calibrated differently in terms of sensitivity." Upon hearing that it was a metal detector, Christopher couldn't help but express his frustration. "It's already bad enough that you invade other people's homes. Why do you need a metal detector for that?" The young man explained, "Through years of experience, we found that many villas have hidden compartments in their basements. People often conceal valuable items there. My job is to locate those hidden items so we can legally seize them." Lady Wilson collapsed to the floor upon hearing the young man's statement. A knot tightened in Christopher's chest. He quickly rushed to assist the elderly lady, asking, "Mom, what antiques did Dad leave us?" With a quiver in her voice, Lady Wilson replied, "There are 2 vases, an ancient painting, and a few other antiques." Christopher pressed further, "Are any of those antiques made of metal?" "Yes," the old lady panicked, adding, "There's an old bronze lamp, a set of tinware, and 2 gold horseshoes." Christopher slapped his thigh in dismay, the pain mirroring his anguish. "It's over. It's all over now. Since you've hidden all those antiques in the basement, they'll definitely find everything the moment they use the metal detector." Frustrated, he pointed at the old lady, exclaiming, "This is all your fault, you greedy old lady. I told you to take those antiques out ages ago. If you had just listened to me and brought them out, we could have sold them for cash. But you stubbornly refused, thinking you could take them with you when you die. Well, guess what? You can forget about that now. All of it is gone. Lady Wilson, visibly anxious, insisted, "No, it's impossible. They won't find them. I've hidden those antiques in a very discreet place. Only I know where they are." As she spoke, the person in charge emerged from the villa, approaching Lady Wilson directly. In a cold tone, he stated, "Hello. We've discovered a hidden compartment in your villa's basement containing several antiques, cultural relics, and precious metals." Despair washed over Lady Wilson's face as she sank to the ground. The person in charge continued, "Since this villa is under your name, we will assume that all these hidden items belong to you. Therefore, we will legally seize these antiques, cultural relics, and precious metals. They will be auctioned off, and the proceeds will be used to settle your debts. If the auction exceeds your total debt, we will refund any surplus. However, if it falls short, your creditor has the right to sue you." He then produced a form, stating, "Lady Wilson, if you understand what I've explained, please sign this authorization form." "I won't sign it," Lady Wilson shouted in a frenzy. "You have no right to take my antiques. They're meant for my retirement." The young man replied coolly, "I'm sorry, but according to the law, we have every right to seize these antiques. Refusing to sign changes nothing." With that, he turned and walked back into the villa. Lady Wilson's eyes dimmed, and she fainted on the spot. As soon as the elderly woman lost consciousness, Christopher rushed over and gripped her collar, shaking her furiously in his frustration. She woke up abruptly, startled by Christopher's vigorous shaking. The moment she opened her eyes, he launched into a tirade, saying, "Didn't you claim that no one else could find those antiques except you? Now our antiques are all gone. How are we supposed to survive as a family now?" Lady Wilson felt a sharp pang in her heart as despair washed over her. Overwhelmed with grief, she began to cry out, "I genuinely had no idea things would turn out like this. If I had known, I would never have hidden my antiques at home, even if it meant my demise." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "It's all over. Everything is truly finished. My entire lifetime of hard work has come to nothing." In the midst of this chaos, Harold felt a deep sense of hopelessness. He began to cry, exclaiming, "We've lost everything. We won't even have food for dinner tonight. Sure, we can go hungry, but where will we sleep? We have no roof over our heads. Are we really going to end up sleeping on the streets tonight?" Wendy, hearing her brother's distressing words, burst into tears. "Are we truly going to be wandering the streets? I don't want to sleep out there." Meanwhile, law enforcement officers and workers were busy loading the items from the villa into their trucks. Lady Wilson could only stand by helplessly as her antiques were taken away. She sobbed loudly in the courtyard, desperately trying to rush forward and reclaim her possessions, but the officers swiftly restrained her. Christopher was consumed with rage. He was seething. It took all his restraint not to lash out at Lady Wilson, whom he deemed incredibly selfish. Her actions had led them to this dire situation. What stung even more was the realization that her selfishness had yielded no benefits. All the antiques she had hidden from them had now been confiscated, and the chance of retrieving them again was utterly lost. The law enforcement officers continued to clear out the valuable belongings, discarding the family's worn-out clothing and broken furniture at the edge of the road by the gate. Once they finished, a court representative sealed the front door of the villa with a notice. Subsequently, the person in charge approached the 4 members of the Wilson family and stated, "We will also post a notice on the main gate to inform the public that this villa has been sealed by the court. Please cooperate and leave the courtyard now. You are officially barred from entering this property." "I won't leave. This is my home. Why should I go?" Lady Wilson's eyes were red and swollen from crying, her hair was a tangled mess, resembling a character from a novel who had been trapped in a well for ages. The official replied, "This villa has been sealed by the court, which means it is no longer your home. If you insist on staying, you'll be obstructing our duties, and we will have to detain you." Upon hearing this, Christopher and his children quickly exited the courtyard. They had no desire to be detained and locked up during such a critical time. Initially, Lady Wilson was reluctant to leave. However, with no one left in the courtyard to support her, she could only cry as she slowly walked away. After stepping outside the gate, the court representative sealed it and informed her, "Lady Wilson, you have 3 months to raise funds to repay your debts. If you cannot gather enough money within this period, all items confiscated from this villa will be auctioned off to settle your debts. If the auction doesn't yield enough, your creditors will likely pursue legal action against you." Lady Wilson sank to the ground in front of her villa, despair etched on her face. The villa was worth approximately $17 to $18 million at most, and the court could probably auction her antiques and cultural relics for around $10 million. In total, they might raise about $30 million. However, the Wilson Group's current debt stood at a staggering $60 million. It was clear they would never be able to raise enough money. In simpler terms, not only would they be without a place to stay for the next 3 months, but there was also a real possibility that she could end up in prison after that period. Lady Wilson wept until she was nearly breathless, feeling as if her life were already coming to an end. After delivering a warning, the court representative said nothing more. He simply turned, got into his car, and left without looking back. The Wilson family found themselves helplessly gathered outside their villa, surrounded by a pile of their worn furniture and bundles of clothing and essentials. Tears streamed down their faces uncontrollably. At that moment, they felt utterly powerless. To make matters worse, it began to drizzle. A few security guards from the villa community hurried over to them, stating, "Please take your belongings and leave the villa community as soon as possible. We ask you not to disrupt the appearance of our community." "What are you talking about?" Christopher shouted in anger. "I've lived here for over 20 years. You're saying I'm going to ruin the appearance of this community? Are you trying to force me out?" The guards replied coldly, "We're sorry, but we've just received notice that you are no longer the owner of this villa. As someone who has lived here, you should know that our community is private, and we don't allow outsiders to linger around. Therefore, we need you and your family to leave promptly." One of the security guards gestured to the belongings on the roadside, saying, "Please take these with you when you go. If you leave anything behind, we'll consider it abandoned and will dispose of it appropriately." Fuming with anger, Christopher shouted, "This is outrageous. I'm not going to let this go." A few security guards moved in to restrain Christopher. One of them sneered, "What do you think you're doing? You really think you can take us on? Our security team has dozens of members. Do you honestly believe you can win a fight against us?" Christopher was taken aback. At that moment, Harold yelled, "You better watch out. I'm going to file a complaint against all of you." The security guard scoffed, "A complaint? We're just following the rules. What authority do you have to complain? By the way, you're no longer a villa owner here. If you refuse to leave, I'll have to call the police to have you arrested for trespassing." Harold wanted to continue his tirade but froze when he saw the aggressive stance of the guards. Realizing how futile it was to stay, Christopher sighed. The bank had already sealed and repossessed their villa, and it was only natural for the security guards to remove them. He sighed again and said, "Let's pack some of your belongings to take with us. Only grab what's useful and valuable. We can leave everything else for them to handle." Wendy cried out, "Dad, where are we supposed to go now?" Shaking his head, Christopher lamented, "I have no idea, but we can't stay here any longer." Harold began to cry but quickly wiped away his tears. "Dad, why don't we go to second uncle right now? We could apologize and admit our mistakes. Maybe he'll take us in. Second aunt mentioned they have 10 bedrooms in their villa. We could ask for just 2 bedrooms, we can share one while Grandma shares one with Wendy." Christopher's expression darkened, and he sighed again. "Do you really think it's going to be that easy? You know your second aunt well enough to understand her character. She would relish the chance to humiliate us in our current state. Do you honestly believe she'll be kind enough to take us in?" Lady Wilson, who had been silent until now, suddenly stood up with determination. "We're going to Thompson first right now. Even if I have to die today, I'll do it at the villa at Thompson first. If Jacob and Elaine won't let us in, I'll sue them for abandoning an old lady like me.